Good morning, Excellencies, leaders, ambassadors, and also our Global Young Leaders Dialogue delegates who are present here. My name is Zoon Ahmed Khan. I'm a research fellow at the Center for China and Globalization. And right now, I warmly welcome you to the 10th Global Think Tank Innovation Forum hosted by the Center for China and Globalization. For 10 years, the Global Think Tank Innovation Forum has brought together leaders, practitioners to not only discuss emerging issues, but also conceive practical solutions. And now, without further ado, I'll warmly welcome co-founder and Secretary General of the Center for China and Globalization, Dr. Mabel Miao, to host the opening ceremony. Let's welcome her.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 尊敬的陈建部长
Minister Chen Jian, President Jin Xu, ambassadors, good morning. Welcome to 2025 10th China Global Think Tank Innovation Forum.
China Global Think Tank Innovation Forum. I'm Mabel Miao, Secretary General and co-founder of Center for China and Globalization. It is a great honor to have all of you attending this conference. The 10th China Global Think Tank Innovation Forum is hosted by Center for China and Globalization, CCG, and co-hosted by the China Association of International Trade. Brought over 200 guests from more than 15 countries, including near 17 representatives from international think tanks. Specifically, we have the honor of inviting ambassadors and senior officials from numerous countries, representatives from government agencies, experts from international organizations, leaders and executives from well-known domestic and international enterprises, scholars from leading global think tanks and universities, business association representatives, as well as numbers of major media outlets from home and abroad. Yesterday, as one of the key events of the 2025 Intelligent Haidian Talent Theme Week, the 2025 Global Youth Leader Annual Dialogue was held. We selected nearly 30 young participants from 24 countries from the Global Young Leaders Dialogue, GYLD, program over 300 international youth around the globe. This year's conference features 5 roundtable discussions covering global governance, China-U.S. relation, China-EU relation, and the new driver of globalization, and the rise of Global South. Following the keynote speeches this morning, we will begin with the opening roundtable, focusing on the global governance and the 18th anniversary of the United Nations. The next session will examine China-U.S. relation and tariff wars and their implications for the world. In this afternoon, 3 roundtables will happen. We will start with the discussions on China-EU relations beyond next 15 years. This will be followed by a session on the new drivers of globalization, exploring emerging global trends through the lens of climate change, artificial intelligence, and supply chains. Finally, we will conclude the day with a roundtable on the rise of Global South. Looking ahead, uncertainties and challenges will continue to shape the global landscape. We are truly pleased to have all of you here, sharing your wisdom, exchanging perspectives, and bring valuable insights to a world in conflicts. With that, I will conclude my remarks and leave the floor to the distinguished speakers. Thank you all for joining us and contributing your valuable perspectives to the global community. Now, it's my great honor and pleasure to invite Dr. Huiyao Wang, who is the founder and president of Center for China and Globalization, CCG, and the former Counselor of State Council, to deliver the opening speech. Welcome.
Distinguished Minister Chen Jian, President Jin Xu,
ladies and gentlemen, good morning. So it's really a great honor to welcome you all to the 10th Annual China Global Think Tank Innovation Forum, which is on behalf of Center for China and Globalization. I'm very pleased to extend our warmest welcome and heartfelt appreciation for all of you to come from China and around the world. We also had 30 global young leaders join us yesterday for our Global Young Leader Dialogue, but also for today, the great event. So the world is really entering into a new era marked by profound uncertainty. The global governance system is undergoing major adjustment, and the long-held consensus underpinning the international order is being disrupted. As we marked the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, the need to rethink and, of course, adapt a global governance has become more pronounced. Geopolitical tensions, supply chain decoupling, and technological shifts, such as artificial intelligence and also accelerated impact of climate change, are pushing humanity towards a new historical crossroad. Global governance has never been a zero-sum game. It is about sharing responsibility and advancing development together. The world needs cooperation among all countries, particularly major powers. It also needs more voices from a broader range of countries, such as Global South. How to build a more fair, inclusive, and effective global governance system has therefore become a defining question of our time, as we just celebrate 80 years of UN. As President Xi Jinping emphasized in the Global Governance Initiative recently, the principle of sovereignty, equality, rule of law, multilateralism, people-centered development, and action-oriented cooperation offer important guidelines for understanding China's role in upholding global governance architecture. In such a context, constructive dialogue has never been more essential. The recent presidential meeting between President Xi and President Trump in Busan has sent an important and positive signal. Over the past year, communication between the two sides has gradually resumed across multiple levels, from diplomatic and economic exchanges to people-to-people interactions, reflecting a shared recognition that cooperation is still very important for both countries. We sincerely hope that both countries, the two major global players, would continue towards a greater stability and predictability, which is vital not only for the two peoples, but also for the whole world. So meanwhile, the China-EU relations are entering a new stage. This year marks the 50th anniversary of diplomatic relations between China and the European Union. With centuries of shared cultural heritage and long-standing exchanges, China and Europe have deep foundations for cooperation. Both sides have every reason to deepen engagement in trade, investment, and people-to-people exchanges, and jointly held multilateralism and free trade, and also fighting climate change. So all those can bring stability and predictability to a world that faced intertwined crises. At the same time, the rise of Global South is reshaping global dynamics as well, from BRICS cooperation to the growing influence of ASEAN, the African Union, Latin America, and other developing regions. Emerging economies are playing more active and constructive role in global affairs. As a member of Global South, China shares many of those same development aspirations and governance priorities with other emerging economies. We see significant opportunities for China and its partners across Global South to expand collaboration in trade, in green development, science, technology, education, digital capabilities, therefore fostering a more balanced and inclusive international order. As China advances its role in maintaining global governance and international cooperation, its own development continues to generate broader global benefit. As a key strength of China's development model lies in the long-term planning, where each 5-year plan builds upon the last consecutively. The recent 15th 5-year plan set out a new blueprint for further modernization, prioritizing new quality productive forces, green and low-carbon transition, and future-oriented industries. Over successive planning cycles, China has made steady progress, and in the next 5 years are set to chart a new direction for China development while expanding opportunities for global cooperation in energy transition, innovation, sustainable development, AI, and many more. No country can address today's challenge alone. We believe that globalization remains essential for development and for addressing shared global problems. The next phase of globalization must be more inclusive, more sustainable, and more effective. And to achieve this, all stakeholders must deepen dialogue and enhance cooperation. So against this backdrop, CCG has significantly expanded its international engagement over the past year. For example, in 2025, we carried out 15 overseas missions to 34 cities across 22 countries, setting a new record for international outreach among the Chinese think tanks. We hosted major forums, high-level launchings, and many think tank dialogues, and received more than 50 delegations from government, including quite a few foreign ministers and key institutions visit worldwide. We also released a research report, submitted policy recommendations, and published studies related to globalization and contributing practical insights for policymakers in China and abroad. So this year marks the 10-year anniversary of China Global Think Tank Innovation Forum. You know, how time flies. It's 10 years already. And when we launched this platform a decade ago, we had a simple aspiration to create a space for dialogue that transcends borders, cultures, and disciplines. Today, we are encouraged to see this forum grow into one of China's most open and internationally recognized think tank events. This year, it brings together more than 200 guests from 50 countries, including representatives from nearly 70 think tanks and 30 global young leaders to attend this year's forum, including also many friends from embassies, from media, from business, and from NGO. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are standing at a critical juncture in the global governance. The challenge before us are indeed unprecedented, but the opportunities are equally significant. The mission of the think tank is not only to provide answers, but also to help the world ask better questions. So we're going to expect our very important speakers, including our keynote speaker, Minister Chen Jian, who was my boss, basically, when I was working in the MOFCOM many years ago. So we hope that we're going to have a very good discussion this morning, and we hope that we'll make another high-level exchanges and discussions that will contribute to the community of this dialogue. Thank you very much.
Now, let's welcome the keynote speaker, Mr. Chen Jian. Mr. Chen Jian is the former Vice Minister of Commerce, specially appointed expert with the CPPCC talent pool for participatory governance and the political consultation. Welcome, Minister Chen.
Respected guests, friends, good morning. I'm honored to be invited by CCG to attend the 10th China Global Think Tank Innovation meeting and discuss with all of you the key topics of multilateralism and global governance challenges in the turbulent times. I'd like to take this opportunity. I'd like to share with you three aspects. First, multilateralism is the only way to address global challenges. Currently, the world is experiencing an unprecedented transformation in the century. Unilateralism and protectionism are on the rise. Global issues such as climate change and the crisis of the energies and the supply chain disruptions are intertwined. Multilateralism has been under severe pressure, and the world's peace deficits of the security and the deficit of governance and etc. And also the trust deficit are intertwined, and the world is in the world faced with the severe pressures and uncertainties. And I believe that unprecedented changes, the main reason is that, first of all, the world paradigm has been shifted in 2022. The GDP contribution by the developing countries is 18% in 2022. 10 years later, it has sparked into 40%, and I believe it is still on the rise. And that also brings a lot of changes to the comparison of the powers between different countries. And second, the pursuit of different countries are also different. When the least developed countries are still fighting for poverty and starvation, developing countries on the whole has promoted the high growth rate of the economy of respective countries, and we should note that there is the problem of the growth and economic development for developed countries as well. And in this century, no single countries or no single camps of the countries can tackle the problems by themselves. Only based on the cornerstones of the common development to promote multilateralism can we tackle this problem together. China is always the very unswerving supporter of multilateralism. The proposal of BRI, promoting the connectivities and promoting the Paris Agreement and many other global agendas, and promote the cooperation based on RCEP and Shanghai Cooperation organizations are supposed to be promoted. And on the UNGA's meeting, Premier Li Qiang proposed that we are supposed to promote the multilateralism, and China still believes that the inclusive international cooperation based on multilateralism is still the right choice for tackling the global challenges and governance. Second, the world governance needs innovations and pragmatic actions. At present, the challenges that we face together are unprecedented. So since the challenges are unprecedented and commonly shared, so the actions must be shared and common. The different ideologies, the different social systems, and different level of development of the science and technology, different economic levels of the development from different countries with the different backgrounds. To reach what kind of balance of the recognition can we reach the consensus of the arrangement based on our customs, so as to take common actions to realize common development? I believe that we have to focus on several issues as follows. First of all, we must have the confidence. Although the questions and problems are complex, and I believe that, first of all, we must show our respect to our ancestors. About 80 years ago, they have set forth the Atlantic Charters and Havana Charter as the basis for the international orders to be established to safeguard the concerted efforts for the development of the world. Although the world and environment are changed substantially today, but the level of the recognition of human beings and the level of the development of the science and technology has been lifted. And completely, we are able to find the right guidance to tackle the challenges. Second, we also must reach the basic consensus. And we should not set up a brand new arrangement of the system to tackle the current challenges. So we have to be inclusive. It is not the case that a part of the countries and groups of the countries can develop disregarding the development opportunities of others. We have to balance the needs of the different parties for arrangement purposes. And the third one is that we have to find the good point to make growth and to make changes, and add the conditions to safeguard the international systems, focus on some blank areas and shortcomings of the international governance systems. So what I mentioned is the weaknesses and the blank points. I mean there are three shortfalls of international governance system. The first one is that the Global South are underrepresented, and they need to be improved. But in what way? That need to be further researched. And the second, the authorities of the multilateralism has been challenged. So the charters and principles of the UN cannot be respected fully right now. Unilateralism and violation of international law and disruptions of international orders are roaming. And we believe the UN Sustainable Development Agenda by 2030 has been left behind. And thirdly, we have to take actions to effectively prepare for the future challenges. For example, climate change and digital dividends are expanded. The AI and cyber networks environment, and also the outer space governance are still not in a place, and that need to be filled in with some actions. Fourthly, the new orders, or the setup of the goals for the new orders, are as follows. There are 5 of them. The first one is that we must respect the sovereignty, equality, and second, we must honor international law and norms. And the third one, we have to insist on multilateralism. And the fourth one, we have to advocate for people at the center. And the fifth one, we have to focus on pragmatic actions and to deliver the results. And the third part is that think tanks are something that cannot be disregarded, especially at the current times. And we have concentrated a lot of efforts already with many, many years. It is my sincere hope that this think tank can be normalized and mechanized, or to be more pragmatic and pertinent to the current challenges. And in the future, I believe there are 3 areas that the think tanks can make efforts for. First one is that it has to do the research in advance and prepared for the challenges with regard to the challenges like AI and climate changes. The advancing or forward-looking proposals need to be made. And second, it has to be taken itself as the bridge to reduce and eliminate the misunderstandings and misjudgment. And the fifth one, for example, CCG, for 10 consecutive years, the mechanism of the dialogue of the think tanks between China, U.S., and European Union are very valuable. And I congratulate for these efforts and achievements. And the third one is that the translation of the policies. So the results and achievements and findings of the academic research has to be translated into the pragmatic proposals and advices to the decision making. For example, the BRI green standards and the digital economy compacts need to be delivered, and China will be unwillingly work for the global governance with its contributions and 4 proposals made by China, as we all know. That is the Civilization Initiative, Development Initiative, and the Global Security Initiative, and the Global Governance Initiative. These 4 initiatives has demonstrated China's proposal and propositions provide China's solution to the global governance. So, dear friends, as we celebrate 80th anniversary of the UN establishment, we are at the cornerstone and also the cross of the road at the history. So the decision made by the government and actions taken by the enterprises need to be concerted and converged so as to unleash the vitality of multilateralism. And we would contribute with the Chinese contributions to the world's visions and to anchor for the future orientations to also build more resilient and inclusive future with peace. I'd like to wish this conference a great success. Thank you.
for your very inspiring and stimulating speech and your recommendations for CCG's development. Appreciate your very important speech. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Jin Xu, President of the China Association of International Trade, former Deputy Director General, Department of American and Oceania Affairs, Ministry of Commerce, to give his speech. Welcome.
Distinguished Minister Chen, Mr. Wang Huiyao, distinguished guests, good morning. It is my honor to join you here at the 10th China Global Think Tank Innovation Forum as one of the co-organizers, elaborating on the challenges in terms of multilateralism and
Tank Innovation Annual Conference to discuss the topic of multilateralism and global governance challenges in the turbulent times with outstanding colleagues here. We are living in an era of complexity and uncertainty. The evolution of the century-old changes has accelerated, and the global challenges such as geopolitical tensions, weak economic recovery, intensifying climate change, and the widening digital divide have emerged one after another. Traditional governance models and multilateralism cooperation mechanisms are under severe pressure, and the countercurrents of unilateralism and protectionism have exacerbated the global trust deficit, development deficit, and peace deficit. In this context, reviewing the fundamental principles of multilateralism and exploring new practical paths is not only related to the common interest of all countries, but also to the future of a human society. In the face of these challenges, returning to the international system with the United Nations and its core and practicing true multilateralism is the only right choice. This requires us to go beyond the old thinking of zero-sum games and adhere to the concept of global governance of consultation, joint construction, and sharing. Chinese leaders have repeatedly emphasized this position at the United Nations and other occasions recently, and put forward the Global Governance Effect Initiative aimed at promoting common development, contributing Chinese wisdom and Chinese solutions to improving the global governance system. This is not to overturn and start over, but to enhance the authority, effectiveness, and inclusiveness of multilateral institutions through reform and innovation, so that they can better respond to the needs of times, especially the concerns of developing countries. The practice of the Belt and Road Initiative is a vivid footnote to the new type of multilateral cooperation through consultation, co-construction, and sharing. It has transformed planning ducking into the tangible cooperation projects, promoted infrastructure connectivity, smooth trade and people-to-people ties in countries and regions along the Belt and Road, and provide a strong boost to the implementation of the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This fully proves that international cooperation based on the principles of the equality, openness, and pragmatism can effectively pool resources to meet common challenges. In this process, think tanks, as a source of ideas and a bridge of policy, shoulder a unique and important mission. We should not only bystanders and commentators of trends, but also proposers of solutions, builders of the consensus, and facilitators of communication. Our values lies in, first, provide forward-looking analysis and policy results. We need to deeply analyze the root causes and the evolution of global problems, propose actionable governance ideas and innovative solutions, and provide intellectual support for decision makers based on evidence and beyond short-term interests. Second, build a platform for frank dialogue and trust enhancement and clarification. Just like this annual meeting, think tanks can create a neutral and rational space, allowing experts from different backgrounds and perspectives of communicate frankly, resolves misunderstandings, narrow differences, and create a good atmosphere for official dialogue. Third, promote knowledge sharing and capacity building, especially in the fields of global development, climate change, and public health. Think tanks can promote the exchange of best practices, help developing countries enhance their ability to participate in global governance, and promote a more equitable and inclusive governance process. Third, promote knowledge sharing and capacity building, especially in the field of global development, climate change, and public health, etc. We can promote exchange the best practice, help developing countries better and better in the future. And dear colleagues, the collation of ideas is a starting point of innovation, and in the depth of dialogue determines the height of cooperation. In the face of the daunting challenges of global governance, no country can stand alone, and no institution can dominate the world. We need to pool global wisdom, build a closer think tank exchange network, and jointly explore the innovation paths of multilateralism. I look forward to hearing from you insights in the following discussions. Let us work together to contribute to more constructive think tank strengths of electively respond to the global challenges and promote the construction of the community with shared future for mankind. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, President Jin. Your great speech. President Jin is the president of our co-organizer, the China Association of International Trade. Okay, right now our opening ceremony is about to conclude. We will now proceed to the coffee break time. Later, the opening roundtable session will resume at 10 o'clock. See you later. So let's have a group.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Now it's time for the opening roundtable, Global Governance and UN 80 Years, New Initiatives and Advancements. To chair, to moderate this roundtable, let me warmly welcome Dr. Wang Huiyao, founder and president of the Center for China and Globalization, former counselor of the China State Council. Welcome.
Okay, thank you, Zoom. And Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a great honor again that we are starting this global think tank, China Global Think Tank Innovation Forum. That is the 10th annual. We are having the 10th annual China Global Think Tank Innovation Forum. So we have all the very important guests. We have ambassadors, we have scholars, think tank experts, business leaders, and of course we have so many media friends, and also we have global young leaders with us as well. So this is really a very important event. So as we know that United Nations has actually turned 80 years anniversary this year, and the international system found itself undergoing profound changes and challenges. So this multilateral order established after the 80 years ago is underpinned by shared norms, institutions, cooperation, and a collective commitment to peace and development is now being challenged and also being under stress. So how can we really maintain this global order and global system, and how to really meet all those challenges that we haven't seen in decades? So against this backdrop, of course, we are having this gathered such a great panelists at this round table, and we want to touch on all those issues that is really facing all of us. We are all in the same boat. We are in a big ocean boat, and we have to really support each other. So for this section, we're going to have 11 panelists to speak, and we just heard the opening of this think tank forum. We had former Vice Minister from Commerce. We had the President of China International Trade Association. And also I gave a talk also to open this up, but we are actually now going into more in-depth discussion. So basically we want to raise some questions. Of course, we don't have to address all of them, but some of them would be great to be discussed. So to what extent does the current structure of global governance reflect the geopolitical and socio-economic reality of the 21st century, and how can the UN adapt to the new challenges and the configuration? What are the promising new initiatives, such as on the climate? We just have COP30 in Brazil, and of course on the climate, AI, digital, and development. Financing and all the things that we are facing today. So how can we strengthen the UN mechanism for conflict prevention, crisis response, and peace building among the rising geopolitical tensions and the strategic competition? What happened in the world today is much less secure and peace than what we used to see. And also, in what way can, civil society, think tank, youth movement, academia, and the private sectors be more actively involved as a multi-stakeholder for this global governance and challenges, and meet those, welcome the opportunities. So, how are the member state of the UN, of course, those from Global South? We are seeing there's a rising of the Global South, and how we can work together with our Global South countries to deliver the new norms, platforms, and coalition within the UN system, and opportunity exists for more equitable and resilient multilateral cooperation. So we are really very honored this morning that we had so many distinguished panelists. I'll just give a round introduction of them, and and then we'll start the discussion. So I'm very pleased to welcome His Excellency George Tornado, Ambassador of the European Union in China, and also Mohammed Amsi, founder and chairman Amsi Foundation from UK, and His Excellency Bruno Angelet, Ambassador of Belgium to China, Her Excellency Patricia Flohr, Ambassador of Germany to China, and Mr. Thomas Habja, Senior Advisor, also representative of OECD in China, His Excellency Khalila Hashimi, Ambassador of Pakistan to China, also Mr. Jin Xu, President of China Association of International Trade, but Mr. Jin Xu also was the DDJ of America and Oceania Department of MOFCOM, and also former Minister of Counselor of China in the UK, so well experienced. And we also have Dr. Professor Eberhard Sandy Schendler, Senior Professor, Freie University of Berlin, and former Director of the Institute of the German Council of Foreign Relations, also with us. And we had also Mr. Sun Yongfu, Senior Fellow at the CCG and former Director General, Department of European Affairs, Ministry of Commerce. And we have His Excellency Selak Unal, Ambassador of Turkey to China. And of course, we have Wang Yong, Director, Center for American Studies, Peking University. And of course, we have other guests joining us for other roundtables. We also have two global young leaders that will raise questions at the end. Anja Brevil-Pretrja from Slovenia is Director, Gasset Institute, partner of Young Blood Strategic Forum. So will be also with us here on this roundtable. So, Ambassador Tornado, I'd like to start with you because of the time, maybe we'll have a bit of a, but you know, you participate quite a number of times of our roundtable, so we're always great to have you. Mr. Toledo, please. Albinana. That's good.
Toledo, Albignana. And I see that you have taken my second last name in the alphabetical order. Well, this is a characteristic of Spain and Portugal. We have two last names. But I'm Mr. Toledo. No, I'm Albignana. So anyway, my second name I starts with A. That's why you have put me first. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me again. Always delighted to come at CCG, this forum where one can express himself freely, where you publish, where we say. So thank you again. The theme today is wide, but I will try to be short because there are a large number, a long list of speakers. So I will develop only three ideas: one on the UN, but also on EU-China and on the EU also. First of all, the UN, well, these are very turbulent times, not seen in a century, as President Xi Jinping says, and it is affecting a lot the multilateral system and the UN. The UN, which is based on of course, the UN Charter, but which has three main objectives: peace, the most important one for which it was created, development, and human rights. And the three of them are being challenged. Let's start with development. We have had a big decrease in development aid because of the withdrawal of one of the largest donors. This is a challenge. Human rights. We are seeing some narratives about human rights, prioritizing the right to development to other human rights that are not there in the Charter, of Human Rights, and we want to defend the universality and the uniqueness of human rights. No human rights is superior to others, and we have to defend also civil and political rights. And finally, peace. Peace, which is under the biggest challenge, because one of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council started an aggression 3 years ago, over 3 years ago, against a smaller country. And this goes against the most basic principles of the UN Charter, especially territorial integrity and non-interference in internal affairs. So this is under challenge, and while this is under challenge, I'm afraid it is very difficult to have an effective reform of the UN, which we badly need. So the solution of this conflict, which we hope will come soon, could be the basis of a renewed UN system, especially when it comes to peace. Let me say a word on EU-China. President von der Leyen said on the 24th of July, when she came here for the summit, EU-China summit, with President Costa, that we were at an inflection point. We remain at an inflection point. Since the summit, things have not improved. Things have been difficult because of many factors, but especially when it comes to the supply chains, export controls, etc. So now we have an opportunity because of the recent suspension of the October export controls. This is good news. So let's build on that to try and make progress. Now things have stabilized. We have 1 year. Let's build on that to make progress on the EU-China relation, which is so consequential. But let me say one last word, because I read in the Chinese press a lot about a lot of attacks on the EU, on the EU as something different from the member states. We see everywhere that the China member states bilateral relation is good, but the China-EU relation is not good, blaming on the EU institutions the problems. Let me explain very briefly that the EU is nothing different from the union of its member states. That if the European Union approves listings or sanctions, it is, and in this case very clearly, with the unanimity of its member states. We have in the European Union no desire for bad relations with China. We have all desires for partnership, for engagement, and for dialogue. But ignoring that there is a political union, that there is a political will, and that there is a union behind all we do, would be risky and would not be conducive to anything good. So let me express my wish for, on this basis, on this new stability, start dialogue again and improve all the issues in which we must make progress as President von der Leyen and President Costa. Let's build on the consensus of the summit, and let's start again to make progress between China and the EU. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Toledo. Yeah, and Yeah, you actually made a very good point. I think we really look forward to strengthening and enhance China-EU relations. And of course, recently we have seen so many European leaders, countries, ministers, and heads of state coming, visiting China. Center for China and Globalization, just about 2 weeks ago, we hosted a visiting foreign minister from Estonia. And also, we see the King of Spain came in about a week ago. So we see a lot of high-level visits, which is great. We hope that we will continue to improve the China-EU relation. And I'm also very pleased to hear President Macron is coming to China probably in December. And he's actually, I read the news that he's inviting President Xi to attend G7 summit in France. I don't know that is going to, when he comes, that'll be happening. So it's great, all those development, and really appreciate Ambassador's view that we have to build on the summit of the China-EU summit, and then we have to move that forward. So it's great that you mentioned all those things that we really appreciate that. Now, the second speaker would be Mohammed Amsi. He's the founder and chairman of Amsi Foundation from United Kingdom. So Amsi, Mohammed, please.
Thank you very much, Henry and Mabel. It's a pleasure to be here again in Beijing at your very august forum. My remarks today will be on the irrelevance of the United Nations and what, if anything, can be done about it. As you all know, the United Nations was founded in October of 1945 amid a burst of idealism in the aftermath of the Second World War. Smart leaders understood that their principal power stemmed from the pulpit. They could publicly shame and scold member states when they were not behaving. It was said that the UN was created not to lead mankind to heaven, but to save humanity from hell. But even here it has failed because most of its secretary generals usually dance on eggshells and engage in the masterly art of UN diplomatics. The world now seems no longer to be listening to the UN. The wars raging in Ukraine, in the Middle East, and Sudan have underlined an impression that the orders enshrined in the UN Charter is in tatters. The UN appears often a mere spectator to a world where increasingly might is right. More than at any other time, I witnessed firsthand at the UNGA this year that there were fundamental question marks as to its relevance and purpose. The UN at 80 is facing two crises at once, within and without. The crisis within stems from 20 years of decaying authority, decaying capability, and decaying impact for the poorest and the people in the conflict zones. The crisis without stems from a return to great power conflict and competition, and a paralysis in the Security Council not seen in 50 years. And this is at a time when a founding member, the most important power in the world, USA, acts in every way as if the UN is an irrelevance. Externally, the UN also faces a third challenge, which is posed by emerging would-be competing groups driven by the powerhouses of the global south, such as BRICS, as well as traditional supporters in Europe. For the UN, this triple crisis is existential. Can it be rescued? Yes, but it's a matter of will, and it's not about recreating the UN of the past. It requires a whole different structure and a different approach. In New York this year, I learned that there were three main areas that needed urgent attention if the UN was to be redeemed. Firstly, efficiency and cost cutting. At least a 20% reduction in the Secretariat's $3.7 billion budget for 2026 is needed, alongside a rationalization of its workforce. A mandate review. Most of us will not know, but today the Secretariat has more than 3,600 mandates to focus on, and this is absolutely impossible with the resources that he has at hand. Thirdly, there is a need, a desperate need for structural reconfiguration and the merging of overlapping agencies that are straying in each other's path. The drivers are clear: reverse donor fatigue, presently $2.4 billion in arrears, with $1.5 billion owed by the US alone, and skepticism about the UN's relevance in the face of Security Council paralysis. Much is being said about the reform of the Security Council. I believe this is the one area where, if there is focus, then the UN can be saved. And the main issue here is the question of the veto power and whether the 5 members that were mandated in 1945 are still the same 5 today in a changing global order. It's also true that in order to make change, the obstacles are formidable. Great powers always resist reforms that dilute their influence. So how do you persuade France or the United Kingdom no longer to have a veto at the UN? It is also worth noting that Secretary Guterres' term as Secretary General expires in 2026, limiting his window to effect any transformational change. But this opens the possibility of a major change at the UN. Perhaps a bold, visionary leader from the Global South would be such a savior, given the sweeping growth that is presently flowing from this region. In conclusion, if it's business as usual, then the UN will morph into irrelevance. That is its predicament. The dream might live on, but it will only be a dream. A case in point is the ill-fated post-World War precursor of the UN, the League of Nations, which drifted to the international sidelines before perishing into oblivion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mohammed, for your outline of the views for the global system and how to improve this global governance. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite His Excellency Bruno Argelet, the Belgian ambassador to China. I know that also Belgium this year is the chair of the Francophone countries. We're going to have a Francophone ambassador roundtable with CCG next 2 weeks. So I'd like to hear from you. Bruno, please.
Thank you very much, Henry and CCG. Where Europe failed was to seek unity under empires, and then we switched to a Europe seeking unity by nation states, and that led to permanent wars over centuries. The founder of Pennsylvania, who was actually a British political refugee, William Penn, called therefore for a new order in Europe to avoid that big fish could eat the small whenever they liked. And the same applies, I would think, to the international scene today. And he was saying what Europe needs is supranational authority above the states by creating a European army, a European parliament, and a European court. He was calling for a federal Europe so that there would be rule above the heads of kings, emperors, and popes. This means that today, if Europe is at peace, it is basically because the states have accepted supranational authority. The supranational bodies in Europe today is the European Commission, the European Court of Justice, and the European Central Bank, because they have supranational decision-making powers. If we look at multilateralism today, I would say there's probably a few things that we can take from there and apply them as guiding principles for the world, I think. Because I think a multilateral accepted and legitimate body will not work if states don't accept to shrink and put limits to national sovereignty. It is interesting to see that there's call for more inclusiveness, which is right. We have to accept and create space for the new players, particularly countries from the so-called Global South. But the point is not only a matter of representation and inclusiveness, it's at the end of the day also a matter of equality in decision-making. And it strikes me that there's a lot of discussion about how to increase inclusivity and representation, but very little detailed about decision-making. And our previous speaker was just talking about veto powers in the United Nations Security Council. It is interesting to see that France and the UK have made proposals to reduce recourse to veto powers, and Secretary General Guterres has promoted them. But actually, those who insist on better inclusiveness and representation in the Security Council are exactly those who are not ready to discuss how to reduce recourse to veto powers or how to grant veto powers to newcomers. So I would say representation and inclusiveness should also go together with a shared decision-making. And the last little point, of, important principle is, I think, acceptance of rule of law and international ruling, because if the big fish should no longer be able to eat the small one, it means that equality for states should be guaranteed by limitation of national sovereignty, but also acceptance of international rule of law. And there are a few test questions in how far do states, big or small, accept the ruling of international courts like the International Court of Justice, ICC, the International Arbitration Court, etc. In how far do they accept the rulings of WTO? In how far do they apply international sanctions? In how far do they accept safeguards of the IAEA? In how far do they accept to put national troops under chain of command of the United Nations? It's a key criteria, I think, to indicate if you're really a genuine multilateralist. When it comes to reform of the UN, I think Jorge rightly said that UN is based on 3 pillars: security, development, and human rights. And I think we should, in discussing how to reform the UN, make sure that the 3 pillars are properly addressed. Just to indicate that today the human rights pillar is benefiting only of 7% of the regular budget, meaning less than 1% of the total budget. We cannot be serious talking about reform of the UN if this, in particular the 3rd pillar and how to fund it, is seriously addressed. We believe, Belgians, that we should ensure reduce fragmentation and duplications. There's a whole discussion now ongoing on UN 80 regarding the merging of UN agencies, streamlining, decision-making, as I said. And I think also when we talk about more inclusiveness and shared responsibilities, it means also a proportionate burden-sharing discussion on financial responsibilities. When it comes to new initiatives, I would like to say that I'm very inspired by Mr. Jin Li-chun, the outgoing president of the AIIB, who made excellent statements, I think, about the future of multilateralism, and who demonstrated himself by creating the AIIB, how a good new multilateral organization could be organized. And he always said, I learned a lot from my years at the World Bank, because the true multilateralism was established in the World Bank, yet the World Bank was created by grandfathers of basically Western people, and the new organization should be created for our grandchildren of all of the world. But he's basically saying that the body of legacy and principles and governance of the World Bank should be applied, should still serve, but being adopted for the future. A last little point on the risk, I think, of big power diplomacy, and it goes back to what I said. I think that when big powers would like to fix the rules for the future, I bet a good Belgian beer that they will not accept limitations of national sovereignty as we should do it in a multilateral system. I am afraid they will not accept limits to national sovereignty, and that at the end will mean that rule of law, international rule of law, will apply for the small member states and much less for the big. They will accept when it's in their interest, and they will not when it's not. So basically, I'm afraid that having the big powers ruling only, or having the lead in the discussions on reforming multilateral order, will actually erode equality amongst states and erode real rule of law. To conclude, I think the real lines of division is not between the global south and the so-called global north. Frankly, I don't know what it means. But I think in reality, as in the history of Europe, it has been demonstrated, the real division lines is between small powers and big powers. Big powers use power in their interests, small powers cannot. And the only way to survive, as Belgium did by building the European Union, is to make sure that you're protected by equality in shared institutions and by supranational authority, who are the only real guarantees of equality in the application of international law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Bruno, and very good point. And you also mentioned about AIB. Of course, we need to strengthen those new emerging multilateral institutions and also be more innovative. Thank you. I also remember just a few days ago, we attended your King's Celebration Day, a very big gathering at your residency. It was very impressive. I saw Vice Minister Hua Chunying was there also. Great event. Now, next, I would like to invite Her Excellency Patricia Flohr, Ambassador of Germany to China, because I know German and China recently has a lot of exchanges. We had the Vice Chancellor, you just accompanied the Vice Chancellor last Killenberg visit to China, and we know that German and China business exchange is still very strong. I saw the number, but of course first half of last year was 7.3 billion euro investment to China. So, so from your point of view, I would like to hear from you, Ambassador Flohr, please.
Thank you. Yes, it's indeed, the German relations with China are on a good basis at this moment. At the same time, let me say that personally, I'm also strongly linked to the UN, having chaired the UN Commission on the Status of Women in the late 90s. So let me focus on the international governance today. And first, I would like to make 3 points. First, just to say that it's very clear that Germany, the EU, and I would say everyone around the world has benefited massively from the existence of the United Nations and the UN system over the last 80 years. Because the fundamentals of the UN Charter really are the basic common denominators today, and they still are the same. It's sovereign equality of states, and it's the prohibition of the use of force. And that holds even if today we see that a permanent member of the Security Council, namely Russia, has invaded a neighboring country. And the UN Charter also forms the basis of our understanding of how international relations between states should be governed. And on top of that, if I look at the SDGs, the Paris Agreement, the Pact for the Future, actually, however would you want to achieve a consensus on how to fight climate change or how to move forward on fighting poverty and bringing education to everyone if you didn't have the platform of the United Nations? And then, of course, you have the humanitarian assistance, UNHCR, OCHA, and many others. And all of the countries around the world have benefited from them. So ask yourself the question, if you were to draft the structure and the charter of such an organization today, would it really be so different in any of the fundamentals if you want to achieve equal decision-making and a betterment of the conditions of life for everyone on this planet? I would argue probably not. Now, Germany has been is the second largest contributor, but also in voluntary contributions today, and we are committed to staying with the UN for the future. Second point, and that is that, none of the principles of the United Nations Charter, nor the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, or the Convention on the Law of the Sea, or the International Criminal Court have lost anything of their original significance. However, and here I would agree, it is absolutely true that the structures created in 1945 do not reflect the world of today. It's as simple as that, and that means that reform of the different UN institutions is urgently required, and it does mean that all of us, we should focus on how we address the reform needs. And I agree that the next Secretary General of the United Nations will play a key role in this, has to play a key role. And let me say that you won't be surprised. It's high time after 80 years that finally we have a female Secretary General at the helm of the organization. Just to remind everyone that women are half of the population of the world. So if we want equal and fair representation, it also applies to that particular element. So the question is, how do we preserve the founding principles, inclusion, consensus-oriented decision-making, while strengthening regional representation, for instance, of Africans, and the system's efficiency? For example, the Security Council. Yes, absolutely, it needs to be reformed, and Germany certainly is a strong advocate, including reforming the veto rights, because as we see currently, it leads to paralysis of the institution, and therefore the UN cannot deliver on its mandate when we have blockades in the Security Council because of the veto right. My third point, therefore, if we all want reform, then let's not be blindsided by the fact that veto powers can actually bar the institution from progress in the Security Council, because the General Assembly, all the 193 states in the General Assembly actually can come together and can try to find the consensus or the majority to actually move the system forward. It's entirely possible, and I would argue it's a question of political will, and it's a question of not looking at North versus South or small versus large, but coming together in order to define where our main objectives are. And once we have a large majority behind that, that will put a lot of pressure on those who actually are not willing to reform. So therefore, if you have some, and yes, I agree, some of the big powers not willing to strengthen the UN and to move ahead, the majority of all of us should actually put our strength together in order to get it done. Germany is running for the Security Council once again. I hope that all of you will support us, and certainly we will remain a voice for reform and a pro-UN voice for the future to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Law, and for your also very comprehensive talking about UN and, of course, the principle, the charters, and, of course, how to maintain but also reform the UN, which is a great ideas that has been proposed. So I think this is really relevant. I actually wrote an op-ed published on foreign policy during the UN General Assembly this year in September, that how to reform Security Council. I was talking about, Russia and U.S. has been really abusing the veto rights for over 100 times, where other countries have very minimal. So I do think that but maybe for those very big single abuse, maybe we should take a look at how to reform that. So thank you again. And now next, we're talking about multilateral institutions. We do have one representative here. We have Thomas Habija, and he's the senior advisor OECD in China, and also a very top expert on global governance as well. So Thomas, your turn, please.
Thank you very much, Henry, and thank you for the invitation to join this important discussion on global governance. As it has already been said, we are indeed navigating a complex global environment, heightened uncertainties, geopolitical tensions, and even though we as an economic organization see resilience in global economy, the challenges are still there: weaker business consumer confidence and rising trade barriers. And not to mention, of course, that we need to boost growth. We need to face and we need to conduct more reforms, tackle the green transition, digital transitions. And the reason why I'm saying this, because across all these challenges, we need multilateral dialogue and cooperation, and this is indispensable. But we also need to face the realities that not all forms of multilateralism have delivered to the need of people. And the system that we inherited is under strain because of geopolitical dynamics, because of the representation of emerging economies. Technology is advancing faster than our rules, and climate change is also testing the environment and also our institutions. So again, what we need is a more inclusive cooperation between countries, as I would say, at different stages of development. And at these times of polarization, we need platforms that enable technical exchanges among all types of countries, and this is becoming even more vital. So we as an intergovernmental organization, the OECD, we are contributing to this process, to multilateralism. And since we are talking about UN at 80, I'd like to mention that we work very closely with the United Nations on taxation, for instance, We've been running a project, the Tax Inspectors Without Borders, for 10 years with the UNDP, which is helping building capacity for developing countries. The Paris 21 initiative, through which we are supporting low and middle income countries in building robust statistical system for the SDGs. And we also have a mechanism monitoring transparency of global trade and investment with UNCTAD and WTO. But of course, we also use multilateral platforms, and I think we should not necessarily reinvent new platforms or invent platforms, but we have to make them better. G20, APEC as a point in case. And through these platforms, we are also helping members build consensus and share evidence. Well, the organization that I represent over the 60 years of its history has also transformed into a major platform for policy dialogue. We turn evidence into standards, and we build consensus rather than imposing rules. So we kind of act as a bridge between advanced, emerging, and developing economies. And of course, we are focusing on global challenges, climate challenges, where global cooperation is obviously most urgently needed. So we have a new project which is called the Inclusive Forum on Carbon Mitigation Approaches. And this is practical multilateralism. We bring together developing and developed countries to assess what truly works in reducing emissions. Again, we are not imposing any rules. We are not prescribing models. We just compare effectiveness of different policies using consistent data. Development cooperation is another pillar, which is very important for the whole international community. And the OECD ensures that aid is transparent, effective, and aligned with the SDGs. But of course, the development landscape is changing with South-South and triangular cooperation, blended finance. Private philanthropy is now gaining more prominence. And the OECD supports this evolution through the Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation, not to mention our new statistical system, which is the total official support for sustainable development that captures private finance, public finance mobilized for the SDGs. Now, let me get to my last point, which is building trust. I think this is what we need in the international system. And what we do is building trust through evidence and standard setting. Standard setting and standards are kind of a common denominators and common language that we can build on in our cooperation. This is when it comes, for instance, the OECD. We set standards for artificial intelligence, data governance, multinational enterprises, corporate behavior, and of course, taxations. So we need to strengthen trust between governments and citizens, trust between science and policy, and we try to be an honest broker in this process. And my very last point, since we are here in China, China, the second largest economy and a key actor in climate development, innovation, and China's choices have a global significance, and the international community looks to China as a contributor to more inclusive, rules-based multilateralism, and we hope that the OECD-China platform and cooperation for mutual learning can contribute to reduce fragmentation and strengthen the rules-based order. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Thomas. Absolutely. You know, you talk about this multilateral system. We have to strengthen all these multilateral institutions, of course, including OECD, but also you mentioned about G20, APEC. I would say also, you know, there's a newly emerged, like the BRICS Summit, SCO, and so all those, you know, regional multilateral platform. We need to really increase the activities and exchanges so that we can really, you know, gather more trust, as you rightly pointed out, because we need to really have a lot of face-to-face meetings. We're having a G20 this weekend at Johannesburg, you know, where I'm going there as well. So, but I really hope that, you know, this kind of activity, we should have more exchanges, even among the think tanks. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Jin Xu, the President of China Association. No, sorry. I'd like to invite His Excellency Kahali Hashmi, Ambassador of Pakistan to China, which is a great friend as well. So Please, Kahali, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Henry. Thanks to CCG for hosting us and for this opportunity. Just a couple of very quick things. First, although I'm participating as ambassador of Pakistan to China, what I'm going to say is a disclaimer. These are my personal views. So I want to be very candid because I spent more than half my career at the United Nations in different capacities, and I have probably seen it up close. So I want to be very frank. Secondly, I think it's really hard to squeeze such a vast subject into 5 minutes. So I don't have any solutions. What I'll do is I'll make several comments on how the system is, because frankly, I don't see that we are at an inflection point where, of course, much is changing, much has changed in terms of the power equation on the climate change side and technology elsewhere, but I think the fundamentals of the international order would take probably several years or if not decades for a new configuration to emerge, which by and large satisfies the countries from the global south and also from the global north. So first and foremost, I agree there are 3 or 4 pillars to the international order underpinned by United Nations, so peace, security, development, human rights. My first argument is that the multilateral order or the international system has been, while there is a lot that, a lot of contribution was made by the major powers, but my argument is that the most damage to this structure has also been done by the major powers, whether it is on the norms side, and we have seen it in recent conflicts. We have seen how Ambassador of Belgium mentioned that countries, many countries may not be ready to subordinate their national sovereignty or to a larger, either United Nations. I would also argue that many countries, they are not prepared because of their national interest to hold some of the major powers to account when they go astray or not abide by the UN Charter, international law, and norms. Because we have seen many times countries' national interests prevailing over what needs to happen in terms of upholding the sanctity of international law and norms. I have spent 4 years. I can talk maybe 3 hours on what needs to happen on human rights, and I have seen the duplicity and double standards on human rights and the debates about what needs to be prioritized in terms of the civil or political rights or economic, social, and cultural rights. But I won't go there because that would probably need a 3-hour session in itself. But suffice to say that I think there is, there are a lot of young leaders here, and you can do a survey as to the upholders of those who claim to uphold the human rights. You can have a survey as to who is upholding and whose track record speaks for itself. So UN Security Council represents one of the major structures where geopolitics gets reflected. And I would argue that I think, and my main argument is that it is the major powers which are responsible for damaging the very system that we are talking about. This is reflected in many ways in terms of holding the United Nations or the system hostage because of the way the budget is allocated to the United Nations. But also in the Security Council, I think my argument is there are 2 issues. One is having new members, And I would argue that there is absolutely no need to have more members, because we have seen the track record of the existing members, that while they claim to be acting on behalf of the entire membership, and their veto, exercise of veto and other ways that they have behaved in the Security Council doesn't lend any confidence that the new members or claimants who want to come to the Security Council as new members would behave differently. So what is required is, if they want a privilege, that privilege should come with accountability, and that accountability can only come with rotating seats, not you are there for, for the entire life. So that goes with against the very idea of having a democratic oversight. Secondly, the issue of veto, and of course that speaks for itself, and it has been at the center of many of the ills that we see. Very quickly on the socio-economic realities, of course, I think the UN system was structured. It took care of probably the geopolitics for most part, but it didn't take care of the socio-economic side very well. And we saw the emergence of Bretton Woods. And I think the debates about development on the economic and financial decision-making, that has mostly taken place at the World Bank, IMF, and others. And what we have seen now is not entirely what the developing countries, many developing countries are facing in terms of the debt crisis or the huge debt burdens. Yes, many of their acts of commission and omission, but there is a lot that has happened because of the way the international economic system is structured. Same goes for the climate change. It is not the, many developing countries are facing the brunt of the actions that they did not, participate in. But when it comes to, dealing with these new structural problems of climate change or debt burdens, pandemics, I think we see there is a lot of foot dragging in terms of making up for the financing for development. And we have seen, I think, if the reform has to take place within the UN system, then I would argue that the Economic and Social Council, the ECOSOC of the United Nations, that needs to be empowered, and the United Nations General Assembly, that needs to be revitalized. But we have seen these debates for over 30 years going nowhere, because ultimately it is the power structure that defines and shapes the geopolitical realities and the socioeconomic realities. My last word is on BRICS. Of course, I mean, that is one. BRICS or AIIB, New Development Bank, these are some of the manifestations of the new, structures that are emerging. But here too, I think the change would take time, because just a comment on BRICS, for example, there are many countries which have come on board, and we'll see how it goes in terms of aspirations, but there are several issues, and one is the issue of legitimacy itself. And I would say, like, for example, Pakistan is the 4th largest developing country in the world in terms of population, and yet it is being prevented from being a member of the BRICS, so much that it speaks for its legitimacy and inclusivity claims. So we know what is happening. It is the power structure, it is the people who are inside, then they would invoke the principle of consensus to block. And here we see also a veto being exercised in the BRICS, to prevent the 4th largest developing country from getting into BRICS as a member. So last word is, as I said initially, it's probably a very, not a very rosy picture, but that's what the reality, as I see it, very up close, having served more than, almost 16, 18 years in that system. So going forward, I don't see much happening in terms of the geopolitical realities changing by themselves, or the international governance structure getting itself improved, because it is the big guy's problem.
Okay, thank you, Ambassador from Pakistan. So you mentioned many fronts, and from a very special, unique perspective, and also reflect a lot of us Global South voices there. So thank you. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Jin Xu, the President of China Association of International Trade, but also former Trade Minister at the Chinese Embassy in London, but also former DDG of Director for the MOFCOM on the American Ocean Department. Please.
感谢主持人韩先生。
Thank you for giving me 5 more minutes to think. But still, it's too short. I need even 50 more minutes before I could really elaborate on this issue. So this year marks the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. Actually built on ashes of the Second World War, United Nations has been committed to building a better life for everyone in this world. And actually, everyone in every country has benefited a lot from the United Nations, but still, it has its places where there needs to be more improvement, and we all are now in need of a bigger role for the United Nations. So for me, I have 3 suggestions. The first one, United Nations needs to be more visionary. Second, it needs to be more inclusive. And third, it needs to be more effective. So speaking of being visionary, every year, based on the information we receive from the media, United Nations has been acting like a firefighter in response to all kinds of crises. And so wherever there's a fire, where there is the United Nations. So United Nations need exactly to be more visionary, but many of the challenges here lies in the bureaucracy. So hopefully, countries around the world can forge consensus. Some of you mentioned about the majority follows the minority follow the majority, and also some of us mentioned about some of the important proposals have to be cancelled because of the bureaucratic arrangement. So now, of course, it is important for us to respect the sovereignty of every country. But right now, for being inclusive, we need to place equal importance on economic development, transnational companies, NGOs, and think tanks must all participate in global governance. And they all need to play bigger roles. And we need to make sure that our rules are more applicable and more realistic. The next one is that the United Nations need to be more effective. Yes, we do have reached a lot of consensus for a better future, but we need stronger and more tangible actions. So we couldn't afford to be a dwarf in action and a giant in words. So we are now seeing transformative changes in global order, and also many of you mentioned about polarization and the lagged or delayed contributions, and polarization, unilateralism, and we need to do more in promoting multilateralism. So facing all these challenges, we really need to build up the effectiveness or the strength of the United Nations. Each and every institution needs to have a say and to maximize their voice so that United Nations can truly play its role and can really fulfill its commitments at the very beginning. So with our joint efforts, I believe United Nations will be able to figure out the proper governance plans so that we can better promote world peace and development, and we can together build a better life that everyone aspires. Well, thank you, Mr. Jin.
Mentioned a lot of a practical point. For example, on the UN, of course, a lot of resolution and suggesting objective has been made, but the implementation is the key. I think, as President Xi mentioned at the Global Governance Initiative, we need a results-driven, performance-driven activities to really strengthen the multilateral objectives. So thank you for mentioning that. Next, I understand our ambassador from Turkey has to leave a bit early, so I would like to call His Excellency Selak Euro, Ambassador of Turkey to China, to say this time. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you also for the understanding. But I'll try to stay as much as possible, of course. Thank you. I just wanted to offer my remarks in two avenues. The first one is, of course, the necessity of reform in the UN. Despite every criticism, I think the United Nations is still the key organization. And we as Turkey, we support multilateralism, and we should all support, because for the UN, I think it's, at the end of the day, it's the member states who makes an organization, who makes this organization. But there is an obvious necessity for reform of the United Nations Security Council, and that's why our President Erdogan has always been underlining this with a motto: "World is bigger than 5." It's not a criticism to those 5 countries, but to the system and malfunctioning of the system, of course. And with a broad and more representative Security Council, we believe things could be better with a rotational system. I will not enter to our ideas on that, but there are other countries, many other countries, supporting this kind of reform. Why? Because the system is not working, unfortunately. Again, I repeat, it's the UN member states who would be instrumental at the end of the day. The second avenue that I'd like to, share is what we are doing. I mean, I'm responsible for Turkey, and Turkey is. We don't want trouble. Who wants? It's been in our foreign policy DNA, and that's why it's been, underlined by Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, the founder of the country, peace at home, peace in the world. It was still the motto. But because there are so many other instabilities and problems around our neighborhood, we are just trying to pursue a preventive diplomacy with a constructive dialogue. That's why, just to give a few examples from last year's, we have started a process or processes between Ethiopia and Somaliland, including Somalia. Of course, needless to say, regarding the war between Russia and Ukraine, Syria, recently Palestine, most recently between two friendly countries, nations, Afghanistan, Pakistan. Why we are doing it? Because we don't want trouble in the neighborhood, in the far neighborhood. And that's why Turkey is, I think, the only country in the 3 international organizations co-chairing the group of friends of mediation in the UN, in the OSCE and OIC. And recently we co-chaired with Finland again in the UN General Assembly last month. But why we are doing it is just to prevent further crisis, because whenever we talk with any of these countries that I mentioned, the only complaint that we are hearing, everybody is hearing, is all the countries, all the members of the United Nations, including the major powers, they are not paying attention to anything unless it touches their interest. But there has been so many things, unfortunately, bad things going on against the territorial integrity of those countries. And this is something I think we must prevent. Of course, just to conclude, we are in China on all the United Nations principles, including multilateralism. Just a few words on China. China, I think, is doing an important job in development issues. Secondly, there are several initiatives on multilateralism in the recent years, which I think must be looked into. And of course, China is, as an observer in this UN Security Council reform, this is also an interesting point. So with these, I just would like to say thanks.
Thank you, Ambassador Yunel. And absolutely, Turkey played a very active role in the global activities, we see, it's the place that only Russia and Ukraine met a few times. I'm sure Zelensky is going to visit Turkey now, and we hope that there'll be more roles to be played there. So thank you for your contribution. Now I'd like to back to Professor Eberhard Schender there. He's the Senior Professor of Freie University of Berlin and former Director of the Institute of German Council of Foreign Relations. He also made a special trip to come to this conference. Professor Eberhard.
Professor Wang, thank you so much, and my apologies for my complicated long German name. So thanks for the invitation and for the opportunity to share a few thoughts on the United Nations with you. Perhaps we all agree that if you look at the world as it is, we are living in a time of the crisis of multilateralism due to many ongoing geopolitical upheavals and changes. So this is a challenge, and we have a broad spectrum of opinions on the table this morning here, starting with my neighbor, who described the United Nations as morphing into irrelevance, and then you have added all these ideas on reform and the future of the United Nations. The debate on the United Nations over the years, and basically these debates about reforming the UN has started from the first year of the existence of the United States. It's not new, but it is always characterized by a stark contrast between admonitions, what the United Nations should be, or will be, or would better be, and admonitions on the one hand, and observations of realities out there which do not fit with all these theoretical ideas about the future of the United Nations. So, Professor Wang, your first question, does the current nature of the United Nations fit to the actual situation? That's the only question which is to be answered in a very simple way. The answer is no. It does reflect the year 1945, but not the year 2025. And that is perhaps the core problems of the United Nations as such. But the balance sheet, in my perspective, well, I would describe it as successfully failing ever since its foundation. And without the United Nations, this world would certainly look different, but also certainly not better. And the United Nations has built an institutional network without which the world really would look worse than it is today. And the deeper you go into this institutional network, the more successful the United Nations becomes in so many different aspects. If we wouldn't have it, we would wish to have it. The problem is the top level, and you have several times already this morning mentioned the Security Council, the role of individual nations or member states who do not will or do not want to compromise. France and Britain has been mentioned as not willing to give their seat to the European Union, and so on. The United Nations, therefore, will continue to exist if you have an institutional network of that size and importance. It does not go away. It will continue to exist, but we will also have two options, and both options have been on the table already this morning. Reforming the United Nations from inside. Allow me to say, then I agree with Mr. Amersi, that's close to irrelevance. That won't happen, quite obviously. But the other alternative, of course, is putting pressure from outside, creating alternatives, helping the United Nations to become a little bit more efficient. And let me just offer you two ideas which might be worth debating among think tanks all over the world. And one is, if you have an institution which is not working and you can't get rid of it, you have to create other institutions, and we call that alternative institution building. And we have seen this alternative institution building already going on. You have mentioned the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, BRICS Plus, and many other institutions still in creation. So having the United Nations as an overall framework, plus alternative institutions which might help to become more efficient in global problem solution, that could be an option. And the second option, of course, is what we usually describe as coalitions of the willing within the UN system. Let those act who are willing to act. So after all, after 80 years of the history of the United Nations, the balance sheet is not simple to describe, but again, I would say it was a process of successful failing, and it will go on over the years ahead in the same way, unless we find ways to replace those elements where the United Nations are failing with elements where other institutions might be successful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Professor Eberhard. And so you made a lot of suggestions there. Great to see that. But as I also mentioned, we need a lot of more gathering of different, whether multilateral, plurilateral, just to make sure we stay in dialogue and build up the trust. So it's very important. Now next invite Mr. Sun Yongfu. He's the Senior Fellow, Center for China Globalization, and the former Director General, Department of European Affairs, Ministry of Commerce. And he participated in many China-European negotiations, including the CAIT. He was many years serving as about one of the longest serving DJ at the European Affairs Department of Ministry of Commerce. Mr. Sun, please.
Thank you very much for your introduction. I'm very honored to be here in this dialogue. As you mentioned, I was the DG for European Department for 12 years plus. But before that, I was working in the international department in the same ministry, dealing with different UN organizations, UNDP, UNIDO, UNICEF, UNFPA, you know. So in this discussion, I would recall that UN, especially those UN specialized agencies, make quite a difference in the development of China. And somebody already mentioned China is already the second largest economy in the world. But when we get along with the UN, I think starting from the late 70s and early 80s, at that time, the Chinese economy is very backward, actually. There's no comparison with the present situation. And I should say UN and UN specialized agencies, UNDP, UNIDO, make a great difference in the early age of the Chinese economic development, and followed by some, developed countries' bilateral contributions to China economy, not economically, but also in social development and, poverty reduction and environment and a lot of things, and UN has been very much involved. I have something like 20 years experience working with UN. I think right now UN is facing problems, as many people mentioning, that especially the financial means is not adequate to fill the need of their target, security, peace, and development. And some big countries, developed countries, cannot meet their target as a member of the UN. So I really think it is still very valid if the contribution can make a difference, and UN and also their specialized agencies should continue work for those developing countries. And they can make a difference as they made like China and in Southeast Asia, for example, and also especially the African countries. Another point I should make is that security, peace, and development should still be the main course of UN and their specialized agencies. I can recall, and by reading some news from those returned astronauts, they see the little Earth we are living now is a kind of a tiny ash from the moon, from the sky. And after returning back to the homeland, they think that it's ridiculous to fight each other, because from the sky, you don't see any boundaries of the countries which they are fighting for. So we need to work together instead of fighting together, to spend too much for the weapons, but to be concentrated on the peace and develop. So they change their mind. I hope those leaders who are still fighting should follow the idea of those astronauts and try to concentrate their financing for the peace and development. Of course, the other point is that UN and specialized agencies need to be reformed in order to fill the efficiency and meet the need of the new requirement. I don't have the time to explore the details. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Sun. Actually, great idea. We talk about, if you're looking from outer space, how tiny we are on Earth, and we are all in the same boat, so we have to really work together. I do really agree with you that UN system has played an important role in China, like UNDP, UNIDO, and UNICEF, and many other more. I remember still in the 80s, I was also working with Director Sun. I was in the MOFCOM, and we had a lot of exchanges, seminar, workshop with World Bank, with United Families. It's a tremendous contribution to the Chinese development by them. So very good you mentioned that. Now, last of roundtable panelists is Professor Wang Yong. He's the director, Center for American Studies at the School of International Relations at Peking University. Wang Yong is also an adjunct senior fellow of CCG. Professor Wang, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wang. I appreciate the opportunity to attend this very important dialogue. I echo the great relevance of the United Nations in today's world. I teach international relations at Peking University for over 40 years. I found a very interesting phenomenon that the link between the classroom, school, and practice, and the real world. I think we have a lot of discussions today. I think the one thing we have to be recognized. Okay, that is the scholars of international relations has one leading and wrong assumptions about the international relations. Okay, they assume that we are in a world of anarchy. Okay, that anarchy is a key concept to the theory of power politics and realism. I believe a lot of people here have been taught by their professors, okay, when studied at universities. I think that assumption is very wrong, driving people, leaders crazy. They have been obsessed, okay, with the so-called the survival of the fittest. Okay, that is obsessed about the power, the building power, and the so-called the great power rivalry. So then why the countries, the leaders, worry about this? Because they have a very deep sense of insecurity and a very deep mistrust about each other. So I think that is something we have to recognize, okay, the wrong assumptions and its influence to the political decision makers. And there is a process. Scholars, decision makers, and people's public opinion leaders influence each other, strengthen the views of each other about this world. The second point I would like to argue that we are in the 21st century. We are not in the state of anarchy. We have international laws. We have United Nations. We have the United Nations charters, the WTOs, etc. Okay, that is some things we comes from the painful lessons of the great world wars. Okay, the loss of the millions of lives. So that is the joint effort by all the great nations. We're building for the principles and the foundations of United Nations. So I think the United Nations still take the central place. So in this world, we should not be, avoided, or they be, till they play a destructive role. We should be work together to promote the reforms of the United Nations and the institutions related, and to ensure these institutions, these norms, these principles to match. Okay, that is today's world. The last point is that the key to the peace and prosperity of 21st centuries, lies in the United Nations, especially the special responsibility of the two great powers, the United Nations and China. China is open. China is has a strong endorsement of the multilateralism. Okay, China is open to the discussions on the reforms of initiatives. Okay, China has set the 4 global initiatives on the table. Okay, waiting for the ACO's discussions, the feedbacks from all the countries. But now I think these are just newly concluded, the meeting between the 2 leaders of the United States in South Korea. Seems to the project some the new hopes for us. Okay, that is 2 countries. Okay, even some people dislike the concept of G2, but my understanding that the 2 countries, the 2 largest economy, should take special responsibility. Okay, not to try to seek the power, not to try to take advantage of the institutions. That is something to serve. So I hope, okay, that is the positive evaluations of the meetings, and will give us hope, okay, for the reform in our nations, and give us the new hope for the multilateralism. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Wang. Yes, absolutely. I think the greater powers, great economies, should have more responsibility and more, work to do to maintain the global order we are now, to improve, enhance, and enlarge. Now we finished the panel round, but I have one global young leader here at the presence. We actually invited 30 global young leaders from 25 countries. Yesterday, we already had a whole day event for the global young leaders, which is it's a 5th year now we are doing that. And actually, President Xi actually wrote a letter to our global young leader program. So we're very pleased to have a young leader here at this roundtable to raise a question. He's from Slovenia. He's the director, Jest Institute, which is involved with the Young Blood Strategic Forum. And so Anjan Bevek, Peter Nedge, please raise a question, please.
Thank you for the floor. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, first of all, for your inputs and thoughts. I'm quite certain I'm the youngest person present at this table, therefore I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak to you today. Speaking on global governance, the UN and its institutions, I'll be very blunt. Young people are losing faith in this system rapidly, and we are not buying its peace, rights, and cooperation pitch anymore. Wars, climate chaos, and sluggish institutions have eroded trust, and they have left a void which is now being filled by extremist and populist voices and powers. This is not only my opinion. I see it among my friends, my peers, and colleagues. We live in a world where a single tweet, an Instagram post from the right person can have more influence than entire governments. According to Eurobiometrics, as many as 40% of young people get their information on social media. Political communication with the use of AI is the new space where narratives are shaped and elections are won. The social media landscape is become or has become the battleground of politics. However, we can't control this space. It's so vast, it's so big. So what can we do? We can educate young people on the importance of foreign policy, international relations, and diplomacy, and ultimately include that in school curricula. To equip them, the young people today, to be able to come to their own conclusions and understanding why the UN, its principles, its values, and rights are so important to uphold. This is what we're trying to achieve with CAIT, a Slovenian diplomatic education institute, which is a partner of the Young Blood Strategic Forum and a proud partner of the Global Young Leaders Dialogue. We try to achieve our goal with workshops, political communication, but most importantly, to speak the language of the youth. That is how you reach them. We young people want to believe in this system, but we need to be given an opportunity to also shape it. Therefore, my question, dear distinguished scholars, excellencies, how can we, in planning in this global shifting narrative, include and adapt to this new geopolitical landscape, and how we can include the youth, especially in the dynamic of social media, which is shaping global politics? This question goes out to you, distinguished ambassadors and speakers. I would be very grateful for an answer. 谢谢.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you for your comments and question. I think given the consideration of the time, we already reached the time limit. But maybe I'll have Ambassador Toledo to just briefly comment. He was asking about social media and what kind of narrative. And also Mr. Jim, maybe you could say a few words so we can probably just on behalf of both China and outside. Thank you.
Well, I must say I'm not a big fan of social media. But at the same time, I know, we all know, we are all aware that especially among the youth, that's the main media. But it is extremely important to be able to distinguish the truth from the fake. And I'm afraid social media in general don't help for that. So it's a big challenge for all societies, being democratic or not, to be able to have some, let's say, reliable sources of communication. This is paramount. This is very consequential. We are trying in the European Union with regulation, but regulation is not enough. Regulation is not fast enough. And this is one of the biggest challenges we face. I would like to wish that youth, like the example we have here, are well informed to be able to take reasonable decisions and not to be drawn by waves of populism or radicalism that populate so much the social media. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. So, Mr. Jin, your comment, please.
So I highly respect your opinions as a young leader. Now, on social media, a lot of respect is given to political giants or figures. But for global young leaders, from their personal life, or career, and their role in the United Nations, I believe they could play a bigger role, and they are the future. So if they are not involved today, when they really mature, their role will be limited or compromised even. And I am confident that global young leaders from all countries must forge stronger ties in their communication and also must play bigger roles.
I think given the time, we probably have to conclude here, but I think we had an excellent roundtable this morning, opening roundtable, of course, and on the global governance and the UN 80 years, a new initiative and advancement that, as our title suggests. So I think this is a great discussion we have. We heard from ambassadors, representing different countries, but also we have experts, government officials and everybody. So I think this is really a great occasion, and we had a lot of good suggestions. We're going to digest them, collect them, and we're going to recommend and publicize. And I think this is a great event. And also we had young leaders participating as well, and all the business and media community. So again, on behalf of CCG, I would like to thank all the excellencies, but also our experts and our officials for participating in this very active dialogue. And we'll keep this tradition. This is the 10th anniversary, we have that, and we will continue to create this dialogue and communication and promoting better understanding for our all common prosperity and development. So once again, thank you all very much. And also we would like to have roundtable speakers take a photo to memorize our event. We'll finish this section. Thank you. Okay, we'll start. I think because we have a lot of things going on, and we still need the time to work on this a very important panel, which is our section 2 on the China-U.S. relations, basically, that we've been finding that China-U.S. relations, of course, still remains one of the most important consequential bilateral relations and shaping global stability and also geopolitical dynamics. And so in recent years, we see, I mean, since probably the first term of Trump, actually, to be exact, 2017, we had the U.S. published its national security report, has defined China as a strategic rivalry. And since then, we see the bilateral relation has been ups and downs, and most time is in a downturn. And we're very pleased to see, of course, the recent summit between President Xi and President Trump in Busan, South Korea, has really stabilized the most important bilateral relation. And President Trump gave, on a scale of 1 to 10, he was giving 12 for this historical meeting. And also very important that we see the meeting was basically set a tune for the next year. We're going to have a President Trump visit China in April, and also probably President Xi will visit the U.S. in the fall. That set a very good trajectory for the next year China-U.S. relation development. So we want to see how we can really maintain this new normal, basically. And I was very pleased to attend one of the U.S. Embassy reception, welcoming the deputy head of the mission, which he said we probably need to seek more strategic stability between U.S. and China. And as a matter of fact, I saw that was not his word. It's actually coming out of Secretary Rubio. He said in July, while taking the interview from Fox, that he said China-U.S. needs to maintain strategic stability. So that's very good signal. I think strategic stability is much better than strategic rivalry. So, and I noticed the recent RAND Corporation has also published a report, and the title of that report is the Stabilizing the Rivalry. So great, let's maintain stability, which is the most important thing. So in this section, we had a great panel. We assembled a very impressive panelists as well. We're going to discuss some of those aspects. Of course, we don't have to address all of them. So to what extent are the current, we are still just experienced tariff measures, retaliations between China and the United States, driven by the economic priorities versus strategic competition, And President Xi actually said during the meeting with President Trump that we have to get out of this vicious cycle of retaliating each other. So how we can really move things forward. And second, what are the short and the long-term impact of tariff escalation on global supply chains, trade flows, and market stability? Which sectors and regions are most affected? So this China-U.S. issue is not just between U.S. and China, it's also affecting other countries. And also we've seen the narrative of decoupling, de-risk, influencing policy making, business planning, and public perception. But are we really, can we separable? I had many discussions with Graham Allison, the former dean of Harvard Kennedy School, and he said China-U.S. are really conjoined twins that we cannot separate from each other. If we separate one of them, the other will die as well. So that's really a very good metaphor for these important relations. And so how the third parties, actors, including EU, ASEAN, African Union, BRICS countries, and many global South countries can really maintain their relations with both during these trade frictions. Can they, are they have to take a side, or is really hurting all of them? So is there room for a diplomatic framework that China-U.S. can set, which benefit both China-U.S. relations? So I'm very pleased to be joined this morning by a very distinguished panelist that I'd like to recognize as, some of them. So we had Mr. Bram Lawrence. He's the writer, director, producer, Shambhala Hammer Studio. And also we have let me see here. Okay, good. Oh, sorry, okay, yeah. And of course, we have also James Hemowitz. He's the senior advisor, South China Morning Post. Also, he's really a great exchange between China and the U.S. And we have Mr. Jin Shu, president of China Association of International Trade. And we have Cameron Johnston, senior partner, TEDWave Solutions, former professor at NYU Shanghai. And we have, of course, Ms. Roberta Lipson, honorary chairwoman of American Chamber of Commerce in China and founder of United Family Health Care. And we have Marshall Mills, great friend. He's a senior resident representative in China International Monetary Fund. And we have also Peter Walker. He's the co-chair of the Board of Trustees, China Institute in America, which has a very long history. And we have Wang Yong, of course. He's the director, Center for American Studies at Peking University. So I hope I mentioned most of us here. So let's start this discussion. I'd like to have, we'll also have, actually, we're going to have Jeffrey Sachs. He's actually now in South Africa, which is very, very early morning, but he will join us a bit later for this China-U.S. roundtable. So I'd like to start with Bram Lawrence. You've been living in China for so many years and knows China-U.S. relation very well. You used to write a book, which Premier Zhurongji highly recommended. So we'd like to hear from you first.
Thank you. Henry, thank you very much. I was very touched just now to hear the statement one of the earlier speakers made about an American astronaut who said if the leaders of the world could see the tiny planet Earth from space, they would stop their bickering. Actually, that astronaut was Edgar Mitchell, and he was a very close personal friend of mine. I spent a lot of time with him before he passed away, and he was certainly probably one of the greatest astrophysicists in NASA, and American hero, being the 6th man to land on the moon. But he influenced me a lot because I've been doing many documentary films about the lotus-born master Guru Padmasambhava, the father of Tibetan Buddhism, asking whether he's the father of quantum physics. And it was Edgar Mitchell who inspired me to move on and do science fiction films. And so to sort of put this tiny planet in perspective, one of our films will be released at the end of this year, Lotus-Born Master, The Algorithm of Karma. Just to give you a picture, opens up, the opening scene is the abandoned subway at 42nd Street in New York, where a tour guide is bringing a diaspora of students from all over the world, Europe, Africa, Middle East, America, who are lost on a tour, and explaining how archaeologists are looking at the graffiti on the walls, and after the blast, they're using the graffiti to try to decipher why ancient civilization suddenly disappeared. And if we can look at this tiny planet, you know, from a broader picture, I'm going to give you a kind of heads up on the script of the film that we're actually working on right now. And that film is called Lotus-Born Master, Punksters and Magicians. And the scene, sort of the kind of most important scene in the movie takes place when the heads of state of the key powerful nations of the world are meeting at the Insecurity Council of the United Nations, bickering among themselves over the most petty stuff. When finally the Secretary of Generalities comes in the room and says, we have a much bigger problem. A tech mogul named Elon Musk has now accumulated $3 trillion in his own personal net worth, which means he can technically buy any single one of your countries. However, being a smart businessman, he knows that you're all riddled with debt, and he's not going to do something dumb like that. So he's going to do what we call in investment banking a hostile takeover. So now he's relocated his platform XYZ to Mars, where because of his superior DNA, at least he thinks he has superior DNA, he's having Emperor Tiberius orgies with sex bots in order to be able to pass his DNA into the robots so that AI can have a better enhancement and AI can have consciousness of its own, so that the army of robots that he's preparing to invade Earth will actually be operating without human control, so they're outside all of the international covenants on human rights and war crimes and everything, because of course his ultimate goal is the House of White, where the president of the empire is currently trying to renovate it to look like a Hermitage in St. Petersburg, based on other people he admires. So based on that picture of the future, I think we have to sit back and say, if we can just take the perspective that Edgar Mitchell, that 6th astronaut on the moon, had, and look at this tiny planet, it's just a spaceship. And if the astronauts are fighting among each other, they're going to crash it, because we are just a speck out there. So I hope as we move forward with U.S.-China trade relations and tariffs and all of these little details that are actually, you know, frustrating people, I hope we can think bigger. And by the way, one of the great things about doing science fiction movies is, of course, everything's fiction. It's totally unrelated to any reality that's taking place right now. So if anybody feels that this is actually connected to what's happening or gets particularly offended, well, my apologies. It's just a projection of their own imagination or their own personal insecurities and fears. Thank you very much. Thank you, Henry. It's always a pleasure to be at CCG.
Okay. Great. Thank you. Always great to hear from a writer, a thinker, and also, you know, I know you've been also practicing martial arts in China, so you know the history and culture here quite well, and good to hear from you. Now, the second panelist, I would like to hear from James Hermowitz. You are a senior advisor, for South China Morning Post, and you've been also traveling back and forth to China many times. So I'd like to hear from you as well. James, please.
Thank you so much for that. It's just want to start off first by recognizing CCG, recognizing the important role that you play in facilitating. The content is interesting, the content is important, but the fact that we have a structure and a framework in place that can bring us together and really engage in a dialogue. So I was just saying, the content that's being delivered is in fact, of course, important, but bringing us all together, whether it's by the coffee station or over a meal or just interacting with your neighbor, for me is equally important. So I just wanted to take a moment out to say thank you again to both you and to Mabel and to all the staff here that have brought us together, because events like this don't happen. They're really orchestrated. So back to the question at hand about tariffs and bilateral relations. So clearly, the US and China is the most important bilateral relationship on the planet. How the US and China engage with each other is going to shape the way the rest of the planet lives. And that may be an uncomfortable statement, but in fact, I think it's really true. And I think most of us recognize that. And if we look at tariffs, in my view, tariffs are not really actually the core issue. Tariffs are, in my view, a byproduct of the dysfunctional nature of engagement. And this dysfunctionality has sort of popped its ugly head across lots and lots of places. So in the present form now, yes, it's about tariffs as one of those examples, but I kind of trace it back to COVID roots go way, way back, but COVID was sort of like an earthquake that brought about and laid bare some of our most basic, some of our most animalistic instincts. And I think we're still suffering the aftershocks and dealing with how that has sort of created a realignment of what's going on. I think during COVID and post-COVID, what we see is really a redefinition of how, of our own humanity, of civil society, how we talk to each other, how emotions take control over intellect, and the results are, populism. They are societies and civilizations that become protective, become inward-looking, and where the me instinct and protective instinct takes over and takes charge of everything around us. And it's really worrisome to me. And one of the results that I've talked about a lot here, both in the US and in China, is what I call the phenomenon of parallel development. So when you don't take long to come to China, you can immediately sense a newfound sense of accomplishment and pride among Chinese people. I understand this, I relate to it. Not many countries on this planet have developed an infrastructure, an ecosystem, whether it's transportation, whether it's communications, payment systems. This is leading the way globally. And rightfully, Chinese people feel a sense of pride and accomplishment around this. And also, I think, a desire to share those accomplishments with other places, other societies, other cultures, and other countries. The concern I have is how they are growing separately. If you come and you land in China today, you enter a world not only of gleaming high-speed railways and a very comfortable lifestyle, you also exist in a world of WeChat payment systems that are unique to China and that are developing, I would say, without too much involvement or consideration coming from other places, particularly the United States. So what we have is the United States doing one thing and growing in its own way, and China growing in its own way. And what I hope that conferences like this can help us to accomplish, or at least move along the way, is thinking about how we work with each other so that we don't just have things standing and developing in parallel, but the accomplishments made and the advances made in a place like China find a place to be more accepted and more welcome, and other places can take advantage of those achievements. So if we come back to the tariffs thing, I know I'm running out of time, if we come back to the tariffs, the root cause of what's bringing out policies like this in the United States is what we need to address. And I think that if we begin to address some of those discomforts, the word trust has been coming up over and over in discussions side by side here. If we begin to address some of those root causes and get at some of the trust issues, I think we will see the byproducts and the kind of things such as tariffs will start to melt away. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, James. James is also the vice chair of Alliance of Global Talent Organization, which is very actively involved in the talent education and exchanges. But I absolutely, the China-U.S. relation, you have to be seen from both Chinese and Americans. So I think it's very good to have so many American participation in this roundtable. We also have very honored to have Professor Jeffrey Sachs join us, but he was so early in South Africa, so we'll let him warm up and we invite him to talk a bit later. So next, I would like to invite Mr. Jin Xu, the president of the China Association for International Trade, former Deputy Director General, Department of American and Oceania Affairs, Minister of Commerce. Mr. Jin, please.
Well, I'm very pleased to join you here for this round table focusing on China-U.S. relations. So since the start of the 21st century, I have been engaged in the efforts dealing with the China-U.S. relations, and I once worked in the Ministry of Commerce as the Deputy Director General of the Department of American and Oceanian Affairs. So, and I have been learning a lot in the past years. And as for my witness of the China-U.S. relations in the past years, there are a lot of things that I really didn't understand. The leadership from the two countries once had the highlight moment many years ago, but right now, one of the consensus among all stakeholders is that China-U.S. relations have now come to a crossroads. So whether it is about the bilateral relations or about tariffs, about others, these are not just issues between the two countries because they are all very complicated issues. Since Jeffrey Sachs is not here, but many of his opinions have now been very influential in the internet. Some of the opinions from him, I myself really agree with. And actually, he really has some wonderful ideas about China-U.S. relations. So there are the worst of the times. There are also the best of the times. And now some people try to sit in between, seeing how things play out between China and U.S. and how the relations will impact the world economy. So if the conflict between the two countries continue, then nobody can benefit from that. First of all, China-U.S. relations, if not good, would not just exert influence on the two countries themselves, but also on the overall global economy and stability, and that would bring some really negative impact on global supply chain. In the short term, the global economy is now slowing down. And we're now seeing the rising inflation. We have seen international organizations like IMF and others are now doing their best to address those issues. So I believe there are connections between these issues and China-U.S. relations. So China and U.S. are the largest trading partners to each other, and 50% of China's imports are from the U.S. operated companies in China. So actually, the competences of the Chinese businesses are really high in the global market, and the Chinese business are now having global citizens to reduce their cost of living. Now, for multinational companies to average citizens in the U.S., we're now seeing the cost of living is rising. And now we have the presence of young global leaders here witnessing these dynamics. I heard from some of the global young leaders saying that they are now paying 20 or 30 or even 50% more tariffs or tax given this rising tariffs between China and U.S. And also, the current status is not somewhere the global institutions like IMF or WTO can kick in. So personally, I want to see a bigger role by WTO and other institutions. So the reshaping of the global order calls for the efforts from all countries, not just one single country like China, U.S., others, or European Union. So we couldn't afford to waste our resources. So we really need to go beyond this so-called zero-sum game. We really need to see that everyone can go beyond the zero-sum game and can control our differences at an acceptable level. And that calls for our common joint efforts and also for bigger roles from each and everyone.
Really, is to say that the China-U.S. relation is not really a zero-sum game, and that's very important. I notice Professor Jeffrey is online, but we're warming up. we'll invite you to speak to us. Now, next I have Professor Cameron Johnson. He's the senior partner, TED-Wave Solutions, and also former professor at NYU Shanghai. So, Cameron, please.
Thank you, and thank you, CCG, for inviting me today. What I'd like to talk about is a few themes that we've seen, particularly in business and supply chains, in this new era that we're in. The first is the old world order is now definitely dead. It's being rolled up, and a new one rolled out in its stead. To your point about the trust, there simply is no trust, not only in business deals, in trade agreements, but also just between countries or businesses. This has been broken down. The second is disruption is now with us, at least until we find a new global equilibrium. And this has actually been very challenging for businesses, industries around the world. It's no longer just a US-China issue, it is now a global issue. The next is really, what we're seeing now from this is reduced US influence around the world, and particularly when you look at how supply chains develop. You need investment, you need talent, you need regulatory alignment. And as US firms are now retrenching back to the North American, particularly the US market, that is taking a key pillar of the last 50 years of what was US diplomatic and commercial success and influence from around the world. When you add on top of that, the US agreements, particularly with countries like Japan, Germany, where they are forcing investment into the United States and not into just supply chain development, you're also seeing resources being drawn withdrawn from around the world and focus simply on a US or North American area, which is affecting development around the world. The next is really the theme of how now do I protect myself, both as an individual, as a company, as an industry, and as a country. And these are questions that really, before just a few years ago, weren't really asked, particularly everywhere in the world. So this is some of the challenge now that we're facing. And finally, one of the absolute things that has happened is as supply chains are being realigned, this has effectively forced a realignment now of the economic and political order around the world. The prime example is of Trade War 1.0, which was launched in 2018. What happened was it forced firms in the ABC, anywhere but China, supply chain infrastructure to essentially move to Southeast Asia. And the consequences of that are now Chinese influence, Chinese business practices, Chinese supply chains, Chinese products, Chinese talent, Chinese raw materials now dominate that region and will likely never not dominate it moving forward. The consequence of Trade War 2.0 is very much similar, or the potential could be similar, but on a global scale, where Chinese supply chains, Chinese raw materials, Chinese talent, Chinese technology, as we're seeing with the diffusion of DeepSeek and similar-minded programs around the world. And this is something that we have not seen, at least since in the post-World War II order. And all of these factors are themes that are now running into reality. And to your point, Henry, about the Busan agreement or discussions, the thing that I took away from that, which was most interesting, is that now both sides, because of the tariffs, have critical points in each other's infrastructure and economies that they could use to hurt the other. And that also has changed the global order as we know it. So we'll have to see how we move forward. But the good thing is we can learn from the past and develop a new structure and framework that maybe is more equitable, but also can address some of these challenges of the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kamer, and for your perspective. Now I'd like to invite Ms. Roberta Lipson. She's the honorary chairwoman of the American Chamber of Commerce in China and the founder of the United Family Health Care, which is one of the most successful healthcare hospitals in China. But you've been traveling back and forth, and I saw you some time ago with the AmCham delegation meeting Chinese leaders, but also knocking doors in Washington. So you've been in both places. I'd like to hear from you, Roberta, please.
Thank you so much, Henry, and thank you, CCG, for putting this forum together. Granted, Karen, that we've been through a really tough time, but I suppose it's incumbent on me to report the other side of things. Really, I think in the business community, we've seen a recent shift in tone and a renewed sense of optimism following the presidential meetings in Busan. Tariffs and policy remain volatile, but the channels of communication are open at the highest levels, and we're talking about practical issues, and both governments are recognizing the need to stabilize this important bilateral relationship. Admittedly, possibly fragile, but there is a sense of elation which has been continually reinforced by constructive messages from our Ambassador Perdue. I've been at a bunch of meetings, both in the US and China, on the relationship lately, and the tone is really changing. I think we've seen, actually through the year, a subtle improvement in business sentiment as well. We have, in the business community, 3 major surveys. We have the AmCham China survey, which happened earliest in the year, the Shanghai AmCham survey, which happened mid-year, and the US-China Business Council survey, which happened in the late summer. And we see in each of these surveys continually improved sentiment, whether it relates to companies' revenues, their profitability, they're looking toward the future, their intention to increase their investment or their intention to continue to de-risk their supply chain by moving out. Each time we see a more positive response from business. And I'd like to say the reason most American businesses need to be in China and remain in China is that even at a 4% per year growth, the potential of this market, just on the margin of the increase, is more important to companies than many countries' whole potential in their total economy size. So it's an opportunity that American companies can't ignore. And the reason that they're here is not only the potential for today's business in China, but also it's essential for all companies to understand the leading edge of technology that's coming out of China and to understand how to compete with the companies out of China that will be their future competitors in the rest of the world. So while companies are building China plus one supply chain, de-risking, managing tariff risks, they're also reaffirming their long-term commitment to operate, learn, and grow in China. And what does that mean for the rest of the world? So I think that despite this period of intense rivalry we've just been through, ultimately the global economy is going to gain by a relationship between the U.S. and China that's characterized both by competition and collaboration. So let's talk about where we have to absolutely prioritize collaboration. Number one, a clear example is pandemic preparedness and global health security. No matter what happens with trade disputes, export controls, or political rhetoric, we can't afford a world in which the US and China stop sharing data on emerging pathogens or block cross-border scientific cooperation. But the barriers to collaboration are actually increasing, including restrictions on data flows, limits on genetic material sharing, and conflicting security frameworks around biomedical information. So it's so important. The next cure for cancer is probably going to come out of China, the US, or a collaboration between the two of them. And neither of us or the rest of the world can afford those cures to be blocked by these kinds of restrictions and limitations. So it's so important that we all continue this positive momentum post-Busan and look at a world where we can continue to sit, talk to each other, collaborate, and yes, compete for the benefit of the rest of the world. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Roberta, and for your share all those somewhat positive data and attitudes of the business community. I do think that President Trump is a businessman. He knows the business needs, and we hope that this, at least this business, trade truce can be maintained. That eventually we'll find out that we cannot separate from each other. So before I got to Jeffrey Sachs, I had one more panelist to speak. Mr. Marshall Mills, he's the senior resident representative in China International Monetary Fund. So he's been active participant of CCG monthly ambassador launchings and many more events. So Marshall, your turn, please.
Okay, thank you, Henry, and thank you for this opportunity to contribute to this dialogue. I'm going to focus my remarks on the global economic effects of recent trade policy shifts, and I apologize in advance if I'm not as colorful as my neighbor here. As we explained in our recent World Economic Outlook, we see that global growth is slowing only slightly this year and next, and considerably less than expected in April. And I think this is an encouraging sign, building on the previous speaker. We now project global growth at 3.2% this year, while growth in the Asia-Pacific region is expected to reach 4.5% this year. For China, economic growth is currently forecast to reach 4.8% this year, bolstered by redirected exports to Asia and Europe and fiscal support, not much less than last year's performance. And we see that global trade has not decreased. The ratio of trade to GDP, or global economic activity, has been more or less constant this year. So all signs point to a world economy that has so far generally withstood the acute strains from multiple shocks, including on trade policy. How do we explain this resilience? We point to four main reasons. First, improved policy. Two, supportive financial conditions. Three, private sector adaptability. And four, less severe tariff outcomes than we had initially feared, at least for now. On the third reason, we see that private companies are rapidly reorganizing their supply chains, particularly in Asia. On the fourth reason, the tariff shock has not been as large as initially announced. The U.S. trade-weighted tariff rate globally has fallen from 23% in April to 17.5% now, still higher than before. And this U.S. effective rate is now above the rest of the world, which has held relatively steady this year, with very few cases of retaliation, fortunately. Nevertheless, we believe that on tariffs, the full effect is still to unfold. In the U.S., margin compression could give way to more price pass-through, raising inflation with implications for monetary policy and growth. Also, for now, most of the world's trade is still following the rules. We at the IMF urge the world's policymakers to please keep it this way and to preserve trade as an engine of growth. However, these recent shocks have led to exceptionally high uncertainty, and our managing director has advised countries to buckle up. So what can we do about the uncertainty? In response, we have proposed three medium-term policy goals for global policymakers. First, act to achieve durably high growth. Second, repair government finances over time. And third, address excessive economic imbalances, both domestic and external, so they do not emerge as a spoiler going forward. As we have seen, these imbalances can trigger a protectionist backlash and, being mirrored by capital flows, can fuel financial stability risks. We at the IMF will keep advising all key economies on policy correctives to address these balances. For Asia, we advise them to deepen internal trade, to produce more final goods and more services within the region, and press forward with reforms to strengthen the service sector and access to finance. Our analysis suggests that a push for more regional integration could raise GDP by 1.8% in the long run in the region. And since we're in China, on China specifically, private savings are chronically high, and domestic demand is held back by protracted real estate adjustment and inflationary pressures. So we are urging transitional fiscal support for now. China also needs a fiscal structural package to boost private consumption, transition to a new growth model, and reflate its economy. Among other items, this package should include more spending on social safety nets and a cleanup of the property sector, while scaling back industrial policy, which we estimate has high costs. These measures will help overcome the deflationary pressures and ensure continued high growth in China, as well as helping address the rising external imbalances. So with these recommendations, let me conclude. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Marshall. So IMF is very important. I'm glad that you have been projecting a bit more positive than before, that your professional advice and guidance, and it's also very influential to many countries. Now I'd really like to invite my old friend and Professor Jeffrey Sachs. I apologize. Professor Sachs is really early. He was really 6 a.m. around early morning in Johannesburg. He's attending the G20 meeting there. And Professor Jeffrey Sachs is, I had an honor that to been in the past year, I had twice had the occasion to speak together with Jeffrey. One time we were at Athens Democracy Forum, and Jeffrey was the Aristotle. I was acting as a Confucius. We had a dialogue there. It was very interesting. And for the April this year, while the President Trump launched the Liberation Day, we had the event at the UN Security Council where 80 country representatives participated. Professor Jeff Sachs and myself, we each give 15 minutes so-called expert talks. And before all the UN delegation representatives talk about how should we avoid trade war. So it's really a great honor. I know Professor Jeffrey Sachs is so busy. We will actually invite you to have an opening keynote, but it's too early for you. So we'll give you a bit more time and to really seek your early morning moment. Professor Jeffrey Sachs is still very influential at Columbia University, a director on the Center for Sustainable Development for the UN. So, Jeff, your turn, please. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and greetings to everybody from Johannesburg. It's wonderful to be with you. I would like to take a step back to ask how we got to where we are, and then to look forward, and also to comment specifically on what Marshall just said about the IMF advice, with which I do not agree, and I'll try to explain why that is. We're not in a trade war between the U.S. and China. We're in a trade war of the U.S. against China. This started by the U.S. It continues by the U.S., and we should understand it. The clearest way to understand it is to read a very good paper by Robert Blackwell and Ashley Tellis in March 2015 of the Council on Foreign Relations. It's good because it's clear. It explains exactly what's going on, what U.S. policy is, why it is that policy, how it came about. It's bad in that, in my view, it's completely wrong in what it recommended. But let me just mention a few points to quote from it. It says, since its founding, the United States has consistently pursued a grand strategy focused on acquiring and maintaining preeminent power over various rivals, first on the North American continent, then in the Western Hemisphere, and finally globally. Because the American effort to integrate China into the liberal international order has now generated new threats to U.S. primacy in Asia and could eventually result in a consequential challenge to American power globally, Washington needs a new grand strategy toward China that centers on balancing the rise of Chinese power rather than continuing to assist its ascendancy. The meteoric growth of the Chinese economy, even as China's per capita income remains behind that of the United States in the near future, has already provided Beijing with the resources necessary to challenge the security of both its Asian neighbors and Washington's influence in Asia with dangerous consequences. Of all nations and in most conceivable scenarios, China is and will remain the most significant competitor to the United States for decades to come. China's rise thus far has already bred geopolitical, military, economic, and ideological challenges to U.S. power, U.S. allies, and even the U.S.-dominated international order. Its continued, even if uneven, success in the future would further undermine U.S. national interests. This is very important, ladies and gentlemen. The United States policy shifted a decade ago to contain China. This is absolutely a U.S.-led effort, not because of what China did, but because of the U.S. grand strategy of global dominance. Well, the U.S. is 4% of the world population. China's 18%. but 4% of the world cannot dominate the whole world, despite that being the US grand strategy. And China's rise is not a threat to the United States, but it is a threat to the US self-conception of dominance of the world. So as Blackwell and Tellis explained a decade ago very clearly, the United States policy shifted to, quote, contain China. In that article, they list 9 measures that the United States should undertake. All of them are in operation. They began with Obama, with the TPP, the extraordinarily weird idea of creating a trading system for the Asia Pacific that would exclude China. This is remarkable. China is every country's main trading partner, and yet the TPP was explicitly designed to exclude China. The rest of the list includes export barriers on technology, building up the military on the Rimland, using protectionist policies more generally, using diplomatic means and multilateral institutions to contain China. So this is the policy that has been underway for 10 years. It started with Obama, not with Trump 1. Trump then introduced a raft of sanctions, export controls, and the tariff round in the first round. That did not contain China. In the Biden period, all of this was continued and in many ways increased under Jake Sullivan's policy of high walls, small yards, whatever that meant. And then it has continued and escalated with Trump. This is American deep state policy. It does not depend on the party or the administration. It doesn't even depend on the president. This is Obama, Trump 1, Biden, Trump 2. It's a failure. It's based on a premise that is bizarre, which is that China's rise is a threat to the United States. It is nothing of the sort. China is rising peacefully. It is rising cooperatively. It is rising as part of the multilateral system. It is not a threat to anybody except to U.S. ego and U.S. desire to be number one in an unchallenged way. Why does there seem to be a modest moment of retrenchment, as Roberta said? Because the United States cannot win this war that it started. This is clear. When the United States imposed these absurdly high tariffs earlier this year, China immediately matched it. When the United States put on export controls, China put on controls on rare earth magnets. And within the 2 days, the United States backed down because the U.S. Cannot manage an economy, not its military sector, not its automotive sector, without rare earth magnets. It is not the U.S. that has the choke points, it's China that has the choke points. Of course, I'm against all of this. I think it's childish and juvenile. Economics is correct. Trade is a win-win proposition. It is not a win-lose proposition. It is not in the U.S. interest. It is unimaginably not in the U.S. interest to try to contain a highly successful, peaceful country. And that yet is what the U.S. is doing. Are we at the end of this story? Absolutely not. This remains deep state policy of the U.S. This is the security view. It infects the entire U.S. policymaking. This morning, the South China Morning Post carried a story that Democratic Congressman Krishnamurti has called on the Commerce Department to make an investigation against Nexperia to investigate its supply to 4 Chinese semiconductor firms on the absolutely absurd grounds that the congressman is worried about the safety and reliability of the components of these chips in American and European automobiles. I'm sorry. This does not even rise to the level of high school cliques. This is such nonsense, such utter protectionism, such utter war on China masquerading as an inquiry into the safety and reliability of components in cars. So we're not at the end of this story. It's not just Trump. It is, again, basically our military industrial digital complex. And it's deep, and it's now in its 10th year. It doesn't work. China is not being contained. China is actually soaring. Technologically, China is in the lead in most sectors. Yesterday, another ranking showed that China has come to the lead of biomedical research in terms of articles and the ranking of those articles in terms of citations and so forth. And so this is a highly successful innovation-based economy that is making a major contribution to the world's needs, especially in areas of green and digital technological advances. I would say the United States has no choke points at all, which is good. I don't believe in them. I don't believe in economic warfare to figure out who's number one on somebody's political science list, because it's meaningless in my view. What is important is peace, rising living standards, and a sane environmental policy so that we don't wreck the planet. And on that score, unfortunately, the United States has retreated completely from the environmental agenda, even pulling out of COP30, pulling out of the Paris Climate Agreement, calling climate change a hoax, drill baby drill as its energy sector mantra, whereas China is the world leader in green technologies, exactly the technologies that the world needs. So let me say that I hope that this war ends, but it is not that the two sides get together and understand each other. It's that the United States drops its, what Robert Blackwell calls its ancient desire for global domination. This is what is wrong in this world. We don't need a global hegemon. It's not possible. Countries should take care of themselves, be peaceful, and be cooperative, and ignore the political scientists' lists of who's number one and who's number two, because these are rather meaningless categories. What counts is our well-being, our peaceful cooperation, our technological innovations, our attention to true global crises, such as the human-induced climate change. I wanted to end by taking a different point of view to what Marshall Mills expressed, which is an American point of view to my way of understanding this. We need saving in this world because we need investment in this world rather urgently. We need investment to build infrastructure. We need investment in human skills. We need investment in green technologies. We need investment in innovation. The fact that the United States barely saves, that our saving rate net of depreciation is nearly zero, is not a reason to advise China to reduce its saving. Nothing is wrong with China's high saving rate. In fact, it's what the world needs, because it provides the means for capital investment that creates the basis for long-term growth in China and internationally. We should not be urging China to reduce high saving rates. We should be urging countries to increase their investments in green technologies and in education of their populations, and using China's savings to help them to boost their living standards and to repay those finances from China, whether it's equity or debt financing, in the future generation as the dividend to growth. In other words, China should maintain high saving, it should maintain high exports, and it should finance development in the emerging and developing countries around the world who can receive foreign direct investment from China or can take renminbi denominated loans from China to build their own infrastructure. Let me give a specific example. China's solar power production is about 1,300 gigawatts of solar module per year. This is what the world needs to be on a trajectory for decarbonization by mid-century. In fact, the actual uptake of solar power right now is about half of China's capacity. It's about 600 to 700 gigawatts of solar module installation per year. If the United States or the IMF advice to scale back industrial production to boost private consumption were followed, then there would be a reduction of capacity in this sector, and the US calls this overcapacity. But it's not overcapacity. That extra 600 gigawatts of solar module production should be installed across Africa, Central Asia, other sunny places on the planet to speed the decarbonization of the world's energy system. The Belt and Road Initiative should be expanded to help finance this process. And so what's called an imbalance isn't actually an imbalance. High Chinese saving and industrial production can be the basis for the rapid growth and transformation of the world economy. High consumption is not a basis for fast growth. High consumption is a basis for slow growth. The US doesn't want China to have that success, I know that, but the world needs China's capacity in green technologies. So I think we're just a little bit too quick to say that China's suffering from deflation, that these are imbalances that need to be ended, that consumption needs to be raised and saving needs to be lowered. We ought to take a different point of view, which is that we would like fast growth in the world. Fast growth in the world depends on high investment rates in infrastructure and in human capital and in business development. That high investment depends on high saving, and we should be encouraging high saving wherever it occurs, but we should be championing China for its forward-looking high saving propensity and also championing China's capacity to provide the world with green and digital technologies, with electric vehicles, with utility scale batteries, with the other technological means to make precisely the energy transformation that we need for global well-being and to avoid reaching mid-century in a climate disaster. So I'd really like the IMF to reconsider this from a global perspective, because I think that the advice is wrong. I think the United States has given this advice calling China an overcapacity country, which is an economic concept I find absurd, by the way, because we need China's capacity in partnership financially and through Belt and Road and other means to help the world make the energy transformation. So all of this in conclusion is to say we ought to stop the war on China, which was initiated by the United States 10 years ago. We ought to drop the concept of containing China. We ought to drop the illusion that China is a threat, because it is not a threat except to America's ego. And we ought to look at a global scale at the transformations that we need to achieve sustainable development and to understand China's critical positive role in that transformation. So thank you very much for letting me share these thoughts with you this morning.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Jeffrey Sachs. That's an excellent point. And you have actually tackled some of the roots of the problem between China-U.S. relations, but also you are saying of China's investment and savings on the development, which is, I think, is also one of the key success factors, because China has built the best infrastructure in the world, and also through the Belt and Road to partner that with other developing countries. So that's really a great also way to lift 800 million people out of poverty, and that probably could have some significance for the Global South countries. So we'll be very happy you share with us your views from Johannesburg, where you have attended the G20. And actually this year, our forum, we brought together over 200 participants from around 50 countries, and including representatives from nearly 70 think tanks. And also we have 30 global young leaders participating, and many ambassadors, about almost 20 ambassadors attending throughout the day. And even we have the official from U.S. Embassy here at the roundtable. So thank you again from Johannesburg. Appreciate your participation at such early morning to join us. Thank you so much. Now, I'd like to invite Peter Walker. He's the co-chair of a board of trustees, China Institute in America. As we all know, China Institute is almost 100 years old institute, originally set up by Dr. Hu Si and Professor Du Wei and many more. And also, I know that Peter was a very senior partner of McKinsey for many years, and also author of quite a few books. So Peter, your turn, please.
So thank you, Henry, for the invitation. I'll start out by saying following Jeffrey Sachs is a high bar, but I'm a big fan of a lot of what he has to say. So the three ideas that I'd like to leave you with, one is, if you look at the underlying assumptions behind the U.S. trade war, most of them were pretty fundamentally flawed, and I'll kind of go through them. So we should not be surprised where we are. The second thing is, I think when history looks back, they will look at what the U.S. initiated as one of the most destructive things we've done non-militarily in terms of its impact globally. And third is, and here's the bright note, I think the problems of the trade war are gradually starting to unravel. I hope it's quickly, but I'm encouraged that people are waking up in the U.S. to what's really happening. So the fundamental flaws are, number one, that free trade is a bad idea. Free trade has been the backbone of the global economy for many years, on the simple idea that whoever produces the highest quality product for the best price ought to make that as broadly available as possible, and everyone benefits from that. The second one is the ridiculous notion that trade deficits are bad. The U.S. has a trade deficit because it's not a strong manufacturing country, and therefore consumers simply buy the best products for the lowest price, and they're not made in the U.S. The third underlying notion is that trade wars can stimulate the economy as opposed to what they really are, which is a tax increase on consumers. The fourth underlying idea, which I still hear repeated coming out of Washington, foreign countries pay tariffs, which is a ridiculous idea. Tariffs are paid by importers in the U.S. or passed on to consumers in the U.S. It has nothing to do with taking money away from foreigners. And finally, to repeat what Jeffrey said, China cannot be contained. It's a ridiculous idea, and not only is it ridiculous, but it's just so counterproductive in terms of the mindset. Because one of the things Jeffrey said I completely agree with. China is basically doing what it always says it will do. It's acting in its own best interest and the best interest of its people, and expects other countries to do the same. So if you start out with those flawed ideas, it's not a surprise that this is not playing out well for anyone. The other flaw was in the process. A process that starts with 4% of the world's population dictating to the rest of the world what the tariffs are going to be, and then not providing any guiding principles other than personal grievances and totally random judgments of who's a good country and who's a bad country. So Switzerland gets added to the list of bad countries for who can imagine why. I can't think of a more peaceful, effective, productive country. So they get their tariffs set at, I think it was like 45 or 50%. And then they kind of push back and say, well, that's really totally irrational. So the next day they're 15%. But the problem with the lack of having any guiding principles is how does a country and how does a company invest for the long term when you have that volatility that's not based on anything other than whims? So we start with flawed assumptions and we start with a flawed process. On the notion of this has been one of the more destructive things, and clearly history has not played out yet, but one of the most fundamental flaws or issues that we raise is we have destroyed decades of allied-based, trust-based relationships around the world. And the idea that, well, we didn't really mean it, because a transactional mindset would say, well, we can do a different transaction whenever we want. We all know that's not the way humanity works, especially if you're the good neighbors of Canada and Mexico, who are our biggest trading partners. And we've gone at them in a very full-bore way. Obviously, the decline in global growth and the U.S. growth is not a surprise, but it's the opposite of what was originally pitched. Inflation is up in the U.S. I don't know what many of you saw the announcement coming out of Washington, but they declared, among other things, that the cost of a turkey dinner, Thanksgiving dinner, is going down. You know why it went down? Because Walmart shrank the size of the dinner. They didn't reduce the price per pound of anything. But there's a cynicism there about what you can do with the American consumer that's fundamentally flawed. So when we take the position that affordability is not an issue, you can take that position on a lot of issues, but for people who go to the grocery store every week and tally up what it costs to fill your wagon, it's obvious that the numbers are moving in the wrong direction. So the final thing is, or the reason I guess I have some optimism, one is tariff rates are coming down. Obviously, you know, consumers say the cost of bananas and coffee are going way up. But the underlying notion that we can do anything about that when we don't grow either is kind of ridiculous. So I think that being among the most indefensible positions, and there will be more, and we're going to see a continued response from a backpedaling Washington on tariffs that make no sense to people. The second thing that gives me encouragement is maybe the Supreme Court will finally have a backbone. And it's taking on the issue of, does the president have the right to assert tariffs as opposed to the legislative branch, which is clearly what it says in the Constitution. We can all hope that that decision is made the right way, and that will start to unravel, hopefully, a a lot of the centrist power grabbing that we've seen over the last couple of years. The other reason for hope is in the most recent election that we had in Virginia and in New Jersey, the Republicans took a bad beating. They took a bad beating on the proposition in California for redistricting and gerrymandering, which I don't support at all, but it was in response to what was done originally in Texas. And then finally, the underlying notion that by keeping out others' manufactured goods, manufacturing will come back in the U.S. is also a ridiculous idea. When you listen to manufacturers talk, they basically say, taking UAW employees who were used to getting $40 to $50 an hour and asking them to assemble iPhones in Texas for $12 an hour, nobody's going to take that up. So the idea that we can rebuild manufacturing simply by depriving Americans of foreign goods is not a sound idea. But those were the points that I wanted to get across, and I do hope that if we were to do this a year from now, we will see a further retrenchment of what from day one was just a very bad idea.
Great. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Peter, and for your perspective. We'll see what the Supreme Court we decide on that, but it does seem to be not really very traditional or norm of the U.S. practice by imposing all those unilateral taxes. Now I'd like to have Professor Wang Yong. He's the Director, Center for American Studies of School of International Relations, Peking University, as a final panelist, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Wang, for and the CCG setting this very timely forum for this most important topic of today's world. It echoes a lot of good opinions, on this panel, so including that one of Professor Sachs. But I'm not a hawkish scholar. I would like just might be take a step, a step further, beyond these points. I think I'm just speaking the truth. Now we have, it's a good time to look at the influence and implications of the tariff conflict between the U.S. and China. I use the three new to describe the new situation. One is the new tipping point. New tipping point about the strengths among nations, especially between U.S. and China. Okay, U.S. as it seems to be recognized the power position, the strength position of China. I'm thinking China has become the largest economy in the world in terms of especially in terms of the PPP. I think this standard makes more sense, than the market value. China can be recorded as the only manufacturing superpower, taking account for 35% of manufacturing output of the world, equivalent to the next 9 countries. China has become the innovation superpower. So I think we see in the AI, the robotics, the green development, and so on. Not to mention the military, the power growing. So we have people that argue that 60% of the weaponries displaced on the September 3rd. It's not same, right? So I think that is a very clear picture. That is, I think, the changes of the world. I call it the tipping point. I think that is being the realistic, the rational for the United States, and partially and the West as a whole, to recognize this, to think about its implications and think the ways how to work together with China. The second new is about the window of new opportunities. I already said, we see the new momentum is gaining after the leaders' meeting between China and the U.S. in South Korea. We come to the new great opportunity. I'm happy to say President Trump seems to be in the process of adjust his mindset about China, about relations. Based on his close observations of the tariff, the conflict, the hard negotiations between the two parties. I'm happy to say there is a chemistry, good chemistry between the leaders of the great countries. And we have great opportunities to turn the negative competition, ugly competition, into a more positive one. To be more stabilizing, to be focused more on the common interests, and to work for the common interest of the commonwealth of the world. The last point, that is a new confidence. I think that is, it is very important for the people in the United States to know the real thinking in China about the world, about the United States. So I think, I studied this relationship, the United States, for the many years. I'm leading the Center for American Studies at Peking University. To my knowledge, to be very honest, I'm thinking China has such the attitude about the U.S. China respects the U.S. great power status. China never forget the time of the two countries, people fighting together in World War II against aggression. China well remembered the United States and the West, the contribution to China's reform and opening up, and economic modernizations. And also, as a people like myself, I'll be grateful for the pressure imposed by the U.S. Because of U.S. pressure, turned into the driving force internally for reform, for development, for innovations. So the last point I would like to say as my suggestions to, for the U.S.-China relations, I think that when the media, we talk about the media is so important, right? So we have a good relationship, a better relationship, we have peace or war. Media, I see a lot of media here. You take a big responsibility for the future shape of the relationship. So I think you are here, you can tell. And we should be careful about the influence of so-called military industry complex and the world mongers. We see the driving force to be as the opposition to the shift of the mood of the U.S.-China relations, especially in the United States. The last point that we should be listening more carefully to the voice of young generations. We have a lot of young leadership, the foreign members here. I appreciate that they are, you are presenting here and the contribution to the relationship. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Wang. Yeah, great. To share your view, you are expert on the China-U.S. relations. Talk about young leaders. We have Vincent Lebon. He's a research fellow and the deputy head of the China Center at the Nigeria Institute for International Affairs, also a PhD candidate at Tsinghua University. Maybe you can briefly comment or raise a question.
Thank you very much. Thank you to CCG for this opportunity. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my esteemed honor to air my views, and I will be grateful for your responses. I will be taking off from where Professor Wong left, speaking about the positives that came out of this trade conflict. I tend to see a catalytic quality to it. Take Europe's strategic dilemma, for instance, and the 10% baseline tariffs. This is forging resilience and European strategic autonomy, leveraging the EU's market, powering, elevating Europe as an indispensable third pole in the current dynamics. When it comes to the global south, we have the paradox of vulnerability and agency, but this duopoly has seen a heightened embrace of the pluralistic global system that is developing, where global south countries simultaneously call all sides to negotiate from a position of collective leverage. When it comes to Africa, the IMF has predicted that there's going to be a reduction in GDP growth by 0.6 in the next year. However, you have structures like the AFCFTA, which has received a heightened push to harness the combined market power in negotiations. So this current dynamics, can we say it's just marking a wake-up call, or does it signal the end of the era of a single integrated global economy and possibly the rise of multiples? Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. So probably we will have to conclude. We are already overrun the time, but it's really very stimulating and fascinating dialogue roundtable we're having. Just finally, personally, I think that China-U.S., even President Trump called it the G2, but I think it was the first time U.S. has put China on the equal footing, on the new equilibrium, and which that is, I think, has a huge impact on the relation. We're not talking about, how to contain it. We have to really treat each other equally, and that's why I'm very pleased to see this latest RAND Corporation report, which talk about, maybe we have to get along with China, maybe we have to really, promote the peaceful unification between mainland and Taiwan. And I also very encouraged to see President Trump actually did not let TPP leader Lai Ching-te to pass U.S. for a visit, and also vetoed 400 million weaponry sales to Taiwan, which I think it's really good signal. And then he didn't talk about Taiwan at all during the summit in Busan, and which I think regard that as a bilateral issue. No, I regard that as a domestic issue rather than a bilateral issue or multilateral issue, so which is a great progress has been made there. I really think KMT also has elected a new chairman. She's very pro, dialogue, and she says many times she's a Chinese. So we see a great momentum there, and that's why, when we see Japanese Prime Minister mention something if Taiwan has something a problem, if Japan would be doing something differently, that was really not in a good timing, because we haven't seen any tension there between the streets recently, thanks to the mutual understanding between China and the U.S. So I really hope that we can really stabilize our bilateral relation and also have these more productive relations. Of course, we have structural problem, challenges, and difficulties, but we should now be responsible for the world and as a responsible stakeholder. So I do hope U.S.-China relation will stabilize. As Secretary Rubio said, let's seek strategic stability, which is most important for the time to come. So I would like to thank our panelists very much this morning for this very stimulating, productive dialogue. And then we'll conclude the section now. So thank you all for listening as well. We're going to have a photo after this, and then we'll have lunch. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you to come to this roundtable session. So this roundtable session will focus on China-EU relations beyond the next 50 years. China and the European Union marks over 50 years of diplomatic relations at a time when the global order is undergoing profound restructuring. As the international community confronts geopolitical fragmentation, supply chain realignments, the climate challenges, and the rise of new digital and technological power centers, China-EU relations have become increasingly central to the question of whether multilateralism can be preserved and renewed in the decade ahead. China and the EU remain major stakeholders in global governance, each committed in principle to multilateral institutions and rules-based cooperation. Yet, strategic outlooks differ in key areas including trade policy, digital governance, the human rights, industrial subsidies, and the security priorities. At the same time, the EU's pursuit of de-risking and China's push to high standard openness and the evolving roles of regional actors and the emerging economies shapes a complex environment for diplomatic engagement. Whether the two sides can maintain stable cooperation while managing structural differences will significantly influence the future of global economic stability, climate action, and institutional reform. This session brings together leading European and Chinese scholars, policy advisors, think tank directors, and representatives of diplomatic and industry organizations to assess the long-term trajectory of China-EU relations through examining shared interest, policy gaps, and emerging areas of collaboration from green transition and digital standard to global health, the infrastructure connectivity, and WTO modernization. The session seeks to identify practical pathway to uphold multilateralism and avoid strategic drift. The discussion emphasizes not only state-to-state diplomacy, but also the role of civil society networks, academic communities, and the industry partnerships in sustaining constructive engagement over the next 50 years and beyond. So today we have the participants in the roundtable. So I would like to introduce the Caroline Albrecht, the founding manager director, Berlin Global Dialogue. Elisa Hohager, the chief representative, German Federation of Industry in China. And Lu Yongquan, the president, China CNPC, Economics and Technology Research Institute. The Christopher Boliner, the founding member and the vice chairman of the Eurasia Society in Berlin, Germany. Eberhard Sander-Schneider, I think he is already introduced in the morning, and Mr. Sun Yongfu also is introduced in the morning. I will not repeat. And Mr. Wang Yiwei, the John Monnet Chair Professor of European Union Studies, Renmin University of China. and Zhang Yuqi, the Vice President of Huajian Group. And at the end, we will have also from Yang, the leader, the GYLD, Mr. Li Guotai from Vietnam, is policy officer, European Chamber of Commerce in Vietnam. So I would like to ask the speakers to choose one or two the questions within the maximum 5 minutes. Then we have the following questions. The first, what are the main structural drivers shaping China-EU relations in the coming decades? And how can both sides balance cooperation with the strategic differences? The second, how can China and the EU safeguard multilateralism amid rising geopolitical rivalry and weakening trust in global institutions? The third, in what areas such as climate governance, green finance, energy transition, digital regulation, and global health do China and the EU have the greatest potential to deepen collaboration? The fourth, how is the EU's approach to de-risking and China's economic modernization and openness agenda reshaping business confidence, technology partnerships, and the supply chain strategies? The fifth, what role can the international organization, non-state actors, academic cooperation, and cultural engagement play in sustaining long-term mutual understanding and a stable dialogue between China and the EU? Okay, first I would like to ask Karin Albrecht to take the floor, please.
Thank you so much. And thank you to CCG for bringing us together today. By way of introduction, Berlin Global Dialogue is a forum based in Berlin that brings together political and business leaders to discuss the impacts of geopolitical shifts on the global economy. And of course, you can't discuss the global economy without having China at the table. So since we've started Berlin Global Dialogue 3 years ago, we've established a regular exchange with the Development Research Center of the State Council, as well as with the broader business community in China. And I'm very glad to continue that exchange here with all of you today as well. I want to offer a perspective on two of the questions that you've posed to us. The first one on the main structural drivers shaping the China-EU relations in the coming decades, as well as on the question of how we can together safeguard multilateralism. So regarding the structural drivers, first of all, I think we need to acknowledge that we are witnessing a complete recalibration of the economic relationship between the EU and China. For the past 2 decades, growth in Europe and China was complementary. The industrialization and growing prosperity here in China created demands for Europe's products, especially in Germany. That meant that there was a high demand for machine engineering, chemicals, and automotive industry for export. So that was a win-win situation, and we were able to grow together. Today, China has overtaken Europe in many areas of manufacturing and has also become an innovation powerhouse, as we heard earlier today as well. Of course, there's a question if trade deficits are good or not bad, but just to give you something on a perspective, this year the trade deficit of Germany with China will grow to 87 billion euros, up to 20 billion euro compared to last year. So just to give you an idea of the trends that we're seeing. At the same time, due to the broader geopolitical competition and also concerns about dependencies, we're also seeing a leading securitization of everything. So from supply chain, data, energy, infrastructure, there's a clear focus on resilience and strategic autonomy over efficiency. Companies are a lot more likely to accept higher costs if it reduces their geopolitical exposures. And there's also increased investments from governments and companies on areas such as defense, space, AI, as well as resilient digital infrastructure. So economic logic is still very important, but security considerations are now setting the boundaries and are also a key driver of economic strategy and decisions. So all of that is to say that the relationship between China and Europe has fundamentally shifted in its power and its interest. And I think, first of all, we just have to accept that reality because it will inform the path that we have ahead of us. And I think in this new setting, we have to be realistic that finding win-win scenarios is going to be a lot harder than it has been for the last 2 decades. Because of that, I believe that multilateralism will be very essential for us to keep finding common ground. Both Europe and China share the core belief that multilateral cooperation provides more benefit than unilateral action. We heard a lot about that this morning when we talked about the future of the United Nations. And I think there's still a lot of areas across climate, green finance, AI, global health, and also development, where we can find areas of win-win corporations and where our interests are more closely aligned. So I think in a lot of ways, our mission is not just for China and Europe to work together to safeguard multilateralism, but I also think that actually our joint efforts for multilateralism can be a safeguard to protect Europe and China as we renegotiate our economic partnership. As we all know, multilateral institutions are in desperate need for reform, but we should not abandon them. So it will be a balancing act in the coming decades to uphold the existing multilateral institutions while establishing stronger bilateral and plurilateral agreements, which can maybe deliver quicker results on issue-based coalitions, whilst the multilateral institutions are undergoing the reforms that are needed. Lastly, I think it's important that we do not fall into the trap of believing that we need to choose sides. I believe in a multipolar world, partnerships and alliances will become a lot more fluent and flexible based on joint interest and specific issues. And that flexibility requires a lot of engagement, ongoing engagement across a lot of different issues, trust, and I hope we can continue the China-EU partnership based on the spirit of friends, not camps. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we had a very long discussion during the lunch. The very small lunch we didn't finish. And so thank you for your sharing your opinion. So next, I would like to call Ms. Lisa Hohager to give her opinion, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hanbing. Thank you, CCG, for inviting me. It's a pleasure to join today's discussion. Let me just briefly state I represent the Federation of German Industries, otherwise known as BDI. And we're the umbrella organization of German industry and industry-related services. And that's why in my remarks, I'm going to focus on the first question that you asked, Mr. Han, which is what the main structural drivers are that are shaping China-EU relations. Because I believe that this is a question that captures the situation that industry across Europe and China is actually navigating at the moment. And the reality is that these structural drivers are increasingly defined by imbalances, and they lie in the evolving economic relationship between the EU and China. China's share of global industrial production has risen enormously and very rapidly. It's now at around 30%, and it's projected to reach around 45% by 2030. And this shift is mirrored in trade flows as well. Germany's trade deficit, for example, with China, it just reached a record 87.6 billion euros last year, surpassing the previous peak in 2022. And exports from Germany to China have declined sharply. While China is Germany's largest supplier by a wide margin, with particularly strong increases in, among others, imports in electrical equipment and machinery. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me just focus on the machinery sector for a while, because I believe that it illustrates how these structural trends and changes are actually affecting industry and impacting trade relations, but also ultimately the wider EU-China relationship. So up until 3 years ago, Germany was the world's leading exporter of machinery, Exportweltmeister in machineries. But today that title belongs to China, and Chinese machineries and Chinese machinery manufacturers are highly competitive in both products and pricing. Research by the IMF, the OECD, and others links this shift to, among other factors, extensive industrial subsidization. Subsidies are certainly not the only factor, but they do have a clear impact on industry beyond China. Under programs such as Made in China 2025, subsidized exports of electrical machinery have been found to be roughly 7% higher than exports of non-subsidized products. On the import side, subsidies suppress imports of targeted goods to China compared to non-targeted ones, an effect that IMF researchers do not observe to the same extent in other economies. In practical terms, what this means is that industrial policies expand China's export share and reduce its import share in subsidized product categories, with supply chain linkages amplifying these effects. Subsidies given to upstream industries expand significantly also the exports of downstream industries. So industrial policy, it's also increasingly being justified on national security grounds, or what we might call a certain securitization of industrial policy, as the previous speaker mentioned. And this is adding even further strain. China's export restrictions on rare earth elements and magnets, all items which are critical for European manufacturing, they continue to create vulnerabilities and uncertainty deep in our supply chains. Such measures, they only serve to highlight the risks associated with Europe's asymmetric dependencies, risks that have become impossible to overlook. Chinese experts describe an economic model driven heavily by supply-side expansion rather than domestic demand. We heard this morning as well. And so, continuing to subsidize mature industries long after they've reached global competitiveness undermines fair competition and fuels political tension, ultimately. There are compelling studies by Chinese academics from universities in Beijing, Shandong, and Nanjing, among others, which outline how subsidies for China's NEV sector continued on for too long. By 2015, China was already the global leader in NEV production and sales. And yet, from 2015 to 2018, total government spending on NEV subsidies roughly tripled compared to the preceding years. So subsidies continuing beyond this point contributed to subsidy dependence, reducing companies' incentives for genuine technological innovation, and even encouraging waste. So a part of the objective of this program, of course, was to enhance industrial competitiveness of Chinese automakers in the global market, catering to external demand. And this is where countries, such as in Europe, with an existing auto industry face difficulty, because subsidies promote Chinese exports and, on the other hand, limit imports. This is true not just in the auto industry, but in all sectors prioritized by Chinese industrial policy. And it makes China's current growth model an issue for the rest of the world, but especially for the EU, because China has increasingly taken Europe's market share in a host of manufacturing sectors. So this level of subsidization is bad for innovation of individual companies, and a lot of studies show that as well. And despite these challenges, though, I believe there are constructive avenues to address these imbalances. For both the EU and China, it's clearly in our shared interest to avoid an escalation of reciprocal tariffs. Avoiding escalation is only possible if the underlying causes of the imbalance are addressed. One concrete step could, for example, be for China to engage in strategic and detailed discussions with the EU on ways of reducing the most competition-distorting subsidy measures, or at least their negative impact on value creation in Europe. Such talks could help prevent a continued subsidy spiral in China and corresponding defensive measures in the EU, and would benefit both sides. And the incentive to engage in such discussions, of course, will increase as Europe's market access becomes more coveted. And therefore, this will allow space, an off-ramp, if you will, to rebalance economic relationship. At the same time, I believe that there are encouraging signs in macroeconomic adjustment within China, as outlined, for example, in proposals for the current 15th year plan. And strengthening domestic consumption, which is obviously on the agenda, allowing a more market-driven appreciation of the renminbi, all of this would help reduce trade imbalances and also contribute to a more stable long-term economic relationship with Europe. So, ladies and gentlemen, the question before us is how China and the EU can balance cooperation with strategic differences. It can't be answered by trade policy alone, clearly. But if we are serious about stabilizing EU-China relations to the benefit of sustainable economic development on both continents, then the steps outlined above seem unavoidable as well as mutually beneficial. Clear, enforceable commitments on fair competition are essential if we want to build a resilient and balanced partnership for the decades to come, providing room for future complementarities and mutual benefit from economic development on both continents.
Thank you for sharing your opinion, and thank you for your very frank. I think this is good to have such discussion. Maybe some your opinion we need to discussion further, but we don't have time now. But anyway, I'm very thankful and glad that we can discuss in this occasion in a very frank way. Yeah. Okay. Next, I would like to ask Mr. Lu Ruquan to share your opinion.
Okay. And I'm from an energy think tank, and I will share my viewpoints from the perspective of China-EU energy cooperation and competition. And we know that energy cooperation is a key area in which China and the EU could practice and promote the truly multilateralism. However, right now, I think EU take China not only as a cooperative partner, but also an economic competitor and also a systematic rival. So China-EU energy relations present to be a complex picture. On the one hand, in the context of EU's de-risking strategy on China, the two sides have increasingly become competitors on supply chain related to the energy transition and energy security. For example, in the fields of EV, electrical vehicles, and batteries, the EU is seeking to limit cooperation with Chinese enterprises through instruments such as tariffs and CBAM, that is carbon border adjustment mechanism. And it has adopted the Critical Raw Material Act to diversify supply chain partners and reduce dependence on raw materials from China. The fundamental drive of de-risking of EU is that dependence on Russia for oil and gas must not be replaced by dependence on China for new and renewable energy technologies. This mindset has led the EU to re-examine its approach to energy security. Some member states have slowed the path of energy transition, redirected oil and gas imports toward the United States, and moved towards a more exclusive energy structure, which will lead China-EU relations into a systematic competition period. However, China and the EU share similar energy concernings, common energy objectives, complementary energy industrial capabilities, and companies with strong capability as well as willingness for cooperation. The two sides have jointly promoted the energy transition and are partners and stakeholders in strengthening global climate governance. So first, these two sides have established the multi-level mechanisms for policy consultation and dialogue, such as the EU-China high-level dialogue on environment and climate. Let's say as of July 2025, actually 6 meetings have been already held within this framework. Second, the two sides have engaged in a complementary industrial cooperation. The EU enjoys significant resources and technological advantage in wind power, while China is able to supply key components at a low cost. These two sides, both EU and China, have formed a pattern of complementarity with in-depth cooperation in such areas as wind turbine technology and the development and operation of offshore wind projects. Within the framework of the China-EU Hydrogen Energy Cooperation Forum, the two sides cooperate along the entire hydrogen value chain, production, storage, and transportation, and end-use application in technology R&D, standard setting, and demonstration projects. Third, the two sides have delivered a series of flagship projects. Notable examples include the, let's say, Daya Bay nuclear power plant in China, and also the Tres wind power project in Greece, and the Dolan solar PV park in Germany, all of which stand as landmark achievements of China-EU energy cooperation. So generally, we can say China and the EU have broader prospects in upholding multilateralism and advancing the energy transition. I would recommend that within the framework of climate governance, the two sides should first take a concrete action to defend the international regime centered on the United Nations. That means UNFCCC. That's the Climate Change Organization and the Paris Agreement, and jointly provide institutional public goods for the global energy transition. Second, strengthen cooperation on subsectors of renewable energy. In complementary subsectors of energy, encourage enterprises from both sides to increase investment in each other and set up a factory locally. Third, expand cooperation in global oil and gas market by encouraging Chinese and European oil and gas companies to engage in jointly exploitation and development worldwide, and help stabilize the supply of oil and gas resources. And fourth, deepening the third market cooperation on the development of critical minerals by encouraging Chinese and European enterprises to jointly develop such resources in regions including Africa and Latin America, and to establish China-U.S. joint ventures, refining and processing facilities in Europe. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I think the energy sector is the potential area that the China and the EU could have very good cooperation. In this energy sector, there's a lot of subsectors, or the concrete products or the concrete productions. But I think we could find the products or the technologies that we can cooperate very successfully. Next, I would like to ask Mr. Christopher Berliner to share your, to take your opinion.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, I think for both, I mean, the European Union and China and the relation between the European Union and China, I mean, the most important question is the future of the international order. I mean, what will it look like? What place will the EU and China occupy in it? How long will the transitional phase take from the current order to a new one? And very importantly, I mean, will the transition be peaceful or violent? And I think an increasing number of people sees the world at a crossroad between war and peace. That's also how the Chinese Minister of Defense put it at the Xiangshan Forum. And when we look back in history, I mean, there is some reason to believe that there's a risk the track record is not positive. I mean, we see the Westphalian system as the basis of our modern international order, but that was established after the 30 Years' War in Europe. The same is true for the League of Nations, which was established after the First World War, and for the United Nations after the Second. And often, I mean, the pattern was such that you had the failure of an established order, then you had a war, and then you had a new order. But before the war, there were often many discussions on solutions, on reforms of the international system. The League of Nations was mentioned this morning, but the idea was also brought up before World War I. And I have the feeling that we're at a similar situation at the moment. I mean, everybody feels that something is changing. It was very obvious in the uprun of the BRICS summit in 2023 in South Africa, for instance, that a format that was established by 4 countries originally was extended by 1 additional country in a period of 20 years, and then out of a sudden 40 countries wanted to join. So you see that there's an obvious need for reform, and we discussed this morning. I think China has quite a successful track record in moving people out of poverty and development, and also in a peaceful foreign policy. Since 1971, the country hasn't been involved in any armed conflict. And I think, I mean, on our side, on the side of the European Union, it would be good to do a bit less finger pointing and to maybe engage more in discussions to better understand Chinese ideas to reform the international system, also involve more other actors, which would probably also allow us to develop some new ideas. So, I mean, the Chinese proposals don't have to be the last word, but we can maybe also develop other ideas, additional ones to the Global Gateway initiative that we developed. Linked to that is the question of the international security architecture. I mean, most pillars that we have somehow built in the past to stabilize the international system have disappeared. And that didn't start in 2022. I mean, the ABM Treaty disappeared 20 years before that. INF disappeared, Open Skies disappeared. And also for the remaining pillars, I mean, they are shaking. New START, there's a question mark if that will continue. The NPT Treaty, the revision that will come up next year, it's not clear how that will work. I mean, the EU is not a main actor in all of that, but it's of vital interest for us. And at the moment, I don't see any EU-Russia dialogue on this. There's too little. I mean, there's something, but too little EU-China dialogue on this. There is no trilateral dialogue between Russia, China, and the United States. And I think we can simply not afford that. I mean, when we assume that the world is at a crossroad, that the international system changes when we have an armed conflict in Europe, the biggest one since World War II, then I think we need to get together and we need to develop new ideas. It was mentioned this morning that we said we need to pool ideas and wisdoms. And the answers are not simple. I mean, the strategic environment has changed. So it will involve quite some thinking to come up with ideas for a new security architecture. Another point I think we urgently need to focus on is financial stability. I mean, people here in Asia remember the Asian financial crisis. We all remember the financial crisis 2007, 2008. I think the financial system, the international one, is not in a better shape at the moment. I mean, the debt levels of many countries, including many major countries, and also countries in the EU, are simply not sustainable. And yes, we have EU-China dialogue on financial stability, but I don't think it's enough. I don't think that we are prepared to stabilize the financial system, and we are certainly also not prepared for a major financial crisis. To end on a maybe positive point, I mean, coming and being based in Berlin, I know that the idea of discussing the perspective of a renewed cooperation with Russia is not very popular in the EU at the moment. But I think we should never underestimate the power of ideas also in solving problems. And I mean, China has tabled quite a number of positive ideas, global initiatives, the Belt and Road Initiative. We have our Global Gateway Initiative. If we work together on a positive vision for the Eurasian continent, I think that can help us to move away from the discussions we have at the moment on arms, ammunition, sanctions, possible military conflict, to well, I mean, focusing our energy on peaceful coexistence, cooperative relations between the countries of Europe and Asia.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Olenar. I'm quite agree about your opinion about the dialogue. You mentioned that there's no dialogue between EU and Russia. It's little dialogue between EU and China. It's just a lot of dialogue between the US and the EU. We need the dialogue. And I think without dialogue, we will go to the no result. So I think I quite agree on you. That so anyway, what are the difference we have? We have to communicate each other. Next, I would like to ask Eberhard Sander-Schneider to give their opinion.
Thank you so much again for giving me the opportunity to share a few ideas with you on EU-China relations. But let me start with your last remark, Mr. Chairman. I am certainly absolutely in favor of dialogue. But let us remind ourselves, dialogue does not necessarily lead to success. You might end up in misunderstandings, in conflicts. So dialogue is an important prerequisite for the organization of bilateral relations, but not an automatic instrument of success. Let's keep in mind what I just said, because I would first start with drawing your attention again to the last 50 years of official relations between China and the European Union. And my overall assessment is, what a success based on the expectations back in 1975. No one would ever have assumed that our economic and political relations would develop as they did. And let me also remind you, in the first years, the European Union started by calling China first a partner. In the next conceptual paper, it was a strategic partner. Then it became an enhanced strategic partner. And at that time, I was joking, the next step will be offering membership to China, to the European Union. But as we have heard the morning, we have reached several inflection points. And for me, today, in today's perspective, the biggest problem is the fact that we are securitizing and weaponizing our trade relations. That's perhaps not the origin in China and not in Europe, but we have an American friend who is always with us as the invisible third party. But this is the major challenge, and what we have heard so far, there are so many opportunities in our bilateral relations, but there are also obstacles. And these obstacles have led, if I'm not completely wrong at the moment, to a high level of mutual frustration on both sides. And while I'm here in China for the last week, I was confronted again and again, almost on a daily basis, with the frustration on the Chinese side. And let me for a moment come back to what you have heard in the diplomatical addresses this morning. And don't forget, I'm speaking to you as a citizen of the European Union. The European Union, in my perspective, is a very ununited union. If you are asking for Europe's China policy, don't only look to Brussels. That's perhaps one important aspect, but you have to look at 27 plus 1. Each and every member state of the European Union has its, or her, whatever you call it, own perspective on China, plus Brussels. So it's difficult to deal with this European Union in a Chinese perspective. And the famous, you may remember Henry Kissinger asking for the telephone number of Europe, so better prepare yourself to get 28 numbers in your booklets. Europe itself, and that is important to know if you are seeking for understanding our bilateral relations, is in at least two big dilemmata. And the most important dilemma is it's an unbelievable success story. Never forget that. If you take Europe's history, when all this started in the early 1950s, no one ever would have expected Europe to be where it is today. No one. It is a success story, but in success lies the germ of failure. The biggest success in my reading of the European Union is helping stabilize the transformation processes in Central and Eastern Europe after 1989. That was important, that was a success. But at the same time, it led to a simple dilemma. The dilemma is the European Union is overstretched externally and overregulated internally. Remember this morning, that really caught my attention, the ambassador saying, regulation is not fast enough. That is one of the European diseases compared to China. We do not need regulation, we need learning about social media. But Europeans start with regulation first, before they continue with developing technology. And my impression is, in this country, you are proceeding exactly the opposite way, and much more successful. So in the end, this inflection point we may have reached in the official diplomatic speech, yes, might be there, but it is an inflection point which is also characterized by a big division in attitudes towards China between politics on the one hand and business on the other. My impression is that while politics is getting ever more critical of China, weaponizing some of the aspects of our relations, as I said, business is continuing, despite all problems which have been mentioned, to regard China as what China really is, one of the most important markets of the future, and I don't know any business person in Germany who does not want to be part of action on the biggest market of the future. So the perspective is, waiting for us is hard work, especially in the political sphere. We have lost trust, we have lost mutual understanding, and we are all challenged to help contribute to overcoming this lack of trust. And my personal, if I should be asked to end on an optimistic note, I'm pretty sure that growing international pressure, global pressure, necessitates less fundamentalism in our bilateral relations and more pragmatism. That is perhaps something we Europeans can learn from China, and hopefully we do. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sander Schneider. I think yes, your thinking is we need to look at our relationship not weaponized, and we need to better understand each other. Next, I would like to ask Mr. Sun Yongfu to give his opinion.
Thank you very much for having me to participate in this dialogue. It's very interesting. I noted that most, if not all, the panelists for this afternoon mainly from Germany. But I think it's quite natural because Germany is the #1 trading partner for 40 years. If we see China-EU economic and trade relations, and I was part of that for a little bit more than 12 years, as I was the DG for European Department of MOFCOM. I'm quite lucky that in my time, the economic and trade relationship between China and EU was very good. We are on a very healthy track, I think, comparing with present situation. I think we are a little bit out of track, and there is no, enough trust between each other, as mentioned by previous speakers. And we had some trade frictions when we were during that period of time, and say textile and solar panels, but we have rules to obey, that is WTO. So through negotiations, through dialogue, we can more or less solve our trade frictions. But now it's difficult. And Germany still is our #1 trading partner within the EU, and is the most important trading partner for us. It's more or less 1/3 our bilateral trade. China, EU, and Germany places very important, one third, or 1/4 of our bilateral trade. So the role of Germany is very important in shaping the bilateral trade and economic cooperation between China and EU as a whole. Now, I think it's quite complicated, as mentioned. How should we treat EU separately to deal with the member states of EU as 27 members, or we need to discuss more with Brussels as a union? Because my feeling is that in order to solve the individual problems of member states, they always concentrate on all their requirement to Brussels, so that they can put everything in a group to discuss with our top leaders. But for those individual members, only for those, happy sectors, we don't have too much problems, but put the difficult items to Brussels. So it's difficult for China to discuss with the EU, with the Brussels. And I still can recall that for those HEDs, they have high-level economic dialogue, it's very difficult to answer all the questions concentrated from all the members of the EU. And the questionnaire is too high, it's too long. So I think right now we see more and more competition instead of complementary economic relations. And from 2019, China is labeled as 3 categories, as mentioned before: partner, competitor, and systematic rivalry. I think the worry is that more and more systematic rivalry is on the top agenda, instead of having real dialogue on cooperations, like Christoph last comments mentioned. I think we need to concentrate on cooperation fields, especially in the green technologies, solar panel, for example, EV cars, and others. We have a lot to explore the fields of cooperation, and don't pay too much attention to the so-called de-risking or systematic rivalry. So we need to have our trade relations back on track. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sun. So he was the DG of Department for European Affairs in the MOFCOM for the long term. I think in that time, and economic relations between China and the EU was quite nice, and he did a very big contribution to that. That time, and then there are some the problems, but not so headache like now. So I think his opinion shared with us is very constructive. Yeah. And I would like to ask Mr. Wang Yue to share his opinion.
Thank you. I just come back from Brussels, attending the China-EU forum organized by the Friends of Europe and the Chinese mission to the European Union in memory of the 50 years. I have two very strange messages from there. One is the Europeans think about Ukraine as our core interests. China asked Europe to respect Taiwan as a core national interest. Why you do not respect Ukraine? I said Taiwan is a core national interest of China. Ukraine is a core interest of Europe, not a national, because Ukraine not joined European Union yet, so it's not your territory. So it's different, okay? Secondly, the very worry about so-called 2027, China will use force to unify Taiwan and read the 15th five-year plan, because they say very clearly to promote the national unification process. But the misunderstanding of that, in Chinese it says, 推进祖国统一大业，民族复兴伟业，民族和祖国。
The Chinese nation's rejuvenation is the reunion of Taiwan. So these are two different words.
It's great, it's a good challenge. So it's no misunderstanding, better to speak Chinese and talk to that. Then I have 5 suggestions, time limited, because Europeans have many complaints about that. I say, if you complain today, you will lose tomorrow. If you complain tomorrow, you will lose the day after tomorrow. So better the views of the tomorrow from the day after tomorrow. So Deng Xiaoping said at the very earlier of the opening reform, said, 解放思想, emancipate of the mind. So I have 5  解放思想 suggestions. Number 1, from cooperation to co-creation. Win-win, maybe you say one China wins twice. But digital and green transition, creation should jointly shape the future. I think that's for the human civilization. So for the financial and the service, we still have lots of opportunities to cooperate. Traditional manufacturing may be competition. Second, from, I think, the current market to the future market, for instance, the aging society, AI, I think it's a future market. The UNESCO Center located in Shanghai, I think that the key differences between Chinese and the Europeans, your young people playing the post-modern art, Chinese young people working very hard in a laboratory. So that's basically, we need to focus on that. Thirdly, from national level or EU level to regional level, when I visited Italy, Toscana, and there are many regions very active, embrace of China. Whether maybe in China we can have office for them, for the regional province or region, right? You have regional representatives in Brussels. So we need to evaluate our mind. Fourthly, from traditional to non-traditional security. Traditional security, you are limited with Huawei, 5G, but for other non-traditional data, for instance, the data of the tourist, I think we need lots of cooperation. When I visited France, still very old to have the video and the guide, auto guide. In China, everything is digital, scan, the WeChat, everything, translation, it's very popular now, even Alipay. Number 5, I think also we need to, from the new infrastructure cooperation. The older infrastructure, lots of problem, but not just, Europeans Global Gateway Initiative, Chinese Belt Road Initiative, and also third-party market cooperation. China now, the Zhongji to China, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, the railway extend from across the Caspian Sea and from Azerbaijan, Turkey, and then reach Europe. This is directly connect each other because the China-Europe Express cut by the Ukraine war, and also sometimes the Poland also close. So I think that's make our straight connections in a new infrastructure building. I think lots of the opportunities to cooperate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wang. I think it's 5 areas of what he mentioned is very constructive thinking. And in these areas, some should be a very good area, and then the potential area for the successful cooperation between China and the EU. So next, I would like to ask Mrs. Zhang Yuqi. She is the Vice President of Huajian Group, which is a big company for the footwear production. This is from the enterprise. Well, I would like to hear the opinion from the enterprise.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our company is Huajian Group. It's the local private company making shoewares. And then we relocated our manufacturing in Africa. So now I want to share with you from the perspective of a Chinese entrepreneur in Chinese business and about how we regard China-EU relations. And China has been a manufacturing power for thousands of years. But our Chinese products were imported into Europe and into America and also to African countries. And our shoes have been exported to other countries. But wherever I am, I must depend on China's supply chain. Why? Because I'm sure many of you have lived in China more or less. What you fear, what you really experience here is the high level of convenience. Now China has 1.4 billion people, and China has the best and most developed supply chain in the world that is unrivaled in any part of the world, any country of the world. So China plays an indispensable role in the global supply chain. And there's no country in this world that would not want to connect with China. Otherwise, they would lose some potential access to this global supply chain, whether in aspect of living standards. So, be it developed countries in Europe and in America, or developed countries in Africa, we all need Chinese products. So closing door is not a good choice, obviously. So only with openness and cooperation can we open up keys for the future. And in China, we have not just a manufacturing industry, but also industrial park. And we have global investors from all continents, from Europe, from Africa, from others. And we have European investors from Southeast Asian countries. They're all operating in our industrial parks. So standing at this point, when there are no actually borders among the countries, for example, I regard myself as not just a Chinese citizen, but also an Ethiopian businesswoman. And there's global market for me to create value. I'm not just operating in Africa merely for money. We can go to virtually everywhere in this world to do business. And the global market is global rather than an individual market for Europe or for America or for others. So for China and EU relations, yes, of course, there are surely challenges. But more importantly, we need to work together to find opportunities through cooperation among all the challenges. And that is actually what brings us here for this dialogue. 1 year ago, when I was in Ethiopia, I was thinking that not far away from our factory, somewhere in Egypt, there was war. A lot of kids lost their homes or even their lives. And in almost every country in Africa, there are a large number of poor people. So except for national interests, what can we do to this world? That is what we need to think, because every life is equal. And when life was born, they're not labeled as what nationality or what country they're from. So what I really hope from a business side is that Europe and China can find a sustainable way where they could find long-term and shared success. Thank you.
It's a voice from enterprise. I think Mrs. Lisa Honhager, she has another meeting at 4 o'clock, so she left earlier. In her speech, he talked a lot about subsidies in China. So, and when we heard from the enterprise, I think the competitiveness of Chinese products or the Chinese production is not the subsidies. It's the supply chain, mature supply chain, and ecological production, ecological environment. That's produce the competitiveness. I would like to thank all the panelists for the speech. And at the end, I would like to ask the Young Leader representative, Mr. Lee Quang Tai from Vietnam, to share his opinion with us.
Well, thank you. Well, I would just like to thank all of the honorable speakers today on the panel for their insights and the discussion. So my name is Lee. I'm a young leader for the GYLD and a policy officer for the European Chamber of Commerce in Vietnam. So my question, I would like to bring the focus of the core engine of the EU-China economic relationship, which is the competitiveness. So to understand this, I actually outlined 3 fundamental pillars that I would like to highlight. One would be the people, the demographic, the talent pool, both vast and increasingly skilled, which is a huge, clear advantage to China. Second would be the system, a capacity for long-term relationship, strategic planning, rapid mobilization, which is undeniably very effective in China. And third would be what I want to highlight the most is the regulatory environment, which historically has been one of the most complex pillars from the European perspective. And the EU Commission's own assessment has consistently highlighted that the regulations in China are not as a neutral factor, but as a significant barrier. And this is under the whole framework of partner for cooperation, economic competitor, and systemic rival. And the perception of this complex regulatory environment was a key contributor to the stagnation of the landmark Comprehensive Agreement on Investment, the CAIT. And this stagnation is particularly in stark contrast when we look at, at the broad regional context where other countries like Vietnam, for example, have actively reformed their regulations to align with international agreements and paving the way for the Vietnam-EU Free Trade Agreement, the CPTPP, as well as 2 recent comprehensive strategic partnerships with both the UK and France. So the current situation that we're seeing here is, it presents some kind of a paradox. So we see a lot of the potential in the EU-China economic relationship, but also we see a lot of competition within the region as well. So my question would be threefold. It addressed to any members of the panel. Well, we talk a lot about the, we talk about regulations, we talk about the whole recalibration of the EU-China relationship, and dialogues and different approaches to, the relationship itself. So first of all, how do you see the current trajectory of the China's regulatory environment in practice today? Are we seeing a shift from a framework perceived as more of a shield to one that acts as an enabler for high-quality investment for the EU beyond the 50 years? Second would be how regulations evolve, not just to improve China's own competitive attractiveness, but also to become a genuine asset for the EU-China partnership. And third, and the last one, would be what specific shift in the EU own approach necessary to proactively encourage and facilitate this positive development. Thank you.
So thank you for your sharing your opinion. I think the Vietnam is analyzing Chinese experience very deeply, and I think he has they have quite clear how to understanding about the Chinese development and the Chinese system. So for your question, I would like to ask some panelists to give some comment. Okay, so maybe Mr. Son Snyder? Yeah? Okay. So maybe Mr. Bonanno? Huh?
I think in China, experience is very dialectical thinking about regulation and development. Again, in Chinese, we say 在发展中规范.
Regulation in development, development in regulation.
Creation. First, you need creation, development, then regulation. Within the further innovation, and then you need a new regulation. But the European approach is very tighten regulation first, and then AI cannot grow up. I think China learned from both the Europeans and the US model. US laissez-faire, Europe strict regulation, China midway. So that's the meaning of the China, 中国. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So I think that today we had the very nice discussion. I will wrap up. Maybe in Chinese, it's more, for me, easier.
And thanks will be given to your remarks and discussion, which are very inspiring and constructive. I believe that the future development between China and EU relations, first of all, we have to intensify the communication and exchange. Right now, the exchange is not sufficient. And now, we have adopted the visa-free policies to African countries, to welcome African countries to come and also to communicate with us, including tourism. So I believe this adoption of the policies can apply to Europe as well. And second, both sides, we believe, can clarify and correct our understanding and cognition, which would be impartial, which is pragmatic, which is based on truth and reality. So this kind of communication will be warmly welcome. And the third one is that the China-EU's relation, by definition, by China, would be the partnership. So to European unions, we do not deem it as the foe. Some of the individual members take the national interest and security as the excuse to bar the import of Chinese products, and is ridiculous and hilarious and we do not have an interest in this kind of excuse. The so-called excuse based on the so-called national interest and national security. Some European countries, in terms of eavesdropping or in terms of the national security, have adopted some means. And to this kind of claims again or complaints against China, we do not accept. And as for the policy making by European Union to China should be based on the correct understanding about China. The decision makers from EU are not correct enough, and some of them are even with the bias and the prejudices. So I do believe that China's decision making is based on truth, but the decision-making positions on EU side sometimes are very hilarious and based on lies. For example, the lies about Xinjiang. So we encourage the decision makers of EU will be based on truth, and also you have to consider the interest of your own nationals, whether it is beneficial to your nationals or not. Last but not least, I'd like to share with you my personal observation. In the future, we have to avoid this kind of phenomena that is what we call as to self-fulfilling prophecy. So does it mean? What does it mean? It means that based on the expectation or belief on something that would taken in the future, this kind of preemptive assumptions that would determine them to do something right now. But this kind of preemptive assumption would not happen. So this kind of negative assumption or preemptive assumption will lead to the bad decision. I feel that some of the negative behaviors is based on this negatively preemptive assumptions or illusions. That is something we do not want to see. We have to avoid this kind of assumptions or phenomena. Thank you again for the contributions by the panelists and your participation. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now about to begin the fourth thematic roundtable for today: new drivers of globalization, climate change, AI, and supply chains. To moderate this roundtable, let's warmly welcome Mr. Zhang Wei, Deputy Secretary General and Senior Research Fellow at the Center for China and Globalization. The floor is yours.
Well, distinguished ambassadors, industrial leaders, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome. Welcome to board this ship of ideas elaborating on this subject: new drivers of globalization, climate change, AI, and supply chains. We now have panelists from diplomacy, industry, businesses, and academia, and others. I am Zhang Wei, moderator for this thematic roundtable. I'm like the lieutenant of this ship. Well then, hopefully I would now start to look at where we are amongst this big ocean of globalization, which is now going through transformative changes, from market opening to trade expansion to technology connectivity. More and more, we are connecting with each other. We're now seeing rising powers, and we're redefining the relations between nations, between businesses. Now, the evolving AI, supply chains, and other technologies have now become the driving forces for our cooperation or competition. They're now reshaping our global economy. They are also reforming our international order and industrial capacity and impacting on geopolitical balance. And geopolitical conflicts and low carbon, green economy, and others are now constituting this complex global landscape. And we are now developing this sustainable and safe ecosystem. And now we have seen AI bringing us some ethical issues as well. The global supply chain is now shifting from efficiency to resilience. So amongst all the challenges, there are opportunities in green energy, in sustainability, and in stable supply chains. And also, these are important forces for us to address fragmentation and other challenges. So for this forum, we bring together prominent figures from different stakeholders. You are the permanent drivers of all these forces. So together, we can find new drivers of globalization. We can find tangible solutions to the current problems. And now we have prepared some major topics or questions to you. I would like to rerun all these so that in your sharing you could choose the most interested topics. First, how do we define world green trade and reshaping global order? And what kind of AI governance model can we best support globalization while mitigating the risk of ethics? And in reshaping supply chains, how do our strategies influence the global market and the regional economy? Fourthly, climate change and transformation, digital governance are now seeing some new potential for global cooperation. And what are the outcomes of such cooperations? And for developed countries, how can they play a more important role in the next phase of globalization so that they can protect the equity, fairness, and fruitful outcomes? Well, so much from me. Now let me give the floor to our panelists. So for this roundtable, we have 12 panelists, but Lu Ruquan had to leave earlier for other important arrangements. So now we have 11 panelists with us for this panel. They're all prominent figures from different sectors, very influential leaders in their specific field. For each and every panelist, you will have 5 minutes to share your perspectives. So now, without further ado, let us give the floor to Craig Burchell, the chair of the Digital Maritime Silk Road 2030 International Chamber of Commerce, UK. Please. Well, thank you. Very glad to come back to Beijing. I've been working in Huawei in Shenzhen for 4 years.
First, a warning. I'm a lawyer, and I'm from the business sector. So we tend to be very pragmatic and very business-oriented and very practical. So I've witnessed the power of globalization to create prosperity. I've spent 30 years in globalization, 20 years as global head of trade for Philips Electronics, 5 years living in China, and 4 years at Huawei, SVP, dealing with American sanctions is one of my topics. I'm proud that we have been part of the free trade agreements, the International Information Technology Agreement. This liberalization over the last 30, 40 years has given smartphones to billions of people around the world. It's a success. Globalization can bring prosperity. But other forces, greed, profit-taking, concentration of wealth, produced inequality. and unhappiness. And this balance has now been disrupted by storms, political storms, by COVID. So there is a new paradigm shift away from the efficiencies that we built on before and towards more resilience. Are we decoupling? I've always said no. Building more resilience, yes, there's more space and slack in supply chains, but multilateralism is definitely under threat. And over the last years, the last couple of years, I've been talking with friends and colleagues from China, India, the Emirates, London, the United Kingdom, Europe. And this digital trade network of contacts, we have been thinking how to create new forms of cooperation on the multilateral. And what we have come up with now, we call the Catalyst Project. The Catalyst Project is business-led, government-supported, and organizationally founded in the multilateral system. We focus on the Europe, Gulf, Asia, China trade corridor. This project is all about making digitalization of supply chains. Digitalization of supply chains has been tried many times before. Previous attempts have all failed because they confront limitations in commercial limitations, commercial interests, profit interests, trust issues, and political. Our project is designed differently. It is designed for the buyers and for the sellers. It's designed to be extremely practical. We're calling it, so we focus on the Europe, Gulf, China trade corridor because it is the most significant trade corridor in the whole world. It doesn't matter what we call Belt and Road Initiative, Silk Roads, Eastern Gateway, call it whatever you want, but this corridor is the single most important artery of trade between East and West. We want to digitalize it, and we want to create what's called the public digital infrastructure. This means interoperability between all the systems that work for all the companies in all the regions and between the regions and between the hubs. It is about one corridor, which makes us unique in our focus. It's about 5 hubs, the largest financial and logistics hubs in the world, in Rotterdam, London, Dubai, Mumbai, Singapore, and Beijing, Shanghai. We aim to create, what does it mean for buyers and sellers? It will mean transaction costs reduced 80%. Cross-border time, 70%. No courier costs, 0 paper, 100% digital trusted exchange of data instantaneously, and after some years we will embed finance into it so that trade becomes faster, cheaper, quicker, and it brings benefits to small and medium-sized enterprises directly. I have been asked to chair this project on behalf of the International Chamber of Commerce, and we are building support. That's why I'm here for a month in China and talking with the Chinese government representatives on international digitalization. I return to Europe via India next week, and we already in the Emirates and the ICC United Kingdom is leading this initiative. So it's a new form of cooperation. It's unique because it's focusing on one trade corridor, linking 5 hubs, and linking all the experts so that this chain will be fully interoperable and all the systems between them will speak to each other the same digital language. It's called interoperability, and our goal is the public digital infrastructure. And we believe by focusing on one corridor and getting it right and learning our mistakes as we go along, this can be replicated across every single trade route and corridor across the world. But we have to start somewhere. We have to be pragmatic. We're business people, so that's why we want to start with Euro-Asia, and we want to start by creating a digital Silk Route on the sea. Thank you very much for inviting me to present it.
谢谢格雷格先生啊，刚才您讲的那个。
Thank you, Craig. Connecting East and West, a public digital trade corridor. I fully agree. To navigate globalization to a new direction, a public digital infrastructure is vital. But it calls for standardization. And to facilitate logistics, these are very important. And also, this is a very important infrastructure for green transformation. Thank you for sharing. Now, let me give the floor to our guest from North Europe, His Excellency Michael Starbeck Christensen, Ambassador of Denmark.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chang Liu. Very happy to be able to speak. Good to see Northern European representatives because I think we represent some of the countries that has chosen to go in a new green transition, green energy direction, which is a direction that sets a model for other parts of the world. And I think what we've seen that the climate goals we set, the green industrial strategies we produce, has meant that from being a part of the economy in the periphery, it's now center stage and reshaping how we trade, how we invest, and how we develop our countries. Right now in Brazil, in Belém, we have the UN climate conference taking place, and it's entering into the last few days. And I'm sure in Belém there will be a lot of talk about guilt, responsibility, obligation, the usual negative discussions we often see at these multilateral conferences, but actually it should be about opportunity. Last year, more than $1.8 trillion was the investment we reached in investment in global clean energy, and we outpaced investment in fossil energy. So now we see that there is more investments going to the renewables and that it benefits those countries, that makes that a priority in their energy plans and consumption. We see a shift in global value change because some of the fastest growing traded products today are solar, PV, wind equipment, heat pumps, batteries, and electric vehicles. So we see a shift in also consumer habits, government policies. And I think these energy transition technologies really much become a backbone in our development models. The International Energy Agency estimates that by 2030, clean tech exports will represent over 1/3 of all growth in global goods trade. So also for emerging economies, the green value chain become the entry point to industrial upgrading. So there's really a shift on the way. In Denmark, we use also some tools. One we call green reform, which is a macroeconomic model, and I'm a big fan of using models, economic models that prove the usefulness and the benefits of policy making. So it's not just a policy debate, but it actually proven how it can change things. And this macroeconomic model we use will allow policymakers to assess economic and fiscal impact of climate policies and make sure that new regulation benefits both industry, investors, and create the predictable environment for sustainable growth. So I think that kind of model, it's actually been developed by our Ministry of Finance. It helps the political discussion and the public support, because it actually proves the beneficial elements of the green transition. We also do modeling work with China in a bilateral cooperation where we each year publish the China Energy Transformation Outlook. It has just been presented in Belém at the climate conference. And it's a cooperation between China Energy Research Institute and the Danish Energy Agency, where we map out pathways for China to reach its own climate targets and bridge the gap between vision and action. And these reports, again, are solidly based on academic and technical evidence, and therefore also shows how it's possible to reach the targets that are set in the Chinese energy 5-year plan. So I think those kind of tools we can develop are extremely important for the proof that we are actually moving in the right direction. Let me just finally mention, I think that's been a bit criticized in China is the EU's carbon border adjustment mechanism, CBAM. But again, I don't see it as a barrier for trade. I see it as an incentive for low carbon production and accelerate decarbonization in the global supply chains. So I think we also need political regulatory instruments that push the transition in the right way, and we shouldn't call them barriers, but incentives for a greener development. So I think they play a vital role as well. Thank you very much.
好，感谢大使阁下啊。
Thank you, Ambassador. Just now you have shared with us in terms of green technology and a green energy transition, digital development from the production side to the consumption to the decision-making and industrialization, and China-Denmark cooperation from the policy side. Because you have the new green development and policy making, and I myself also be participated into some of the discussions like this. And in terms of the CBAM, the green trade development, whether it can promote the green transition, and we have seen the methodologies from European side is very advanced, and how to synergize everyone and to keep the same pace of this transition in terms of the standard and also in terms of the integration of the efforts of all stakeholders in the next several years. We believe there's a room for us to make efforts too. Thank you for your sharing. And for that, I'd like to move on to another Nordic country. I'd like to invite from Norwegian, Ambassador from Norway to China, His Excellency Wabino David.
It's an honor for me to be on such a distinguished panel. I'm very happy to have several of my North European colleagues with me, and I don't think it's a coincidence that you have so many North Europeans here, because the concern about the drivers of globalization, and these drivers in particular, are very high on the agenda for different reasons different reasons for the different areas in the North European countries. I also like you said in your opening that we are moving from efficiencies to resilience, and I like to agree and disagree with that. I mean, partially, of course, we cannot move away from the efficiencies, because the efficiencies are extremely important to us. The reason why we have had a development in the world where we managed, we've seen hundreds of millions and even billions of people move out of poverty, has been because we have been able to exploit those efficiencies. And so in maintaining those efficiencies lies a lot of welfare for a lot of people. But then it also turns out that it's been going too far. And I think a combining theme of the three drivers that are sort of the basis of this session Two of them, the problems, the challenges are manifest, and in one, the challenges are potential. I think Michael made a very good case for the positive story around climate change. Necessity is the mother of invention, and I think we have been finding a lot of opportunities in the green economy, and we continue to do so. Also Norwegian companies working here in China with Chinese companies. And then, of course, at the same time, climate change is one of the consequences of globalization and one of the great dangers to globalization, because the resilience of our economies and the resilience of our societies are being fundamentally challenged. Supply chains are very much on vogue these days. Lots of people concerned. This is also an example of us being able to drive efficiencies to a point where we have become maybe too efficient or maybe too fragile. We are, and right now is of course a discussion between countries and who sells what to whom, and who protects themselves from who, but it's also a question of us collectively putting ourselves in a position where we are, at any given point, not just one political decision away from a problem, but we are one storm away from a problem, one pandemic away from a problem, one earthquake away from a problem, because when we have so many things that are made maybe in just one place in the world, and that one place is many different places in the world for many different inputs, the whole system as such becomes too fragile. And then, of course, so these are manifest challenges, and then you have the future challenge of AI. And I am a political scientist. I don't know the ins and outs of my son is a computer scientist, and he tries to explain it to me almost on a weekly basis, and he usually fails. But I'm hearing a lot of very intelligent people that know a lot about AI saying that this is the salvation for the future of mankind, and then another group that knows a lot about it saying that this is the possible doom of mankind. And then we should prepare for both possibilities, also when we consider them, and consider that this will become fundamental to the world economy. And as so many other times, I think a lot of the solution we will find in international cooperation. We see a lot of it on climate now in Belém. I think CBAM is going to be a very interesting solution on a way to find collective solutions to the dilemmas on climate. I think we also have to find collective solutions on the supply chains. And then on AI, it is important that we, sooner rather than later, and in our case, we want a UN-centered approach to that, try to find common governance structures so that we don't release something onto the world that we don't know how to control and where it will take us. So for the world to be as efficient as possible, but as resilient as necessary.
Thank you, Ambassador. Yes, indeed, like you have mentioned, in face with the challenges, we have to concert our joint efforts together and join hands together and put our thoughts together, especially in terms to improve the resilience of the supply chain, which is very fragile right now. It is highly pressurized. I agree with you about the example like the earthquake. And I'm thinking that when an earthquake is taking place, what can we do about the systematic damages to other elements which are linked with each other? And we have to reduce the damages immediately so as to reduce the possibilities that more sub or secondary earthquakes would occur. And that is consensus we have to reach. In terms of the green transition, we have mentioned the EU countries and CBAM and a Green Deal. Very important to offer a lot of options and inspirations to us, and the trials are very good. Also, EU side made a lot of efforts. Some countries, including U.S., also have adopted the Green Deal, and China has its policies for green transition. I suggest that we have to come together to push for this transition, because most of the efforts need to be done by the developing countries, but this means that the cost for doing so is very high. So I believe that we must build the very good resilience of the supply chain so as to reduce the cost of the industry and the countries as well as the households. Like, for example, the cost and the pressure of the cost to the household can be very strenuous. And we must offer a very good momentum and a mechanism from the policies, from the approach, from the decision-making process. We can provide the references from each other, and we have to make joint efforts. And talking about the resilience of the supply chain, my position is that we at least have to reduce the stress from the supply chain vulnerabilities to damage the work and operation of the businesses. In this regard, we have a lot of room to explore. Thank you, Ambassador. Yes, indeed, Nordic countries. It's not coincident that we gathered together. It is very necessary, because what you're doing is very good. And with that, I'd like to invite Ambassador from the Netherlands to China, His Excellency Andrew Haspels.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. And obviously, I guess nobody here would be interested today what I tell about Nexperia. But the Nexperia case gives me the opportunity to say something about supply chains and supply resilience, which I'm happy to do. First of all, the Netherlands is a country that strongly believes in free trade, in a rule-based system, with fair and equal rights and obligations for every country. About 1/3 of our GDP relies on foreign trade. And over the past few decades, we have seen supply chains become increasingly global in nature, which has led to large gains in efficiency and innovation. And we all benefited from that. Many countries, including China and the Netherlands, have been able to develop their economies because of the benefits of international trade. Yet the world has also shown and come to realization that these developments have impacted our economic resilience. All these global and complex supply chains make certain supply chains very vulnerable. Let me provide you with 3 examples. The first one is the COVID crisis. I think this period showed to Europe our enormous dependence on other countries for vaccines, for masks, for face masks, and suddenly we had to grapple with shortages. And it made us realize that sometimes in order to be resilient, it is important to build in a certain slack into our system. Second, I would like to mention as an example our energy dependence on Russia. When Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine started, we were hugely dependent on Russia for oil and gas. And not wanting to fund Russia's war machine and to comply with the sanctions against Russia, we suddenly needed to rapidly decrease our energy imports from Russia. And this came to huge cost for business and for our society. So the lesson there was also we do not need to be dependent on one single country. And thirdly, I would like to mention China's dominance in the production and refining of critical raw materials. And the export controls that China has implemented on critical raw materials have led to an upheaval for European businesses. And it's just another example of how being dependent on another country can make supply chains vulnerable. And to be more resilient for such events, we just need to de-risk our value chains that are strategic in nature. For example, by diversifying our supply chain, by stimulating innovation, and by strengthening our European ecosystem. And I would like to stress that these efforts are not, I repeat, not focused against China. It is a broad-based effort to avoid strategic dependencies on one single country. Other countries are making similar efforts. In fact, China already started to integrate economic resilience in its policies at least 10 years before the EU did. And of course, China keeps on going this course. If you look at the proposals for China's next 5 years plan, technological self-reliance will continue to be a key goal for China. And we respect that. But it also influences our thinking. Whereas mutual dependencies can help promote peace and stability, one-sided dependencies do not. But we want to and we need to keep working together. We have far more interests in common than we have our differences. And we continue to see many opportunities to work with China in line with our continued commitment to free trade and multilateralism. I can mention a number of examples for cooperation. In the interest of time, I will leave that out, but believe me, there are more than enough. Let me go back and end with where I started with, that is the Nexperia case. The Dutch government found it necessary to intervene in Nexperia due to a serious governance issues that posed an acute threat to the continuity of production capacity of Nexperia within Europe. And the measure that the Dutch government took was, again, not aimed against China, but rather an intervention to safeguard our security, our supply, and our value chain. Yesterday, as some of you might know, the Minister of Economic Affairs from the Netherlands has decided to suspend the order based on the Goods Availability Act in close cooperation with our European and international allies. And we also agreed with MOFCOM on the importance of restoring the supply chain in the interest of both our countries. So on this specific case, discussions between China and the Netherlands will continue, and we will continue to engage in a constructive dialogue with the Chinese authorities. Thank you very much.
谢谢大使啊。刚才
Thank you. As you mentioned, yes, indeed, China and Netherlands must stand on a higher perspective for bilateral and global cooperation, so that we can together address the challenges in energy and others, so that we do not depend on a single source of energy. Actually, China has been making its own exploration because China itself is facing challenges, including energy. And in terms of global governance, I think things are getting better in terms of regulation and others. Sometimes some regulations were legacy of the past, but these regulations must be improved or aligned to the changing times. So it is very important for us to work together toward the same direction. Yes, sometimes challenges might be good because that brings us together to discuss and to develop solutions, bilateral ones or multilateral ones. Now China is developing its 15th five-year plan, and now China has explored its specific pathway for development. And there are opportunities in the Chinese market, and also China will create opportunities for other countries. Now European Union are committed to their green transformation and to facilitating trade and investment. So these are areas where we could work together, because no country or no national supply chain can work alone in this modern age. Thank you. Last but least, I would like to give the floor to His Excellency Thoria Ibsen from Iceland.
Mr. Zhang. I would like to address the issue of drivers of globalization in the context of the general context of global governance via three observations. The first one concerns the different implications of the various drivers that we're dealing with today in the global system. When we look at the background analysis provided by the CCG, it distinguishes between traditional drivers and new forces of international relations and chains. I found this interesting analysis that merits consideration. And I would certainly agree that market liberalization, trade expansion, and technological connectivity have been important drivers of multilateralism. These drivers create both interdependence and common challenges, and in situations of stability and mutual trust, these drivers tend to encourage the world community to manage international relations and to resolve shared problems through negotiations and cooperation. I would also argue that environmental challenges, including climate change, have also been major drivers of multilateralism. They have, in fact, while they're a problem, they have pushed states, businesses, and civil society onto the path of the green transition to the betterment of our humanity. Excuse me. I'm more concerned about, on the other hand, artificial intelligence and the evolving supply chain structures. These two are different in nature, and they are more aligned with aspirations of powerful industries and states to acquire global power and dominance. And these forces, if they're not properly managed, they're likely to contribute to more geopolitical confrontation and deepen inequalities. The second point I want to make around these drivers is, how do we successfully manage them? Do we do it with more multilateralism, or do we move towards multipolarity? And here, of course, there's a certainly concern in the world community that that we are facing change and the international system is at a crossroad. But the question is, which path are we going to choose out of this crossroad? My answer is that, and is quite evident, the answer is multilateralism and not multipolarity. Because history tells us that an effective and responsive multilateral systems underpinned by the respect of the United Nations Charter and international law is the best possible guarantee for our security. And for the large and the powerful that do see an opportunity in gaining more influence and even dominance in the multilateral world, that favor multipolarity, we should heed the warnings of the Secretary General Guterres, which has reminded us of the experience of Europe, of the multipolarity that led to the disaster of the World War I, with the disaster for Europe that we all know. So my third point then, excuse me, I'm having difficulty with my voice. Excuse me. The third point that I want to make then, and the final observation, if we favor multilateralism or multipolarity, what do we have to do to reform the system? Now, I've made the point that the UN should be the core of that reform, but the UN has to be made to fit the purpose. There's been many achievements of the United Nations system and multilateral institutions of the post-Second World War period. But trust is dwindling in these institutions, and many inefficiencies and ineffectiveness of the institutions have been pointed out. Second, though, we have to keep in mind that the most important element of effective international systems is inclusiveness and the full participation of all states. And therefore, if we are going to reform the international system, we have to do it together on the basis of the same premise. And this is why it's very important, I think, that the world community follows carefully and participates actively in the Secretary General's UN-AIT reform process in updating the UN system, and avoid get sidetracked by alternative proposals. Because fundamental to the UN-AIT initiative is the recommitment to the rule of law and to all the three pillars of the UN Charter, notably peace and security, human rights, and development. These three are intertwined and inseparable. Peace and security cannot be sustainable without human rights and development and human rights will not be possible without peace and security. The UN Charter is a charter belonging to people of the world. It is not just the property of governments. Individuals and peoples are also granted rights to fundamental freedoms by international law. This is why respect for human rights one of the 3 pillars of the UN Charter, must also be integral part of the reform of the multilateral system for it to prevail. Thank you very much, sir.
谢谢大使啊。
Thank you very much. I fully agree with your points. The future of globalization is the future of multilateralism. Countries, including China, oppose unilateralism. We always favor multilateralism because together we can work out solutions for common challenges. In terms of United Nations and the Security Council reform, together with many European countries, China has been advocating that reform so that our global governance can be more inclusive in terms of human rights, in security, and in development. China has proposed some initiatives that are in line with the UN Charter, Global Security Development Initiative, and GDI and GCI, and demonstrating how China has been promoting a more inclusive approach toward toward a better global governance system. So it is not just about big or small countries or countries with different cultural backgrounds. All countries must equally share opportunities for development. And of course, developed countries can lead developing countries for North-South, South-South cooperation, but must be multilateral. And that is highly aligned with China's global initiatives. Thank you very much for sharing. Now let's shift from North European perspectives to the Chinese perspective. In China, there are a lot of people engaged in environmental protection and climate change. You would see the blue sky is the result of our endeavors. And some of our deserts have now been turned into animal husbandry farms and wind power farms. And now we have the next panelist, Ma Jun, from the Institute of Public and Environment Affairs.
For inviting me to this forum. I just came back from the UN Climate Conference, COP30. This year marks the 10-year anniversary of the Paris Agreement. Major progresses have been made through collaborative efforts, as the Mr. Ambassador Ibsen noted, but enormous gap still remains. Globally, we're falling short of the climate targets. Meanwhile, a growing global governance fragmentation threatens to divert attention from the climate crisis, as well as the international cooperation on sustainable development goals. In this challenging landscape, doing more with less is no longer optional, it's imperative. As a member of the UNFCCC Synergy Expert Committee, I was invited to speak at the COP30 on China's experience in integrating climate action, economic growth, and social progress into a unified strategy. Over the past 12 years, as Mr. Zhang noted, aggressive clean air policies reduced sulfur dioxide from 20 million tons to just 2.4 million, while Beijing's PM 2.5 levels dropped from nearly 90 micrograms to 30. And yet today, traditional end-pipe solutions have reached their limits. Further progress demands a more fundamental transformation. This is where the Beautiful China initiative came in, and a strategic framework aligning pollution control, green expansion, and high-quality growth. At its core is the energy transition, which has already delivered remarkable results. China hit its 2030 renewable target 6 years earlier and continues to lead the world in solar and wind deployment. Meanwhile, the economy is electrifying 9 times faster than the rest of the world, with EVs making up nearly 50% of the new car sales. Critically, this low carbon transition is also driving economic growth and resilience, proving that sustainability, security, and development can reinforce each other. I also want to note that China's clean air and water action began with massive monitoring and disclosure, which not only help empower public oversight, strengthen government enforcement, but also enable market-based solutions like green supply chain and green finance. Last month, we released the 12th annual report on the Green Supply Chain Corporate Index. The findings show that companies have tapped into the data to motivate tens of thousands of suppliers to enhance performance. And of course, major European companies like Adidas and Puma and Marks & Spencer and Apple and Dell, they excel, run on top. But whole group of Chinese companies have also entered into the global top 50, led by those in the new energy industry. So the corporate data carbon disclosure, we collected topped 5 billion tons. And China is dividing the country into 44,000 eco-function zoning, including 3 million square kilometers of the red line zones. With the belief that synergy also needs to start from monitoring and transparency. At COP30, we also published the global city green and low carbon transparency index. And the initial assessment results, of course, we see developed cities like New York, London, Sydney, Paris, Hong Kong, and Tokyo came on top, but Beijing also got into top 5, and Shanghai, Shenzhen quickly catching up, with a whole group of cities in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. They still lag behind. There's a huge potential for cities to share the best practices on transparency, which we believe that will help, not just help to enhance their own efficiency and effectiveness in dealing with climate change, pollution, and local pollution, and motivate more progress on SDG. But transparency globally will also help bridge the gap of distrust, which is much needed in today's world. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ma. Yes, you have mentioned that China's practices, experiences, and international cooperation. You have mentioned that as a green transition entity or carrier, there is a lot of work that China can do. And the cities from Europe or the cities of China and the cities of other continents, they have tried a lot of innovations. So the city-centric transition for the energy is a very good model for international cooperation. Thank you. With that, I'd like to invite the perspective from the academia, and I'd like to invite Andy Mark, also a senior research fellow, CCG, professor in Beijing Foreign Studies University, and who is also a very good commentator of media.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's been several months since the last China International Supply Chain Expo, but I want to suggest that the significance of that event is still rippling outward, and not for the reasons people usually notice. Most commentary focused on numbers: trade deals signed, countries represented, Fortune 500 firms attending. But beneath those headlines lies something far more interesting, a shift in worldview. Let me put it this way. For most of human history, we looked at the night sky and saw scattered stars. Only later did we realize they formed galaxies, structured dynamic systems, not random points of light. That recognition wasn't just scientific, it was ontological. We began to understand reality differently. And this is what I think China is doing now with supply chains. In the West, the term supply chain is still mostly a metaphor, something we say to describe a sequence of steps. It's shorthand, useful but vague. China, by contrast, is treating the supply chain as a real thing, an object that can be measured, governed, and defended, a system with structure, vulnerability, and sovereignty. And it's building institutions around that idea: chain chiefs, physical expos, digital twins, contingency drills, and cross-border simulations. This isn't just good policy, it's a different ontology. Why does this matter? Because once you start treating supply chains like galaxies, structured, interconnected, observable, you unlock entirely new capabilities. You can map them the way astronomers chart constellations. You can fortify them the way engineers reinforce infrastructure. You can even broker trust around them, the way airspace or maritime routes are managed collectively. Except now, the object in question is the flow of semiconductors, rare earths, EV batteries, and food staples. In short, by recognizing the supply chain as an object, China has created a platform for action across borders, industries, and ideologies. Now, some may dismiss this as technocratic theater, but I'd argue the opposite. In a world of rising complexity and geopolitical friction, those who can see structure where others see chaos, those who recognize new entities before others do, will have a strategic edge. This is what ontological vision gives you, not just new tools, but new terrain to operate on. And whether we agree with China's methods or not, this ontological move deserves close attention, because the next great competition may not be just about the control over physical resources or digital platforms, but over what kinds of things we treat as real, governable, and worth protecting. So no, this isn't just about a trade fair in Beijing. It's about something deeper: the ability to recognize structure where others see only flow, the decision to treat supply chains as systems worth governing, not just reacting to, and the quiet shift in worldview that may define who adapts and who lags as global complexity deepens. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Yeah, personally, coming back from this expo, and just now you have mentioned that after viewing a lot of products and the visions of the world and the thinking about the supply chain from the direction of the development of humanity, we have seen the new sparkles of ideas to navigate humanity to develop in the future. So be it in China or other countries, very possible that we can see some scattered points in the future supply chain or future governance. We would develop the new constellation of governance, and usually the new species will be given birth from the new uncharted water. And we should bear in mind this kind of possibilities, and we have to make joint efforts to give birth to these new things to happen. Thank you. So next, I'd like to invite CEO, Tasmania Branch, Australia-China Business Council, Mr. David Morris.
Well, thank you, Mr. Zhang. Now, I'm sorry to say to those who fear multipolarity, but it's arrived. You only have to walk out the door to see it. We are now living in a multipolar world. I think we all understand why Europeans have a deep concern about multipolarity. We understand European history and European colonial history, and we understand that multipolarity has led to disaster in the European case. We also understand, I think, why the United States fears multipolarity, because the United States identifies itself as the leader of the world, and so it prefers naturally unipolarity. But we here in the Asia Pacific, we see the world a bit differently. And this is the thing, when you travel the world, you realise that the lived experience is different in different places. And in the Asia Pacific, our history in this part of the world for thousands of years has been multipolarity is actually more stable than hegemony, than competition between two major powers or one hegemon. Members of the Asia-Pacific community do not want one hegemon, and they do not want bipolarity either, where two hegemons are fighting it out and asking us to choose. This is not, I've just come from Malaysia, where I was speaking at the Global Chinese Economic and Technology Summit, and I can tell you that every speaker at that summit in Kuala Lumpur yesterday was making this very point, that we do not want to choose. We do not want to be asked to choose. And I say this as someone who represents the business community in Australia. We do not want to be asked to choose. Our economic prosperity is tied up with this country here, with China. Our economic future is tied up with this country, but also, of course, we equally want to have strong and resilient and ongoing relationships with the United States and with Europe and other parts of the world. So we are going to have to come to terms with a new multipolar world. Now, what does this mean? Well, what it means for supply chains, what it means for governing technologies, what it means for the climate is that actually we need to deepen our multilateral cooperation. Multipolarity is going to need multilateralism to work. The very reason multilateralism is not working at the moment is the resistance of some to multipolarity. It is the resistance towards compromise, towards sitting down and having dialogue like we're doing here. It is the resistance to actually finding common ground where we can work together. In the case of technology, it's this fear that we must enter into a binary world where one form of technology is a good and trusted one, and another form we can demonize as being untrustworthy. This is not the way engineers see technology. This is not the way any technology expert I've ever interviewed for my research, and I've just written a book about this, The New Era of Risk, published by Ethics Press. Experts in cybersecurity tell us that risks come from everywhere. They don't just come from one country or one state. They can come from teenagers in their bedroom. They can come from all kinds of non-state actors. So actually, we need to be using multilateralism more rather than less in a multipolar world, and we need to agree rules around how do we regulate technology so that it is safe for humans. How do we address the climate crisis, which absolutely requires multilateralism. So I've changed what I was going to say today in response to this concern about multipolarity, but what I want to make the point that multipolarity and multilateralism have to go hand in hand, because this is now the world we're in. This is the real world of the 21st century. And so the only way we're going to address the securitization of supply chains, the unwinding of our action on climate change, the only way to address this is actually to deepen our multilateral cooperation. Now that's going to require compromise, it's going to require dialogue, it's going to require building trust, and we're only going to build trust once we see some successful models. And we've got a long way to go, I think. I think we're still spiraling downwards at the moment, but we've got to drop the fear, I think, about a new multipolar world and actually embrace it, because in this part of the world, in the Asia-Pacific, multipolarity is a good thing, and free trade without protectionist barriers and without fake political risks and without fake geopolitical risks, actual factual-based, evidence-based risk management is what we're going to require more of in the future. Thank you.
谢谢大卫先生啊。
Well, thank you, Mr. Morris. Yes, as you said, many countries really do not like to see a unipolar world, but still they're concerned with the multipolar world. And China has proposed some initiatives, and multilateralism or multipolarization are the general direction. So in China's philosophy, there's no notion of zero-sum game or either white or black. It is not the underlying logic of Chinese philosophy, because in China we appreciate all different forms of beauty, and we agree to disagree. So Darwinism or zero-sum game have never been and will never be a part of our mindset, because we try to create greater good for all and common prosperity for all. And so, because a unipolar world is not the world that we, China, strive for. So thank you, Mr. Maurice. You've been in China for many years, so you really have a deep understanding about China and the Chinese people. Thank you. Now, we have a shared perspective from Australia, from Europe. Now, let me give the floor to Ravender Wu, founder of the Asian Network. Please, you have the floor, sir.
Thanks, CCG and Dr. Henri Wong for inviting me for this important conference. I'm very happy to speak among distinguished panelists. So I will try to be brief and concise, especially at the time of this day. My intervention will be divided in 3 parts. The first will be on geopolitics and geoeconomics from the Global South with a focus on Asia. The second will be key challenges for the Global South to address, and finally, some alternatives and solutions. So first, we notice that the Global South is a significant economic and demographic force. Almost 2/3 of the world working age population lives in the Global South. More than 40% of the world's energy and transitions metals are produced there. But also I want to underline the importance of China in the Global South, and as mentioned in by our previous panelists, in a multipolar world. China is the largest trading partner for the Global South. The US remains the more important investment partner. But China also leading the Belt and Road Initiative, signing with 120 countries. Initiative also like RCEP, but also a driving force for the BRICS, and recently to the SCO Summit, engaging with Central Asia and Middle East. On our previous panel, we got some German representatives, so I'm happy to share Dutch Bank Research Institute publications who in May 2025 shared these very important key takeaways from this report. Among 5 components, key metrics from all the 120 countries in Global South, they analyze 5 dimensions: working age population, manufacturing, financial, military spending, and energy resources. So the result is very interesting. 4 of 10 ASEAN economies are in the top 15: Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, and Malaysia. So what does it show? The global growth will be from South and Southeast Asia. This is a new center of gravity. So my second part will be more on key challenges. That's why we are here to discuss. The first is, of course, the shift in supply chain. Regardless of where tariff ends up, companies currently manufacturing in China and serving US consumers will likely reconsider producing choices given new uncertainties. Number 2 is the movement of people. We note that 125% of the world population growth until 2040 is projected to be driven by the Global South. But also migrations is connected with climate extreme conditions and, of course, insecurity flashpoints in Asia, such as the Taiwan Strait, South China Sea, Myanmar crisis, and just recently with the border with Cambodia and Thailand. And last, sustainability effort to push climate action in particular. Global South is the bloc most at risk and having made the least progress in the last 20 years. China could emerge as a global leader around climate efforts for the Global South to follow. Now let me end with 5 potential alternatives and solutions. The first one should be developing economies should invest more in AI literacy, regional data centers, and of course, providing a frameworks to relevant local realities. Number 2, countries like Vietnam, Indonesia, Morocco, Kenya, and Brazil could be the hubs for renewable manufacturing, carbon markets, and climate-resilient agriculture. Number 3, ASEAN, African Union, Mercosur can act as collective voices to rebalance global decision-making. Very important point, the significant role of middle powers. They should promote peaceful conflict resolution, contribute to global stability, but also, of course, advancing agreement on issues like climate change and peacekeeping. And finally, we should shift about our mindset from centralized, top-down, supranational governance to a decentralized power composed of minilateralism, more flexible, action-oriented and smaller. But now let me end this intervention with the concept of polycrasis from a very famous French philosopher, Edgar Morin, in 1993, who talked about polycrasis, which is a situation in which multiple distinct crises occur simultaneously and interact in ways that amplify each other. So I think for the next decade, we need urgently to prioritize cooperation over conflict and, of course, connection over confrontation. I thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Nu Ravindra. Yes, indeed, our world is now facing the negative impact of world trade war and of some of the competition in terms of technology. So the Global South needs more say and more role to play. And of course, whether it is very important for us to shift from top down to bottom up so that the regional or local countries can propose more workable solutions. Actually, the last round of globalization was business at the core, but for this round of globalization, science and technology revolution has now diluted this force into more individuals. So now we look forward to more in-depth sharing. Now let me give the floor to our next panelist. A prominent figure from academia and diplomacy, a very renowned research fellow, CCG, research fellow and Strategic Peace Research Center from China Foreign Affairs University, Mr. Su Hao. Microphone, please.
The name tag is on the roundtable, not without the microphone.
Okay.
Well, it seems that maybe I will not be the mainstream in the panelists. All right. So thank you for CGG to invite me for this event. Maybe I would like to try my best to make something new in my presentation. I would like to put the 3W in my remarks. That means the 3 what of questionnaires in my presentations. First, what is the globalization? You know, these themes of the panelists talking about the globalization, right? Of the new drivings of globalization. But what means the globalization? Actually, somehow I would like to criticize the traditional globalization. We remember 20 years ago, there's the quite famous book or the bestseller books titled "The World is Flat." So I remember at that time, there's quite a lot of discussion about globalization with their leading by their Western economy, including the United States and Europe, right? So the world is flat, by this way, the Western economy expanded your economic capacity all over the world, including in this part of the world, East Asia. So that means the Western economies have the dominant power over the globalization by that way. So the reason why in the Davos economic forums talking about the industrial 4.0. But this is much focused on the industry's orientation, dominated by the West since the modern time. But at the moment, I would say that the globalization always moved ahead into the new format. So our Chinese would like to use the word new globalization. Maybe my point, I would say that this globalization will put into the new format with their three-dimension or multi-dimensional globalization. That means the globe already make it the kind of the multi-dimensional format, not only dominated by the West, but in the flat world. So in this way, I would say that multi-dimensional globalization, not only supported by the West, but also supported by the East or by the Global South. In particular, there are newly emerging economies, including China or other countries in the Global South, in Africa, in Latin America, or even in Southern Asia of India. So I would say the globalized will be supported by the multi-economic polar. So this is my point first. So this is the multi-dimensional globalization. The second, what is the driving force in the new globalization? In this panel's title called was the climate change, or the AI, or the supply chain, or the production chain. So I would say that when we redefine the globalization with the new primary force, I would say that the first we have the new science technology. The second we have the new supply chains or production chain. The third we have the new market, global market. So by this the new science technology, we're talking about the climate change, right? So many new emerging economies already have the new driving force with their, influenced by or supported by the renewable energy, like China, right? We have some kind of advantages for that, right? Or many other new economies. So there's new primary force. And also, we know that there's AI, to make these new industries could be spread out to the whole of the world. So China and, of course, the United States are the leading, primary force for this AI industry. Of course, plus Europeans' power, right, together. So that means make the new industries to reshape their primary force supported the new globalization. So by this kind of the new technology, science technology, new primary force of the industry, and then we have the new market. So China, not only we have the primary production, but also we have the one of the biggest market in the world. So welcome European economy invest into China and sell your products into China. So this is the new market for outside of the world. So I would say that by this kind of the new marketing patterns of the world, we should have the more space for our cooperation with each other. And the third, what would be the role of China in this new globalization? I would say that regarding the geographical location of China in the world, on the one hand, we are on the east, so-called far east of Eurasian continent. So this is a continental economy. And on the other hand, we are on the, west side of the Pacific. So China is also the maritime economy, in the framework of the APEC to enhance our cooperation with the United States. This morning we discussed about this. So I would say that China could be the hub or the bridge between the Eurasian continental economic pattern on the one hand, and on the others, we are the maritime economies on the ocean of the Pacific to have our special relation with the United States and other, North and South American economies. So by this way, China could be the hub between the two sides to make China have a special role for us to be a major platform for the new globalization. Okay, that's my point. Thank you so much.
谢谢舒豪。
Thank you, Director Su. I agree with you. Previously, we thought the world is flat, but somehow probably folded by different formats. But yeah, it is yet to be reaching the final destination, and there's still a lot to offer, although we are far away from Europe. But we believe that space can be folded, and China can play the role as a bridge and as a hub to connect with all of us to face with the future problems altogether. Thank you, Director Su. With that, I'd like to give the floor to the industrial perspective. Vice President Wu Yanyan from BMW.
CCG for inviting me. I'm glad to be here to share some thoughts and ideas from business perspective. So my name is Wu Yanyan, and I'm from BMW Group. And as you may know, BMW is a global automotive company, and with more than 100 years history. So we operate in 14 countries, more than 30 production bases, and we service customers in over 140 countries. So it's a true global company. And it is this global positioning has enabled us through the challenges of the past century. However, recent years have witnessed the threat and challenges related to global decoupling. So we saw tariffs, we saw export control, we saw global supply chain disruptions. So in this context, discussing supply chain resilience is more significant than ever in today's challenging environment. I believe that globalization has contributed significantly to global prosperity over the past decades. On the contrary, the decoupling and fragmentation has inevitably posed substantial risks and threats to the stability and resilience of the global supply chain, leading to production shutdowns, increasing costs, and ultimately diminishing competitiveness while undermining the foundation for innovation. So taking at home in China with China's speed strategy, BMW has taken China not just as BMW's largest single market, but also an indispensable innovation hub that drives our global transformation. Over the past 3 decades, BMW has grown together with our partners. We generally experienced 3 stages in supply chain strategy, from global to local, local for local, and local for global. Cooperation with CAIT is a very good example. Through joint innovation, we have achieved breakthroughs that directly benefit not only our customers, but also have a wider impact, given that CATL has now grown into the world's largest power battery producer with around 40% global market share. The above 3-step supply chain strategy are proved to be very successful in the past decade. However, faced with new decoupling trend, shall we continue previous strategy package or make adjustment based on specific new dynamics? Many recent export control cases, including rare earth and also the Nexperia chips, have pushed us to rethink our strategy. Although there is no perfect answer yet, a local-for-local approach seems a more suitable strategy for today's bunny world. Bunny is the mirror reflecting the new reality: brittle systems, anxious people, nonlinear outcomes, and incomprehensible complexity. So looking ahead, the green transformation is fundamentally driving the new industrial revolution, where a powerful convergence of clean energy, big data, and AI is unlocking unprecedented potential for sustainable industry development. So under this framework, local for global is playing an essential role, where local green capabilities and innovations contribute to global goals envisioned in Paris Agreement. On one hand, we welcome the formation of international harmonization and mutual recognition of carbon-related trade rules and automotive industry standards under WTO regulations. On the other hand, we are initiating and promoting international digital tools like China-U.S. to facilitate this mutual recognition. China-U.S. serves as an IT platform and rulebook committed to building an open collaboration framework that connects the global automotive industry chain. It unites automakers, suppliers, and service providers through unified standards to create a trustworthy, collaborative, and open data space. In this local-global approach, green electricity and renewable materials, two major carbon reduction measures, can be traced, certified, and have their carbon footprint calculated. This ensures that global efforts contribute effectively to global sustainability targets. So in conclusion, we take a flexible and pragmatic approach, no matter a local-for-local strategy for a resilient supply chain or a local-for-global strategy for global sustainability targets. I believe such kind of flexibility will accelerate the deployment of green technologies, foster fair competition, and ensure that sustainable industry development truly advances human progress while building prosperity for all. Thank you.
好，谢谢吴总啊。
Thank you, Madam Wu. Just now you have mentioned that local to local to serve the global and the synergies of the different forces and the multinationals' connection with the local companies. In China, yes, I feel that the external turbulences and uncertainties also invite a lot of thoughts about how to stabilize the internal development. Thank you for your sharing. I've been listening to the ideas from 11 panelists very attentively, the ideas from the different corners and from the different uncharted waters even. So thank you very much for your ideas and sharing, which is very inspiring. So the future directions of globalization will be given to the hands of young people. And we're very honored to have the presence of the navigators of the future, Associate Fellow and Hong Kong Charitable Foundation of Civitas Policy Institute of Yancheng, scholar of PKU, Ms. Wu Yingsi.
For inviting me to take part in this year's GYLD and to be here at the panel today. My name is Michelle, and I am an Ng Tang Fong Fellow at Civitas Policy Institute, which is a think tank in Hong Kong founded by a veteran politician, Mrs. Regina Ip. And the work we do focuses on promoting Track 2 dialogue and also leveraging Hong Kong's strength to act as a bridge between the Chinese mainland and the rest of the world. So Hong Kong has long been a firm believer and upholder of the multilateral trading system. Since its transformation from a fishing village to the international financial center it is today, we have kept our ports and borders open to the rest of the world. Even when the U.S. government unleashed tariffs this April across the entire world, Hong Kong chose not to retaliate and instead continued its policy of imposing zero customs tariffs on goods from the U.S. or from anywhere else in the world. So nevertheless, in this era of deglobalization and pan-securitization, we're seeing barriers put up even against technologies that were created for the benefit of all mankind. And so in the wake of common challenges, we need joint efforts to address rising concerns, including AI, climate change, and even the peaceful use of outer space. And decisions have to be made in a multilateral manner. So this morning and during today's panel, we've had extensive discussions regarding the UN's role in global governance and how it needs to be reformed. And I think today we also, during this panel, we heard a lot about regarding climate change and how countries can work together, maybe leveraging each other's strengths and borrowing each other's experiences to push that forward. And so I think one of the main questions or sort of ideas I was floating around was that what happens now to the rules-based multilateral trading order? Where do we go from here? And I think Hong Kong does have a lot of experience to share because we prospered from globalization and we continue to be a driver of globalization. And it was very insightful to hear from all the speakers today. So thank you for sharing, and I hope that we can continue to be a force for globalization.
Oh, 谢谢 Michelle.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you all. We have spent more than 1 hour to create a lot of ideas, and this navigation really need you to join your hands together. Yes, we've been talking about the climate change, AI, supply chain, new blue seas, all of these elements. It is my belief that we have to reconfirm our goals are shared, and cooperation and collaboration and communication will be the means to create the community of the shared future for all humanities, only with which we can really go through the waves on this uncharted water. And as the first hand of this forum in this unnavigated water, it is my great honor to be with all of you, all of the captains here. So with that, I conclude this roundtable. So captains, please take on the stage on that deck that we can take a group photo together.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll wait another minute or two before we start the final roundtable for today, which is on the Global South and what direction the international order is heading towards. So I'll just wait another 1 or 2 minutes to see if the rest of our panelists are here. Yeah, everyone's here? Okay, everyone is here. So everyone in the coffee break, just bring your coffees in, bring your snacks in. This is the final roundtable. My name is Zoon Ahmed Khan. I'm a research fellow at the Center for China and Globalization, and it's really an honor for me to host this roundtable. And the topic is the rise of the Global South and whether we are heading towards a multipolar world or a divided world. And I think if I'll just give a brief introduction. You know, today, the entire day, we have talked about how the international order is evolving, how there are new challenges, how there is a global south and maybe a global north. Is it an international legal order? Is it a rules-based order? Is it a norms-based order? I think sometimes, you know, even in conversation, it's hard, or I've heard people respond that the global south is maybe imagined, or what really does it mean? And while we start this conversation, I think one thing we can all establish is that nobody believes that the global south is a monolith. It is really a part of the world, the majority of the world, that has had a shared experience. Until not very long ago, the global south was even referred to as the third world. It was somehow in the waiting room of history. It was somehow expected to accept domination and to be told what to do and how to think. And today, no matter what, you know, whether we are in a multipolar world, whether the world is multipolarizing, I think one thing is important to accept, that today this third world supposedly, or what is the global south, does have greater representation. It has a greater degree to exert its agency. We are creating platforms, whether it's BRICS, the SCO, whether it's regional initiatives, look at ASEAN, look at the African Union, and so many others, that are trying to collectively increase our agency, increase networks, improve our circumstances. And in that, obviously, China has an important role to play. So today's conversation is going to be about, whether this journey, which is obviously these regions are dynamic, these countries are dynamic, they are building their capacities, but are we going in a direction that will lead to more, unity, a world that is multipolar in the sense that we are reaching greater consensus on issues that matter to all of us? Or are we going to be more divided? And I think it's a big question, but we have a brilliant panel to tackle some of these questions about this emerging world order. And we'll try, stay within 5 minutes each for now, and get as much, contribute as much to this very important discussion of an emerging world. So without further ado, I will welcome our first panelist to make their remarks, who is Ahmed Abudou, Head of China Studies at the Emirates Policy Center, to try and crack this equation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for CCG for the invitation. And I know this is the last panel and all of us are half sleepy, so I will make things very light and be very concise. So I want to start by rephrasing and borrowing the famous saying by Alexander Wendt, which basically says, the world order is what states and individuals make of it. That means that the world order, in my view, is the total sum of countries and individuals' perceptions and discourse, and what they make of it. And I would like to share some observations from Global South countries' perspective on what the Global South, what the world order looks like right now and where it is heading. And because we are in China, I would like to focus on Global South-China relations. I might slightly disagree with the saying that we are living in a fragmented world order. I think we passed this point a long time ago. I think we are in a transitional period from one thing to another, from the liberal rules-based international order to something that nobody is sure about yet. Nobody can predict. It's too early and it might take 2 or 3 decades to take shape. And this is because people in the Global South like to think about the world order, from my understanding, differently than the main components that have been discussed this morning, which is the peace, development, and human rights. I think the more prevalent perception is based on US West leadership as the main anchor of the global order, multilateral institutions, liberal principles, or the glue that brings the world order together, and the rule of law. However, none of these components are functional now. None of them. You could see the United States withdrawing from its leadership, especially in its relationship with its closest allies. You could see the liberal principles are being neglected increasingly, especially under the current administration. And also the international law is selectively applied, and this is a very famous perception, and you could hear double standards and hypocrisy a lot in the Global South. And you could see that the liberal component of the rules-based international order disappearing. So where does China fit in the Global South strategic thinking? And I'm not talking here about the Global South as a single entity, don't get me wrong. It is very diversified and dynamic. But in the end of the day, there are things that a lot of countries in the Global South share when they talk about the global order. And the most common thing is that they think of China as a country that can actually balance the United States' power in the world. That's why they cling on their partnerships and relationships with China. They take it very seriously. And the most interesting thing, and this is my own personal understanding, about this power is not the military power or economic power of China, although they are very, very important in their calculations, but the normative offerings that China is trying to promote in the Global South. For example, the very famous concept of a community of shared future, which is the alternative of the new security concept after the end of the Cold War. And the 4 global initiatives: security, development, civilization, and the recently launched governance global initiative. So people in the Global South, or policymakers and scholars, try to understand what these principles are about. They have never heard anything like that before, and they want to understand how the Chinese are doing things. The second one is we are living in an era of decentralization through power diffusion. And by that, I mean we are seeing the rise of middle powers in the Global South and their aspiration and desire to play an important role in shaping the next global order. And they are doing this by wanting more reliance on Chinese economic and tech prowess through the Belt and Road Initiative and other bilateral cooperation mechanisms. And at the same time, they want the UN to stay in the center of the global order, but also they are very interested in multilateral platforms led by China, like the BRICS Plus, SCO, and AIIB. So where does that leave us? And I will be very, very concise here. It is true that the United States power is declining, and this is becoming a consensus now all over the Global South. But at the same time, China also is facing challenges, whether that is economic challenges, security challenges in its peripheries, strategic competition and pressure from the United States, and attempts to suffocate China's innovation ecosystem. That makes, from a Global South perspective, that makes the global order unstable, because none of these great powers can, or when it comes to China, willing to achieve primacy over the other. So what do they do to avoid the implications? I think they do three main things. And ironically, when I go to the Gulf states, for example, built on what the Australian speaker said, they want to learn from Australia and Singapore's model of navigating great power competition. The first one is diversification of their trade and security and economic partnerships. The second one is multilateralism instead of large multilateral groupings. And this creates subsequently more regionalization of trade, economic cooperation, and security, because they see these small groupings, like-minded countries, as a hedge against the ineffectiveness of the classic multilateral platforms. And also, they see it as a protection from the rise of nationalism and trade protectionism and anti-globalization in the West. And the last one is hedging, which is simply compartmentalizing their partnerships in economy and tech with China, and security, many of them with the United States. And actually, I would stop here and say, just a comment, that hedging is working. You could see in Saudi Arabia, for example, from a pariah state, now MBS, yesterday with President Trump signing very strategic agreements in the White House. But later on, if there is time, I would like to also delve into the challenges that China faces in the Global South. If you like me to go through them quickly, or stop here and maybe come back later.
40 seconds.
40 seconds, okay. The first one is, I think many people in the Global South think that China needs to clarify whether it wishes to play a greater role in crises, in mediation and crisis, solving the crises. In other words, balancing and reconcile China's contribution in mediation and its risk-averse foreign policy. The second one is they need to clarify and explain these initiatives, these normative offerings, because in fact, a lot of these concepts align and resonate with what Global South are expecting. The third one is trade protectionism might create the incentive for these countries to raise trade barriers against some Chinese goods because they want to protect their own industrial bases. And the last one is China needs to do more to learn how to navigate the competition within Global South and the differences and the adversaries that are going on in the Global South. Sorry, I'll stop here.
It was a masterclass in time management. Thank you. Okay, excellent. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see how China's role will evolve. the challenges that a rising power can face. And I also, now as we come to our next panelist, Mr. Mohammad Amarsi, founder and chairman of the Amarsi Foundation, I just want to quickly make a very brief comment because of paucity of time, but I'll say that maybe somehow the perception that the world is divided may also be created because not very long ago we used to say this is the silent majority, It was silenced. They weren't expressing their perspectives, and now increasingly they're looking for ways to move forward, and in that process, their unique vantage points or their unique desires are becoming more visible, apparent, and even coming in the institutional frameworks, right? So what do you think, Mr. Amarsi? First of all, where are we headed, and do you think it's more of a perception that the world is divided, or it's just because we are less silent than before? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zun, for moderating this panel. In the past, when I've spoken on this topic, I've spoken of a multipolar world, a world in which military dominance is in the hands of the United States, economic dominance is in the hands of China, and then there is a technopolar world where the netizens, the people of the net, are all united, and then there are countries that will lead in climate change, countries that will lead in technology. But having reflected on this for, say, the last few months, I've come to the view, at least, that this multipolarity represents wishful thinking. It represents an aspiration. And whether we will see this aspiration become reality or not, I just don't know. Today, though, what I would like to talk about is a possibility that we see a stagnant order and we see the end of the rising powers. This is quite provocative in terms of what we might expect, but nonetheless, I think it's worth having a slightly different point of view so that we can debate this. In 1898, as the United Kingdom joined other powers in carving up the once mighty King Empire, the British Prime Minister, Lord Salisbury, warned a London audience that the world was dividing into living and dying nations. The living were the rising powers of the industrial age, states with growing populations, transformative technologies, and militaries of unprecedented range and firepower. The dying nations were stagnant empires, crippled by corruption, clinging to obsolete methods, and sliding towards ruin. Salisbury feared that the ascent of some colliding with the decline of others would hurl the world into catastrophic conflict. The era of rapid power transitions among states, fueled by demographic booms, industrial breakthroughs, and territorial expansion, is ending. No country today is rising quickly enough to disrupt the global balance. China, once seen as the next great challenger, is already, in some people's view, peaking, while other candidates like Japan, Russia, and the EU started stagnating much earlier. The United States faces its own issues, but remains ahead of rivals who are worse off demographically and economically. India may have demographic potential, but lacks the education and state capacity to convert it into real global power. As the engines that powered historical rising powers stall, the world is settling into a closed club of aging, incumbent powers surrounded by less influential middle powers, developing states, and failing nations. They say of history that it is more than the path left by the past. It influences the present and it can shape the future, but perhaps not this time around. The emergence of modern rising powers to the Industrial Revolution, which allowed productivity, population, and military strength to compound for the first time in history. In the pre-industrial era, empires grew only slowly, but from the 19th century onwards, new entrants like the US, Germany, and Japan rapidly gained power. The Great Divergence then set the stage for over a century of disruptive power transitions. Today's headwinds suggest that productivity is slowing, populations are peaking or shrinking, and the scope for territorial conquest or economic catch-up has greatly diminished. Significant technological leaps like those that defined earlier eras have become rare. and today's digital transformations, while substantial, have not delivered the same compounding societal gains. Demographic decline among major countries, including China and most of the West, means loss of power is likely to be permanent, unlike in the past century. A lot is said about catch-up nations. China, despite its manufacturing prowess and scale, relies on a high capital, low return growth model, faces severe demographic decline, and remains dependent on foreign technology for critical goods. India's demographic advantage is undermined by weak education, infrastructure, and persistent poverty. Other latecomers are locked out by entrenched incumbents and constrained global trade. The global consequences of a stagnant order manifested by the end of the Age of Ascent will bring dangerous instability in the short run. Major powers facing stagnation may turn to militarization or irredentism. State failure is growing among heavily indebted countries with young, unemployed populations. Economic malaise and migration stoke extremism and democratic decline in the West, while autocracies exploit these fissures. Meanwhile, US foreign policy grows more unilateral and global institutions falter, raising the prospects of conflict and disorder. This reversal carries profound consequences. Over the long run, it may spare the world the ruinous cycle of rising powers, their quests for territory, resources, and status that so often ended in war. In the near term, though, stagnation and demographic shocks are spawning acute dangers. Fragile states are buckling under debt and youth bulges. Struggling powers are turning to militarization, and economic insecurity is stroking extremism and corroding democracies, while the United States drifts towards thuggish unilateralism. The age of rising powers is ending, but its immediate aftermath may prove no less violent, with the politics of migration, economic nationalization, and technological mismatch creating real risks to such a scenario. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very Hobbesian picture, but it could be an unfortunate, it could be the reality. I think, one of the things that we're also trying to address in this panel is how, on some level, this conversation is, when we say we want to seek solutions, we do become aspirational, right? So from an aspiration-seeking vantage point, let me, ask our next panelist, Mr. He Wenping, who is researcher at the Institute of West Asian and African Studies of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. To avoid this potential, disaster, this Hobbesian world from becoming a reality, what do you think the Global South can do to increase the quality and the level of consensus, decisiveness? How do you think, another point, when we think of China's global initiatives, whether it's development, civilization, security, and global governance initiative, which was also mentioned by Ahmed, I think one of the purposes is to create platforms or spaces where consensus can be established. So if you can speak a bit about what the Global South can do and what China is currently doing to reduce the chances of complete chaos. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, dear moderator. I think in order to respond to your question, I think two key words, maybe that's the solution. One is united. Okay. Global South country, you cannot be divided. When divided, you have no power at all. This Global South unite and the consolidated of this unity now is a fundamental one. Like every day, almost every day, I have a contact with those African seminar groups come over to China, and then I offer some lecture and some workshop with them. So all the time, this is the key words we discussed. They regarded China not a threat at all. It's an opportunity for reaching this Global South, this unity. Because now, as we discussed, obviously China now like a big elephant in the room. Well, of course, you need to take more responsibility and make more contribution for reach this this unity. So that is why I go to another question you just addressed, that is in what kind of platform, well, and what kind of mechanism we can make this Global South unity forward, even consolidate it. That is, you see in Africa, we have been established called the FOCAC, Forum of China-Africa Cooperation. Actually has been doing every 3 years, will be minister level meeting, and then from time to time, and then upgraded to summit. For example, last September, and the China-African Summit has been put forward, has been taken place, and not only just the lip service, talking club, come out with a lot of, action plan. Yeah, even measured by numbers, how many schools were being built, like 1,000, those small and beautiful projects, directly linked with people's livelihood in Africa countries. So this is a mechanism. Not only just China-Africa, this mechanism platform has been building. Of course, like BRICS has been expanded, all right? This also platform linking all those emerging countries together, and now many more want to be the member. And also, just yesterday, our Prime Minister was in Moscow to join that SCO, Shanghai Cooperation Organization. Also, even Egypt also wants to be the member of the SCO. Yeah, Egypt already becoming the member of the FOCAC. Now moving to South Africa, Prime Minister Li Qiang joined the G20. G20 also now more inclusive. Africa and even African Union now become, South Africa used to be the member, now the African Union also becoming the member. China also push for this entrance of the African Union. So that is all the mechanism. Yeah, many, like ASEAN. Recently, these South Asian countries all together, now they becoming already 11 members. East Timor joined, but should notice another big event. That is, this free trade zone already upgraded to 3.0 version now. Yeah, many green development products, digital economy, now all getting in this, free trade zone. So up-leveled. So all those mechanisms, some for like international issue should be discussed, some for our economic cooperation. Yeah, make your strengths more, stronger, right? Without, like Donald Trump often used this, without strength, no peace. Peace coming from the strength. Okay, Global South similar. Yeah, if without strength, yeah, there's no talking about Global South. By the way, before I wrap up, answer your question, I also want to address one thing. Yeah, when we talk about the Global South, many workshops now has been organized. But I do think should have a balanced view about even China and also Global South. Yeah, one is cannot be like overestimated its role, its position, and its influence. Another cannot underestimate it. Yeah, sometimes people go to those two extreme directions. Yeah, when talking about the Global South, saying, wow, since this is the Global South now already on the center point, influence all the issues in the world. So should have a clear understanding. Of course, compared with its own past, it has been increased, of course, the influence. Yeah, that's why now G20 more influence. But you will see, okay, the U.S. White House doesn't want to see this increasing influence. Even saying South Africa has no qualification in this group. Of course, not joining, even saying South Africa should be out of this G20. This is from the elegance. Of course, so still has compared with our past, of course, is more GDP share, this involvement in the global governance, but cannot be overestimated. You have to realize, geopolitically speaking, yeah, when this Ukraine crisis took place, I remember South Africa president also lead the African leaders travel to Ukraine, to Russia. Yeah, lots of efforts has been done, but even no reporting in the world. Well, you see, you have done something, and then even no reporting, which means you are small, your opinion marginalized. Your role, of course, not talking and then not make it put in the global media, right? In the global media also, CNN, BBC, right? So people, this is the opinion from this English talking, English program, and then, so the majority is silenced, the majority has no access, make the voice being heard. So this is the thing, but of course, cannot be underestimated as well. Some opinions saying, what is the Global South? I haven't seen them at all, nowhere. This just seems talking. So those two ways have to have a balanced point of view. That's why you know where you are, and then know what kind of role can be played in a real sense. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's where also this point about not overestimating, not underestimating, having a realistic perspective, and I think that's where Mr. Amarsy's intervention is also extremely valuable, that we need to recognize the realities of where we stand as individual countries, as regions, as the challenges we face. Mere trajectory of relatively greater share in global GDP or education, I mean, all of that on one side, but that may not necessarily lead to a greater, significance when it comes to global matters, or the kind of multipolar world that we sit in these conferences, like you said, all talk, can it necessarily result in that? It might result in something more chaotic unless we utilize our agency and create some synergy. With that, let me now invite our next panelist, Jin Yu Hong, who is Executive Director of Shanghai Zhongyou Information Services Corporation Limited, and former head of Greater China Operations for Oracle's Global Financial Division. So from your perspective, what do you think are the major contributors, potential contributors to the Global South's, broader share in global affairs? And I think especially from your work experience, how do you calculate the current situation?
Yeah, okay, it's a very interesting topic. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. So I will talk about all these factors that South cooperation has included, both for China and for the southern countries, and also where to improve in the future. So South cooperation is a national policy that China has always adhered to. China has cooperated with numerous southern countries in government, international organizations, enterprises, and cultural exchanges, and is experiencing rapid development. China, why that happened for so long? China has advantages in administrative governance, funding, technology, and cost, while southern countries have advantages in labor and resources, rich and diverse ethnic cultures, and huge markets. So China-South cooperation is complementary and mutually beneficial, with broad development potential. Specifically, in following areas, China has enormous capacity and cost advantages. So these areas are like poverty alleviation, energy conservation and emission reduction, green economy, construction of major infrastructure such as energy and transportation, transfer of manufacturing industry, artificial intelligence, finance, China's social governance and corporate capabilities. So these areas, China can contribute a lot in this South-South cooperation. So at present, Chinese enterprises have entered almost all southern countries, including both state-owned enterprises of China and also a large number of private enterprises. So including numerous AI, IT, and advanced equipment manufacturing enterprises. So these collaborations are greatly promoting the living standards, technological development, and export capabilities of the host countries. The financial cooperations between China and many southern countries is also fastly flourishing. The BRICS banks, the Asian Investment Bank, and the major Chinese banks have greatly supported the construction of the Belt and the Road countries. So China has launched large-scale currency swaps with countries like Argentina, and also is preparing for this overseas issuance of RMB stablecoins in the future. Many southern countries have excellent ideas, as exchange to China, okay, to be beneficial. So they have excellent ideas, diverse cultures, abundant natural resources, and vast markets, all of which benefit China in South-South cooperation. So the rapid progress and development of southern countries have also provided valuable opportunities for China's own development. So we have both get benefit a lot from this kind of development of cooperation. So we have to improve in the future. So from both sides, the Chinese overseas enterprises should pay special attention to the policies, regulations, and the culture of the host countries. They should not only focus on economic interests, but also on social and brand effects. So to focus on more, on the social environment of the hosting countries. And the southern countries should also get some improvement, should attach importance to social governance, provide a safe environment, reduce the burden on enterprises, and manage and protect the China companies' compliant operations in accordance with their domestic law. So that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think for a lot of people, especially when we talk about countries with Belt and Road Cooperation, they can see the evolution of the presence of Chinese enterprises in the last 10 years, that, how to maybe incorporate more social aspects as well, how to see, medium, long-term well-being. Yeah. All of that, this is a process of mutual learning and evolution. Now let's bring in our next, we do have slight paucity of time, so I will request everyone to stay within 5 minutes if possible. And my question to our next panelist, Arun Mahizdan, who is a Special Advisor, Institute of Policy Studies, Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, National University of Singapore. My question to you is, we are talking about South-South consensus building for a successful multipolar world, right? If you can also, apart from the key points, also touch upon, because as Singapore, you are known for to be a platform, to be a country where North-South consensus is also being prioritized. So what do you think is the role and the importance of better North-South consensus in our journey towards a successful world? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Very good afternoon to everyone. First, I would like to thank CCG for inviting me to speak in this forum. It is a privilege to be among such distinguished people, especially among the young leaders. Let me first answer the original question. Is multipolar world or divided world in the making? And it's a question not just for the global south, but I think it's for the entire planet. I think everyone will agree that every nation, without exception, does, will, and must act in its own interests. However, does it automatically mean that it must act against some other nation's interest? Not necessarily. It is possible to have collective interests. The idea of the coalition of the willing is now well established. Nations can and do come together for common causes and common purposes. In the traditional concept of world order, we had bipolar world order, and for a brief moment after the collapse of USSR, a unipolar world order. But the problem with those world orders was there was always a hegemon whose own interests subjugated all other interests. Whether it was US or the USSR, it was the same. Today, everyone agrees that the bipolar and unipolar world orders don't operate anymore. But is a multipolar world order now in place? I'm not sure. Here, I would like to borrow heavily from an idea that Professor Amitabh Acharya has articulated recently. By the way, he has address this forum, and he conveys his greetings to you, Dr. Wang. What Professor Acharya is putting forward is a multiplex world order in his book, The Once and Future World Order. I think all of you are familiar with the idea of a multiplex cinema where you can go in, choose the theater and the movie you want to watch, and you can get out when you finish watching. We are already seeing the beginning of this multiplex world order. Some countries, including China, are in some grouping or another, and not in others. Nations choose what mutual interests suit them best. As I mentioned at the start, it is a coalition of the willing. While some country or other will try to dominate as they are used to, we are seeing a strong resistance to hegemonic world orders, which is why the disintegration of the old bipolar and unipolar world orders is really a good thing for the world. On the other hand, a divided world, but which can come together on the basis of mutual interest and mutual respect, can also be a very good thing for the world. In fact, it might be a better arrangement in the long run as it is dynamic, purposeful, and ultimately mutually beneficial. Even United Nations, where all the countries of the world are supposed to be under one system, where everyone is equal, we have discovered some are more equal than others. UN is shaken to the core because, as we have seen heard earlier today, a few hegemons are still trying to keep the UN as their own tool for dominance rather than an instrument for the good of the world. While I'm not advocating the abolition of the UN, it is my humble view it's time for the world to build other world institutions that have common interests and mutual respect. A multiplex world order seems a good idea. Now, to answer your specific question about what Singapore is doing, of course we are part of the South, but the word South is no longer as rigid or as applicable as it used to be, because many nations in the South have become the North of the current and the future world. And I think we have to now look at what the greatest thing that Singapore does is, because it is so small, so insignificant, we want to be friends with everyone, as many friends as possible. So our greatest mantra is be as useful to as many people. And in the other part of our life is we learn a great deal from everyone because we are so small and so young. So I don't know what others can learn from Singapore, but our survival depends on being alert and being respectful and then being useful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Alert, please. I think that's very precise. Alert, respectful, useful. Perfect. I think every country, especially developing countries, there's also debate right now. A lot of the countries that are still, like you said, some traditionally global South are no longer the South. They have become the North. And those that are, to what extent it is their own agency, their own governance systems, or their own, inability to bring required reforms or prioritizing development that keeps us in that state. So I think, to learn from Singapore. A lot of countries do. Young people are looking towards Singapore as well at how well the country has done. Now, let me bring in our next panelist, Sugar Mungsuch, if that's the correct pronunciation, sorry, founder of the Institute for Policy and Leadership. And I also want to know your thoughts on this topic. We obviously, whether it's a multipolar world, multipolarizing, or multiplex, it's, I mean, these terms are also hard to conceive on some level. But let's talk about how can the global majority or the global south be in a position to achieve consensus on the issues of global development, right? Climate change, SDGs, we have the Loss and Damage Fund as an example. So to what extent do you think, from your perspective, the UN system, the existing system, can be better utilized to achieve some of the goals that we have, that belong to the mandate, the common mandate? Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank CCG for giving me a floor to share my opinions. And today we've heard lots of ideas about whether there is a multipolarism, whether it exists, whether it's a good thing, or whether it already there is. And we've heard that, it's in some ways aspirational. But I would like to address your question from the perspective of Mongolia, a neighboring country of China, and what does it mean for us, and how we as a small country can exercise our agency. In the Chinese calligraphy, the word challenge also can be understood as the word opportunity, and this shifting multipolarity, is it an opportunity for us, and how can we make it so? But one thing for certain is that, and today we started our session with Professor Dr. Wang starting that the UN systems are broken and how we can reset it and how we can make good use of it. And it also means that we are living through a period where the global system is shifting and the new rules are being formed. And I would like to argue here today that multipolarity does not only mean new power centers, it means multiple approaches to standards, governance, and cooperation. And for many countries in the global south, this creates uncertainty. When we operate in areas where the rules are not yet clear, whether on trade, technology, or finance, and world without established rules carries risks. And when systems are fragmented, smaller states like Mongolia, we're going to face higher costs and fewer tools to plan long term. So this is why the transition between old and new structures should not last long. The sooner we understand what the emerging rules look like, the more stable our development path becomes. And for countries like mine, the challenge is that there are no longer clear role models to follow. In earlier decades, starting from 1990s, development pathways were more or less predictable. Today, each country is experimenting in even large economies, are revising their approaches, like United States leaving the Paris Climate Agreement for the second time. What does it mean? It means that we must think independently, identify what genuinely fits our circumstances, and learn from each other's experience, rather than copy any single template. And yeah, climate change is one area where this uncertainty is especially visible. It affects all of us, but in different ways. And governance structures around, say, for example, carbon markets, adaptation financing, and land restoration are still evolving. Mongolia's case show how these wider system dynamics play out on the ground. Climate change is already shaping our environment and economy, and it's also starting to affect our neighbors. Sand and dust storms that sometimes engulf Beijing from Mongolia do not stop at borders, They don't require any visas or permits to enter. So in Mongolia, we are taking steps to address this through a number of initiatives, such as the 1 Billion Tree Initiative. We are going to pass a new climate change law in Parliament, and we are working on developing a national carbon market framework. These efforts are still developing, but they offer practical examples of how smaller states can respond, even when global frameworks are incomplete yet. This also creates opportunities for cooperation. And here I would like to single out China, because China has significant experience in desertification control, ecological restoration, and climate monitoring. Working together on early warning systems, rangeland management, and technical capacity building would benefit both sides and offer lessons for other countries in our regions, especially in Central Asia. In this way, climate change becomes an example of how Global South countries can articulate shared priorities, not by waiting for perfect global models, but by finding common problems and sharing practical solutions and building cooperation step by step. And we've talked about the importance of cooperation throughout the day. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I mean, especially the last note where action, solution-oriented, people-centric, maybe that is a good starting point. And that's also where just the recently announced Global Governance Initiative also mentions this, right? To focus on addressing challenges that we face. And of course, I mean, then to what extent individual countries can leave aside some of the small misunderstandings or whatever they have with their neighbors and think about common issues, think about themselves not as just individual countries, but think from a regional and a broader perspective. That's what we've been discussing all day. Now let's now invite Daniel Rahman, who is CEO, Asian Strategy and Leadership Institute, for your thoughts on what the Global South really means. What do you think? I mean, multipolar versus divided world, and most importantly, what can developing, emerging countries do to vocalize and to have better consensus?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, CCG, for the invite, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'll focus my remarks on the ASEAN experience, which hasn't been spoken much about this day. I did a quick count. All of you have valiantly sat through 56 speakers prior to me. I'm number 57. And I must say I've been enjoying it tremendously. ASEAN is a vibrant nation, 700 million people, youthful population, and like even for me, I'm a very proud child of a Matni ethnicity family. I'm very proudly also wearing a Malaysian batik to represent. This year, under Malaysia's chairmanship of ASEAN 2025, we have seen many layers of progress and the growth of Global South from this part of the world. During the first ASEAN summit earlier this year, ASEAN-led architecture has seen Timor-Leste join. Ms. He Wenping mentioned this earlier. There was the first ever ASEAN-China GCC summit. Then there was the Thailand-Cambodia peace accords, a bit shifting in the last few days. But that also then signaled to the US for President Trump to come down. And of course, remember earlier, even before that, President Xi was in Malaysia. In addition to that, as also mentioned earlier, there have been economic upgrades. For example, the ATIGA 3.0, ASEAN as a whole, the ASEAN-China FTA 3.0 upgrade. And within ASEAN, you've got the Digital Economy Frameworks Agreement, as well as the ASEAN Power Grid. So many things are happening. And ASEAN has been accused of the past of being very sleepy, kind of slow, not yet fulfilled its potential. But what we've seen in 2025, in the back of these discussions about multipolarity and unipolarity, ASEAN stepping to the fore. And as someone who's been very critical of ASEAN in the past, I'm quite proud of it. So this brings us to the question, is it multipolarity or division? Or as Mr. Amersi has said, is it a stagnant order, which I find quite compelling? I think it's a little bit of everything, right? In ASEAN, what we see is pragmatic multipolarity, or my discussions with my global young leaders here representing, they call it poly-alignment. Just now I was talking to Pascal, he talked about relational polarity. So many terms and being thrown about, but the reality is the proof is in the pudding. It's not about choosing sides, we're engaging with everybody. At the ASEAN level, we've engaged with China collectively, but as sovereign nations, each country has discussed with America their approach to tariffs and what treatments are needed and what concessions are needed and what can be given back. So you've got unity, multipolarity at the ASEAN level and in our expression to the world, but you've also got individual sovereignty and agency at the individual ASEAN country level. Now, there is a saying in Malaysia, in Malay, which goes, tak kenal maka tak cinta, which means they who you do not know, you cannot love. And that is the basis of how ASEAN has engaged and approached its relationships this year. Of course, next year with the Philippines taking over, prickly issues like the South China Sea, the Nine Dash Line will all become issues to the fore. But we hope continuous dialogue can continue to ensure that engagement happens and peace prevails within the region. Now, this statement also has another side to it. Dah kenal tergila-gila, which means once you know somebody and you know them too well, you might go crazy. Bit of like an obsessive relationship. Therefore, it's really important in this future order, whatever it might be, that we do not overcommit, but where strategic engagement does not become strategic dependency. The last question I'd like to ask is this: how do we define power, or what polarity means, right? And I think that's what's been thrown about. Some have said it's GDP, some it's military power, some it's diplomatic power. But how about this? Beyond all these discussions, we must remember it is the people on the ground who matter. And I think that's one part of this conversation we haven't had maybe time enough to speak about this today is, what does it all mean for the citizens of ASEAN and the Global South? It should also be about which countries are able to lift others from poverty, to bring about innovation that enriches the society, to ensure that there's equal wealth distribution. And for me, the power that will lead in this multipolar world will be the nation that's able to do that and to give that. The last point is this: how does this come about? And I believe it's leadership, right? It's ultimately the leaders who are put into power by the people, who inherit power from the incumbents, that ensure how the future turns out, whether it's one of war or one of collective prosperity, depends on the kind of leadership that we have. And for that note, once again, I'm very proud to have been here in this capacity, but also a few days with the young leaders. So on that, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that energetic intervention. I'll also connect this with the GYLD panel we were doing yesterday. And I feel one of the differences, or something very encouraging among the young leaders and the discussions they were having, is that they were extremely people-centric. And perhaps one of the reasons for that is also that in this age of, social media, we have access to things that are happening in the world. The have-nots are just much more visible. They might be relatively voiceless, but they are more visible. I think there is an acute awareness amongst the younger generation of really the degree to which we need to be action and people-oriented. And I hope, that results in more and more empathy. And through empathy, a younger generation of leadership thinking of impact-oriented careers and how they can improve more people's lives. So thank you for that. Now, let's invite Krishna Raj, professor and head at the Institute for Social and Economic Change, ISEC, in Bengaluru, India, for an Indian perspective. India is now, the most populated country in the world, a big country, and obviously, it's an important perspective to understand on where we are heading as the international order. Thank you.
Thank you, June, for your question. I'll come back to that one later. And I thank the Center for China and Globalization for this initiative, as well as opportunity to be part of this 10th China Global Think Tank Innovation Forum. So earlier, we understood that the world and economies are highly fragmented with the failure of the multilateral organizations, both the IMF, IBRD, and also the United Nations organizations. They have failed collectively to reduce the economic instability and also prevent the global conflicts. When these type of challenges are there, the three initiatives or failures we can identify. One is that the global conflicts are increasing, and unilateral imposition of tariffs is affecting every one of us, and fiasco of Paris Climate Agreement is also a cause for concern. Under these challenges, global conflicts that led to oil supply chain disruptions, causing worldwide inflation, economic slowdown, and imposing high cost on the societies, and unilateral imposition of tariffs on China and India, the American trading important partners, is a major departure from WTO trade policy rules and norms. And fiasco or withdrawal of Paris Agreement endangered especially the growth prospects of the Global South, as climate affects the tropical regions the most. So given the global economic and environmental challenges, Global South can play an important role in global governance, evolving multilateral institution of their own, not in parallel with the existing multilateral organizations, but more importantly, they can bring governance in the world order. As you know, the Global South commands 85% of the population and 65% of the FDI and 42% of the GDP that can play an important role in reforming the global institutions. The challenging task for the Global South is how to bring together Asia, Africa, Latin America, and Middle East under the umbrella of Global South through credible, predictable, and sustainable economic policies which integrate them together for realizing new world economic order for peace and security and also economic stability and environmental sustainability. So I propose 3 reforms for the global multilateral organizations that can help a better world. One is that reform of the global governance by including Global South countries, India, Brazil, South Africa, and others in Security Council. And China should see an opportunity by reforming UNO with the inclusion of India for a level playing field for the Global South. The second one is that Global South should bring institutional reforms in finance and development, not alternate to IMF and the World Bank, but Global South Bank can be established by integrating all Asian Development Bank, African Development Forum, and the Latin American Development Finance, and Middle East Bank altogether. So addressing climate change, one of the important issue, the Global South in most affected by the restructuring of economies based on the new technology, innovation, and transfer of finance, because the technology sometimes it is called as helping the future growth. At the same time, the fossil fuel was the new technology way back in 1960s, and that is mainly causing greenhouse gas emissions. So technology can be double-edged, and it can help growth at the present, but in future it may create more problem for the future generation. Therefore, green technologies sometimes we need to view from the how earth materials, rare earth materials will be exhausted in the coming days. Therefore, in order to create a world order that needs to integrate both economic and environmental policies which are more sustainable and equitable to the world, then only we can see a multi-polar world which inclusive of reforms in the UNO, reforms in the financial institutions, and reforms among the countries themselves by democratizing the societies in decision making. Thank you. And India's role as a emerging economy, and you know that the demographic dividend, and that can help the global order in shaping the global order, especially with the what you call it as the Gandhian ideas of sustainable development can create more peaceful world rather than achieving economic interest by various organizations, including BRICS and other organizations. They are basically on the interest, self-interest of economic prosperity, not based on sustainable development or economic stability. That Gandhian thought or Schumpeterian thought and other thoughts, small is beautiful, Schumacher, and others, they have advocated for a peaceful world. Thank you.
That's true. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's give a warm round of applause. And actually, I think that's, because I'm Beijing-based for 10 years, I'll take your last point and connect it with the Global Civilizations Initiative, but generally the idea that we should understand those philosophies, those perspectives, and understand that they have an equal ability to contribute to a peaceful, sustainable, harmonious world. And if nothing else, I mean, just the fact that we can exchange these ideas can make us more open-minded, that the world is diverse, and it will always be diverse. So thank you so much for your contributions. Now let's welcome Sung Yaoming, who is a senior fellow at CCG, for your thoughts. I mean, I think we can also now come back to the Chinese perspective again. You know, what is, so China, the mention of the Global South is something completely, you know, BRI, the global initiatives, and the way I see it, I think China is trying to play an important role in creating platforms to improve consensus, but also to improve the strength or capacity of the international order, the UN-centered order to deliver tangibly. So your thoughts on this? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zun. If I may, I'd like to stick to the remarks I have prepared. Thank you very much, Zun. Good afternoon to all colleagues here. It's a real pleasure to be part of this conversation. So let me just gather my thoughts for a second on the Global South. So when we talk about the rise of the Global South, I think what we are seeing is really a convergence of several forces. First of all, politically, well, it's increasingly a collective push for a more equitable and frankly more representative international order, not to overturn the whole system, but to make it work better for everyone. And secondly, economically, if we look at the numbers, it's quite clear that many Global South countries have become major engines of global growth. They are not peripheral actors anymore. They are shaping the direction of the global economy in a very real way. And demographically, this is something we sometimes underestimated. Their young population bring enormous energy, creativity, and potential. That vitality is going to influence global trends for decades. Now, from my own research, I'd like to say this isn't about dismantling existing system. Instead, it's about reshaping global governance so that it's more inclusive, more representative, so that it reflects the reality of the 21st century. And if we look at China, for example, of course, without making any political judgment here, it's a consistent call to reform institutions like the United Nations to give developing countries a stronger voice. Well, I see that as part of this broader historical trend, a trend where more countries want to be heard, and where global rules work better when they reflect the diversity of the world. So, yes, that's the general direction I see, shift not toward confrontation, but toward wider participation. Honestly, we'll see moments of tension because any redistribution of influence comes with negotiation. But I also believe there is a growing recognition that the system simply functions better when it includes more perspectives. So yes, challenges for sure, but also a great deal of opportunity, I think. Maybe I may be repeating myself a little, but let me just underline one thing. In my view, the growing influence of the Global South is reshaping the international system in ways that make a more cooperative, multipolar order not only possible, but increasingly necessary. And concepts such as the idea of a community with a shared future for mankind, which I have examined in my own research, offer a useful philosophical basis for this kind of cooperative future. So while challenges remain, the overall trajectory, if we allow it to unfold, leans toward constructive multipolarity rather than deepening geopolitical division. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That precisely also answered the question. And what is like you mentioned, the philosophical concepts, and I think also the global initiatives contribute to that. The idea of, firstly, moving closer to collectively recognizing that we do have a shared future, like the astronaut that was mentioned, and like successful regionalism, such as ASEAN and others have demonstrated, seeing beyond interests that are myopic and realizing we have a long-term stake in each other's well-being as well. Now we will invite our Global Young Leaders Dialogue representative, who is also a first secretary at the Pakistan Embassy, Ms. Rabia Nasir. And for Rabia, obviously, if you can share your perspective on the topic we are discussing. We know the ambassador also earlier gave his remarks. And what do you think? Where is the Global South headed? And if you can also raise a very difficult question for our panelists to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoon. It's always a pleasure to be at CCG. It's one of those places where we can have a lot of intellectual and a lot of rigorous dialogue. So for the closing part and also then to lead it up, to round it up with a question, I bring with myself 3 hats. The first hat is a professional one, being a diplomat, being a practitioner of statecraft. The second one is a generational one. So for our generation, that's still not where the boomers are or where the Generation X are, but we are now coming into our own, finding our own voice, but still some way to go. Having spent almost a decade in diplomacy, it's one of my hats comes from there, of course. And the third hat is an observational hat. Being a diplomat stationed in China is a very unique experience because how we view the world and how we view the rise of the Global South comes from aligning it with where we are stationed. And when we look at China, the concept of what we call in Chinese Tianxia is like the commonality or the convergence of the entire Tian or the universe or the sky that reflects itself in how China conducts its diplomacy. So now coming back to the rise of the Global South. As a practitioner of diplomacy and someone who observes the global rhythm, I can very safely say that whatever I've seen, whatever I have practiced, changes or these rises don't announce themselves in very dramatic ways. They build gradually, they build slowly until we know that the change has happened. And same is with the rise of the Global South. It has happened. Countries that were once peripheral are now central to the global decision making. Those voices that were figured in very late are now being heard early. They are exerting their voice, their agency. But the question is, and also because I'll take the liberty to raise a difficult question, is that where do we go from here? It's still too early to make a determination. We might like to believe that we are moving to a truly multipolar world, but a lot of this discourse would ring hollow if the power competition still goes on, if the bloc politics still leads to fragmentation. So from what I've seen, from what all of us have seen, that many of the positive changes, many of the reforms come after cataclysmic events. So the goal now is to avoid that and move towards a truly multipolar world rather than a fragmented world. And here I would like to wrap up this discussion with a question to my fellow panelists, is that how do we make sure that we do not repeat the nightmares of history, and how, without invoking any sort of a cataclysmic happening, we truly end up into a multipolar world and not a fragmented world. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you for that comment and piercing, very, very pressing question. Who would like to answer first? Mr. Amarsi, if I may.
I think that a lot of the discussions here today assume that we live in a very selfless society. Sadly, we live in a world which is extremely selfish, extremely looking for its own interests, and also very aggressive. In this world that we now live in, I find it very difficult to imagine how transition will shift from those that are in a position of power very gracefully to those that are rising. I find it difficult to understand whether those that are rising power have got enough experience to be able to lead an extremely challenging world. And this is why I think that the best thing I would hope for is that if and when the transition is going to happen and is going to be irreversible, it does not happen with a big bang. Because normally when this type of transitions happen, there is a collision, there is a war, there is a world war in which the shake-up is designed to take place first, and then a new order emerges. We never ever see, the only time when the transition was orderly, when my country, the United Kingdom, which was an empire until the Second World War, handed the baton to the United States and say, you now lead the world, you have the brawn, you have the muscle, we have the brains, we can collectively lead the world together. That was a smooth transition of power. I cannot see today that power will transition. The Global South and the BRICS and CRINCS and all these are lovely acronyms that think tanks like mine and others love to write about, but in reality, what power does the Global South actually have? What power does BRICS actually have? What power do the ASEAN nations have? If you look at the finance system, it's largely a dollarized economy led by the Federal Reserve of the United States. If you look at the military situation, at last count, the United States had 746 bases around the world compared to 47 collectively for Russia, China, EU, and the United Kingdom. When you look at that disparity in resources, you look at how Silicon Valley dominates the tech world, at least for now. If you look at how Wall Street dominates the financial world for now, if you look at how Hollywood and all the media companies dominate the social media platforms and the platforms which are responsible for broadcasting and for print, and when you look at that dominance, then just try to imagine how that is going to shift. Ask yourself the question, just because the United States and some Western powers are in retreat, is it because they genuinely feel that they are defeated, or is it that they feel they are weakened, or do they just say, look, we have been collectively responsible for the world for the last 75 years. What benefit has it actually brought us? It's been a burden on us. Why should we be the selfless people who champion the rest of the world? What does the rest of the world do for us? This is the climate which is prevailing in the United States, where the United States leadership is telling its citizens, we are first, we are alone, and we will stay that way, because all this aid, what does it do for us? Nothing. All it does is that allows these people to come up and criticize us at the UN and in other world bodies. Why should we be doing this? If you are in a position of power yourself, and if you did not have philanthropic intentions, why would you want to do this? This is my answer.
Thank you. Thank you. Does anyone else want to respond to the question? Yes, you do. Please.
Yeah, already it is beautifully explained. One of the biggest problems the world is facing today is that the multilateral organizations, on the one hand IMF and IBRD and WTO, they promote economic...
Closer to the mic.
Yeah, they promote economic growth, rapid economic growth. On the other hand, the same multilateral organizations led by United Nations Organization, UNEP and IPCC, UN IPCC and WHO and others, they advocate for sustainable development. So they do not go together, both on the one hand, faster and rapid economic development promoted by IMF and others. UN stands for sustainable development. Both do not go together. There is a divergence of policies, economic and environmental policies. So the convergence are not taking place. So this is creating more problem for the world that results in increasing conflicts and increasing economic interest are being protected rather than the environmental interest of the earth, especially that belongs to every one of us. So this has created two types of problem. One is growing economic instability and economic inequality, and on the other hand, environmental degradation in the form of climate change that is imposing cost on the society. Therefore, in order to find answer to these problems, we need to evolve a new economic order or new economic model that sustain the earth resources and that give a durable solution to sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to all of the panelists, our GYLD commentator, GYLD member. And to wrap up, I mean, I think almost everything has been said, and we may never be on the same page, and that's really not the point. But I'll say a few things. Number one, you know, one of the speakers in a previous panel mentioned some policies or postures might become self-fulfilling prophecies. And, you know, given also the GYLD energy yesterday and today, I do believe that if a younger generation is more aspirational, and this is a generation that has more capacity, more opportunities to defy, you know, ideas or ideologies that make them see the world or other perspectives as wrong. You are able to engage, interact, and realize that there are multiple ways to solve problems. And actually, China, so many other examples, they are successful in alternative solutions. Their governance systems are also different, and they could work for them. So I think a younger generation has a greater possibility of making their empathy and access to knowledge and differences, you know, a plural or a diverse world, and create that into a possible self-fulfilling prophecy where we may see a generation of leadership that makes real solutions and unity and consensus possible. And then I think I want to talk about a little bit about, you know, we are
thinking of how the Global South can possibly conceive solutions. And we do have some successful examples. And whether the UN system works, whether it needs reform, whether we need alternatives, I think that'll be a very long discussion. But I think one thing, since we are at the Global Think Tank Innovation Forum, we can all commit to is that Global South think tanks need to engage with each other. Global South think tanks need to observe the realities on the ground and then create networks to understand how other Global South countries are facing issues, solving them, expand your perspective. And I think today we do live in a world where multiple perspectives exist. The authenticity of those perspectives is relatively respected. And I think that is one step towards a world where fewer are silenced and we can find solutions. With that, we do not conclude, we can't conclude, but let's for now, close our thematic forum. Thank you to everyone who's contributed, and we look forward to, more opportunities to exchange. Thank you so much.